bad ones. I've just had ones where the chemistry isn't there. Like if the person asked me on a second date and I didn't feel into it, I just straight up tell them like this, but I don't feel like there's chemistry. I do think it's better to tell people you're not interested than to ghost them. And I had this discussion with my guy friends. I think it's the guy who asked if I was on the spectrum. He did ask me if I was on the spectrum, which is not why I felt like we didn't have chemistry. There's nothing wrong with being on the spectrum. But yeah, that was the one. Can you guys stop lol doubling you at me? I don't know. We were like 10 minutes in and he looks at me and he's like, so, are you on the spectrum? I just didn't know where it came from, you know? I mean, if I were on the spectrum, I feel like I'd be a lot better at chess because it gives you a lot of different advantages. I think he did then call it like a special ability. He was like, you know, like, do you have any special abilities? So I think he did think of being on the spectrum like a superpower, which I appreciate. So, you know, it wasn't that bad. Yeah. You imagine I've had a very high frequency of awkward Tinder dates. Why do you imagine that? I mean, look, I've told you guys. I've already told this to my stream because people here are afraid of being rejected. Guys, it was our second date. He was at my place. I went to the bathroom. He left while I was in the bathroom. Okay? I mean, you know, I've taken my L's, you guys. I've taken my L's. And I just wear them proudly and I move on. I'm not gonna be everybody's type. But that was kind of painful, man. That was kind of painful. Yeah, I understand. You're using Tinder and you're like, I don't want to get rejected. Dude, I didn't want to be dumped at the bathroom at my own place on a second date. But it happens. It's not me, it's him. So, yeah, it was the second date. And we also had like, you know, like a little kissing session before. So like, I don't think I'm a bad kisser, but like, I mean, guess maybe I am, dude. Maybe I am, Jesus. All right, on to the next game, man. On to the next game. No, I know I'm not a bad kisser. It was him. It was him. Okay, on to the next challenge. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, I've really been authentic and kind of embarrassed about some stuff I shared. So at least use Tinder and meet somebody good in your life and then come back to me and tell me like, hey, I connected with this person. Thanks for pushing me. That would make my day. That would honestly make my day. You're dating a girl. That's great. You had a girl ghost you and you had horrible self-worth issues. Dude, he called an Uber that took 60 minutes to get to my place on a second date after we kissed in the club for 30 minutes, waited until I went to the bathroom, left, never saw him again. You want to talk about self-worth issues? How people treat you tells you more about them, not about yourself. Not about yourself. Get back on that horse, find someone better, and move on. And move on. Acid Mango, I think he actually was into guys, but that's a different story. It didn't matter because at the time I did not know. No, but I was embarrassed, dude. I was embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. Like in that moment, I just felt so mortified. I felt so mortified. I didn't know what to, I just kind of laid in my bed shocked, a little tipsy and a little shocked, you know? And it was rough. It was rough. But that's life for you, man. You think you'd quit for a while after something like that? Honestly, I think I just streamed all the time for like the next month. So, you know, we all cope in our own ways. We all cope in our own ways, okay? Anyway, so I am genuinely putting myself out there, guys. You should just accept that the reward is worth the hustle. Download Tinder, try to meet somebody nice, and don't take things personally. It's not about you, it's about them. You always knew something was up with me, smart pal? I don't think that's the case. I think I'm not everybody's type, but I don't think there's something... I'm very comfortable with myself, and I think that's what matters the most to me. Thank you, Murdy. Yeah, I don't think that's what it was, Turnt. I don't think that was it. If you use Tinder so much, why are you single? I mean, I'm dating people. Guys, why do you think I always leave the stream at like 8 p.m.? I don't have that many friends in Austin. No, I'm kidding. I'm not serious with anyone right now. It could happen. I don't know where things are going. I am open to being in a serious relationship, but right now I'm just getting to know people, and I think that's important, and I think that's okay. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Get to know people, you know? It's like in chess, okay? When you're starting out a game, you don't want to commit your pieces too early because you don't know where they're actually supposed to go, and you want to find the optimal square for your pieces. So you always try to make the non-committal moves first and leave the options open until you realize it's the correct plan. That's how I think about dating. I don't know if people are into me or they want something more. Maybe they just want something fun, and that is okay. Or maybe they just want a friend, and that's okay. I've been on dates with people who like nothing ever happened and we're just friends now, and we talk about business probably like 3 times a week. Totally fine. It just depends what you're going for. Bad at chess, bad at dating, got it. No. At what point is there too much on a Tinder bio? I mean, if you like your Tinder bio, that's what matters. If you think it represents you and there's nothing missing, that's a good sign. You think you're too okay with any sort of relationship that you don't mind if someone doesn't want to be more than friends? Yeah, I don't mind if people just want to be friends either. That's totally okay with me. I mean, I've dated people who I've also thought I'd be fine and happy to be friends with. Okay, so how are we going to win this game? Let's just trade queens. We're up a full bishop. You're apprehensive about dating apps because you feel like most people there just want to hook up. I think you set your own expectations. I sometimes, before I go on a date with somebody, I ask people what they're looking for. And I've had people tell me, oh, I'm just looking to hook up. And I said, you know what? I think we're looking for different things. So let's not waste each other's time. I think honesty is very important for me. And I think you can also translate it to dating apps. I'm not interested in wasting my time. I'm very busy. So if I'm going to go on a date with somebody who I meet on Tinder, or if I'm going to meet somebody because I think they'd be a good friend, I want to make sure that there's actually a solid foundation on which that could potentially work. What's wrong with hooking up? I actually don't think there's anything wrong with hooking up. If that's what you're both into, that's great. Go for it. But for me personally, that's very difficult. I'm into getting to know people. I've never been somebody who can just do stuff with somebody who I'm not into. So yeah, for me, I do actually, I think I put something about genuine connections in my profile photo on Tinder before, but then I felt like it was too cheesy, so then I rephrased it. For the content. That was for the content. You know, I'm a master. I don't know what happened there. I'll be right back.
A few moments later.
I'm back. Please don't leave. Don't leave while I'm in the bathroom. Not again, man. Not again. My little heart could deal with it only a few times, okay? Can't believe that happened. I still can't believe I got ditched while I was in the bathroom, man. Whatever. Imagine. Okay, actually, let me tell you guys. Remember, he had called an Uber to my place. So the decision it must have taken for him to call the Uber while I was in the bathroom and somehow get away with it is actually very impressive. Very impressive. Oh, and okay, let me keep playing you guys first of all. Yeah, at least it was my home, right? So I could just... Okay, my mom just said, what does it mean if you are on the spectrum? Well, Mom, I'm pretty sure like... Anyway, okay, so... Oh, okay. Well, you understand now, Mom, so that's okay. All right, I'm gonna keep challenging people who sent me challenges. Killer number 5. Unrated, let's go. Okay, what were your experiences dating and Tinder and stuff in colleges? Okay, as I mentioned, I tell you guys the bad stories, but I've told you guys the good stories too. Like, there's people who I just dated for like several months and we got along super well and it was great. Most people I've met on Tinder I've had a good experience with. Even the one who ditched me in the bathroom, I had a great 2 dates before then. And I'm pretty sure he was, you know, not into women and that was okay. I've never had a good gaydar anyway, so that's fine. I got ditched in the bathroom. Okay, you guys want, so here's another person who I met on Tinder while I was in New York. And he actually swiped left on me. He told me, it's very cute. But as I told you guys, I'm full send, right? So I sent him, I found him on Tinder. I was like, this guy looks really interesting. Swiped right. I didn't want to super like because I was like, I feel like if I do that, maybe it's a little bit too much, right? So instead, of course, naturally, I found his Instagram, slid into his DMs. And he was like, oh, yeah, like, I think I saw you on Tinder. And I was like, oh, that's funny because we didn't match. But I was thinking that. I didn't say it in the conversation because, you know, I'm not going to be the girl who says that, right? I'm just going to be like, ah, ha, ha, yeah, that's so funny. Great. Anyway, anyway, so then, you know, we started talking. We went on like a few dates. And it was the 4th date. And, you know, I was ready. He was like, hey, you should come. You should meet my friends. I was like, yeah, absolutely. He calls me 30 minutes before the date. He's like, are you coming? And I was like, yeah, for sure. Let me just call the Uber. Call the Uber. Get out of the Uber. Get a phone call from him. Pick it up. It's not him. It's his friend. And his friend's like, yeah, sorry, he can't make it tonight. I was like, really? Because I could see you guys through the window. Of course, once again, what's in my head and what I say are 2 very different things. I was just like, oh, that hurts, sir. Oh, that hurt. 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 Gotta get back on the horse. Gotta keep going. Gotta keep going. Never retire. Keep aiming high. Okay? Yeah, guys, it is hard for girls too. Anyway, so then I like blocked him on text. Then he sent me a really long apology on Insta with like a long explanation of what had happened. And you know, I never learned, so. Okay, can you hear me? Are you ready? All right, you can unmute yourself. It's happening. Guys, I'm not creepy. I know you can hear me. It's fine, chat. We are live!
Hello, hello!
You guys, I am joined today by my best friend, my soulmate, the human who has blessed Earth with her existence, the one and only Melina, who has been on stream before. Hi, everyone. Hi, chat. Say hi, Melina.
Hi, everyone. Hi, chat. I'm so excited to be here. Alex is my best friend. Not to be possessive or anything.
No, it's okay. I like it when you get possessive. It shows how close we are.
This is true.
This
We're
is true.
Going on 20 years soon.
Going on, yeah, we've known each other for almost 20 years. That's insane. We met when we were 6. She's also Romanian Canadian, and we did meet at the Romanian Chess Club. Which is where all of the cool people meet nowadays. I saw somebody saying in chat, why do you need to stream at this ungodly hour? Look, today is going to be a cozy stream. I know streaming this late isn't the best for viewership numbers, but that means that if you guys are watching in chat, you are going to get more attention than usual. And we are going to be telling you guys some very entertaining stories. Oh, there's no sound on Melina's stream. You know, okay, Melina, I'm going to leave you here with my stream. I'm going to go try to fix your stream.
Okay.
So just say hello to chat. I'll be right back. Good luck. Yeah, Melina's streaming on twitch.tv/who's Melina.
Yes, that's where I'm streaming. So, hey guys, just quick intro. Like Alex said, I'm her best friend. That's enough for me to feel a little bit special in this world. But yeah, we met when we were little kids at a chess club. I gave up chess when I was about 12 or 13, but nonetheless, our friendship continued, and so did our adventures, which is kind of why we're here today. We've got a little special kind of stream planned for you, and we're going to tell you about one of our very, very first adventures. All
right, I think I fixed it, but I'm not sure. Can somebody check Melina's channel, twitch.tv/whois Melina?
That's so helpful. I love this.
They're helpful because they like you. To me, they just roast me. That's how it works sometimes. You guys, Melina has a Twitch channel too. She's gonna start getting into Twitch. I did just link her. So yeah, there we go. We have her first stream ever. So her audio is off. What do you mean her audio is off? I think her audio is fine.
Oh no.
Is it?
Testing, mic 1, 2.
Wait, is your audio not working on your stream? Well, there are going to be some technical difficulties. I have no idea why it's not working. Probably because I'm streaming it off of my desktop in... I didn't fix it. It's still muted.
Maybe it's because I'm logged in on it too. No?
No. All right, I'm going to give it one more attempt. I'll leave you with our lovely chat once again.
Hello again, chat. It's just you and I. I'm trying to pop you guys up for a better view. Full disclosure, I have broken every single pair of glasses that I own, and so now we're just relying on these little peepers, and the little peepers are not so good. I'm a little bit nearsighted, so I have a massive screen in front of me right now, and I'm trying to see what you guys are saying. But I'm so new to this that I'm kind of like, I don't know where to look. Did Andrea broke it? I love that someone asked.
Did I fix it? Yes. Fixed. Boom. Okay. All right. We saved it. We saved her audio.
Woo!
Yay. Okay, this is awesome. Also, before we get started, today's stream is powered by Cash App. You know things have been good when you can have an awesome storytelling stream with your best friend and your sponsors are super flexible and they let you put it on, you know, whatever kind of content you want to do. So if you guys want to thank them for being an amazing sponsor, spam the Cash App emote in chat and use code TwitchTV for $10 off. Honestly, one of the best sponsors we have. They are just so nice to us and they give us so much freedom of content. That's because Naveed likes watching good content. Wait, who's Naveed? You mean Cash App guy? Yeah. We don't use the name. We don't use the name. So Well, this is so nice that you're streaming. We used to make a lot of content together when we were kids. She used to be in my old Starting Soon video. We recorded that, and we'd always do this for fun. So I've been trying to convince Melina to get onto Twitch because then we'd have another thing to bond over, especially since, you know, it's long distance. She lives in Canada. I live in Texas. I am trying to convince her to move with her fiance to Austin, but it has not been an easy battle.
We've got a little trip in the works, so at least there's that. I'll finally be heading over to Austin in August. We're hoping, big fingers crossed. The borders have been closed for a really long time, and from over here in Canada, the news is that they're set to be opening up at the end of this month. This is something we've been waiting for since like 2020. Every single day, it's been like, how are the borders doing? Still closed? Okay.
Yeah, I know, but that's part of what we're going to be doing today. So Melina and I haven't seen each other in about a year, which is probably the longest ever. And we really like going on trips together. So what we're going to do today is we are going to share the story from one of our favorite and honestly weirdest trips that we've ever been. It was one of our summer trips to Paris when we were in our late teens, let's say.
Late teens, yeah.
Yeah, late teens. We were, you know, legal for everything in Europe, and that's probably all the description we're going to be giving here. A trip down memory lane. Exactly. And we also have some wine, because it wouldn't be a ladies' night without wine. What are you drinking, Melina?
It wouldn't be a France trip without wine either.
You're right. I wish look, if our aunt, who we stayed with, my aunt, saw that I was drinking wine out of a can, she would disown me. Do I have any fancy wine? I don't think so. Wine in a can. Shut up, Bullrog. It's not that bad. So you guys get cozy, get in chat, get some wine. We are going to be doing story time, and it is going to be really nice. But before story time, Melina, cheers. I'll take the first drink with you.
Cheers. And if you guys are having some wine with us, let us know what you're drinking so that we feel like it's for real. I'm drinking $10 wine from South Africa, so talk about fancy.
You are super fancy. This is simpler brand wines. It actually doesn't taste that good, and it probably has a lot of sugar. But it is pretty tasty. Apparently it's a product of Italy, so it works. Okay, so I want a little bit more wine before I sell. This story was so crazy. Whenever I look back at it, I sometimes just start laughing. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need, if we're gonna be retelling this, I need to finish a little bit of wine. I'm not an alcoholic. Also, Melina, Andrea keeps making alcoholism jokes, and now people think I'm an alcoholic. Can you please confirm that I'm not?
Alex is not an alcoholic.
Thank you, and this is why you're my best friend. You're very
convincing.
You are convincing. You are very convincing. You guys, I'm not fucking high. I just took a nap before, a 1.5 hour nap. I woke up with no awareness of where I am, what time it is.
Funny story to add on to that. Ever since Alex was little, if you wake Alex up from a nap and then she goes back to bed, she won't remember the first time she woke up. So we'd have like a full-on conversation. She'd agree to something, whatever. Fall asleep again, and as soon as she's up, just whoosh, gone.
Yeah, and then you'd keep telling me about these conversations. For the longest time, I thought you were trolling me because I never remember what was going on.
No, you called me crazy, and I'm like, I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
You're crazy.
You're a circle jerk of who's crazy.
But now I learned that we're actually both crazy, so it's okay. Also, Broadway Vlogs, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Okay, so let's get started. Melina and I decided to go to Paris for a summer. And, you know, Romanian parents, not a lot of money, enough to get the flight over to Europe, but really nothing else, a little bit of pocket money, and under the condition that we would be staying with my lovely family member, my aunt, Mariana, who has a reputation for being, you know, a little bit crazy. And Melina, I did warn you about that, right?
You did, actually. Everybody warned me, and I thought people were kidding. They're like, you know, be careful, like, don't get on her bad side, stuff like that. Like, haha, here's an address where you could stay in case she kicks you out. And you're thinking, like, ha ha ha, that's not
Nobody took me seriously. Dad, my dad's in chat. He said, "Oh no, not that story." Well, yeah. No, but Melina, I really did tell you. I just feel like sometimes I tell people things and they don't take me seriously until it happens to them. So this was like one of those situations. So we get there. Do you remember anything about the first day, or do you just remember the traumatic incidents?
No, I do remember the first day, and I remember the first day because, first of all, I was really excited to take my first trip with my best friend. We've both been flying for quite a while. Woo!
Yay!
Exciting thing. Okay, sorry, that was like a very squirrel moment.
I like it. I like it.
Such strong support, much support. Thank
Yes,
you.
yes.
Anyway, so I'm really excited. This is the first time that Alex and I have flown together. We grew up both flying with family in Europe and things like that. And so exciting. We sit down and Alex is like, Melina, there's 2 chairs empty there. Why don't you go sit there so we could each go to sleep? Here's me really excited to have stimulating conversation.
Oh yeah. So Melina wanted to talk on the plane. I don't do that. I'm not a plane talker. I sleep through travel. Even if it's like 36 hours of travel, somehow my body knows and I go into full hibernation mode.
This is very true. Full hibernation mode. So that was my flight. I wasn't expecting to entertain myself, but I did. And nonetheless, we get to Paris. Everything's great. Everything's lovely. Smells like Paris. And then we get driven home, and it turns out that there's about to be a dinner party. So this is us after an international flight, and our host is like, I'm about to host the dinner party. You girls freshen up real quick, get ready. And so we're like, where's the bathroom? And while our host is preparing for a dinner party. So, you know, you're trying not to get her too busy.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like, it's over there. We're looking around, there's nothing. There's a bookcase and there's no bathroom. So, you know, you like waddle your way back, trying to be polite.
Oh yeah,
First time
you
ever
couldn't
meeting
find
someone.
the bathroom.
Yeah, and it's like, where's the
But
bathroom?
that's because the
I
bathroom
told
was
you
hidden.
it's over there.
Yeah.
Alex, where was the bathroom?
Okay, I don't know how you didn't find it. The bathroom was hidden behind a bookcase wall. And I don't know why, but everyone on my dad's side of the family, they like making mysterious houses with hidden pathways. Yeah, just classic bathroom positioning, hidden behind a staircase. So
Yeah.
Melina took some time to find it, which really angered my aunt. And my aunt has her theories that nobody is ever going to pay attention to us, so it doesn't matter if we look ugly.
Oh yeah, that was a strong theory.
Oh my god. Yeah, and she'd always say that. So then when we told her, we didn't have time to freshen up, she's like, "But who cares? Cuz nobody's looking at you."
Yeah. Actually, Alex, do you remember when she tried to test our weaknesses? And at the time, I had very, very bad teenage acne, so I didn't like going anywhere without some kind of foundation on. And Alex had very, very, very curly hair, and she didn't like going out without something being done to her hair. So, our host's idea of toughening us up was making us walk around Paris, one of them with the curly hair that they hate, and the other one with their acne out in like full daylight. It was definitely a character building exercise.
It really was. And this is my same aunt who didn't like the fact that I have a mole on my face. So she's like, "I'm tired of looking at it. Put a band-aid over it." And then go to the grocery store. So it's like, "Oh, but aunt, like, I don't want to go outside with a band-aid on my face." She's like, "No one's looking at you. Don't worry, no one's looking at you." Wow, I feel like this is a therapy session.
This is true. I mean, that's kind of how our FaceTime conversations go, also.
Yeah, no, that's true. Anonymous, thank you for the $5. I mean, I know she loved me, but sometimes the things she said would really come out, with spite. And that actually reminds me, we should tell them about her diet plan for us.
Oh my God. I wish I could remember who the diet was by, because it was not just a diet. It was like a diet that came out of several books, and like a big French kind of dietitian had developed it and tasted it for all these years, and his life had become the best thing ever because he weighed his cheese every morning and whatever else it was.
Right, but the thing is, she saw us, and there's nothing like visiting your Romanian aunt in Paris, and when she looks at you, she's like, "You girls need to go on a diet. I can tell," and she says this with a straight face, looking at us in the eyes, "you eat too many vegetables because your hips are too big."
Oh,
Later,
yes.
later we learned that she had this theory that any vegetables you eat go directly to your hips. Oh, Melina, you didn't want to put out with those diet tips, did you?
No, I don't think either of us were too good at it, because we'd get our cheese weighed in the morning and we'd drink our almond milk and we'd be good kids. And then we'd walk out and get a crepe from the nearest crepe stand and wash it down with a pizza.
I know, we would eat whatever she wanted us to, and it'd all be food that we didn't like. So we'd go with our like little €2, find a bakery, and eat so many desserts when we were not there. Which is funny because she didn't notice, because a week and a half later, she's like, "See, you girls look so good since you've been put on my diet." And we're laughing awkwardly because we gained like 3 pounds from all of the fucking crepes we kept eating.
Yeah, I mean, when in France, you gotta eat the pastries.
No, that's true. That's true. The French pastries are actually very special. And the other thing that was very special in France was the wine. And I don't remember, had you drank a lot of wine before that trip? Obviously, we were in our late teens. So, in Europe, you're allowed to drink wine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it wasn't just wine. It was it wasn't just wine. It was some of the best wine in France, actually. It was supposed to be. It was our host, Alex's aunt, had a cellar of like the best wine in Paris, from the south of France, from the Loire Valley, from all these places. And
why did she have that access, Melina?
probably because she liked to drink it. I don't know.
The reason why she had it is because it's her boyfriend of 7 years who has it. And it's actually really wholesome, as long as his wife never finds out, which I don't think she has to this day. But I guess everybody in France has affairs. So, yeah, it's probably fine. And that's why clips are off. Or wait, can you take clips off?
Pardon?
Nothing. I mean, it was her boyfriend who kept giving her all of the wine, and it was her boyfriend who also had a wife, but they were like actually very cute. together.
They were. They made a nice couple, a nice to the side couple.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like it was a really long, sweet affair. Um, but anyway, yeah, I guess the French really like their affairs. That is totally fine. But anyway, so she had this really nice wine that you were talking about. And then there was the night, Melina. There was the night. Now,
Oh
my
no.
aunt really likes to drink, and I know it's shocking. A Botez who drinks a lot, with my clean
Never heard of
reputation.
one before,
Mm,
and I've met most of them.
I'm on to my second
The
wine.
ad I have actually.
Yes, I'm on to my second wine. How's your wine doing, by the way, before we get into this part?
How's my wine doing?
Yeah, is it good? Is it
It's
tasty?
good. I have to share the story of my $10 fancy wine.
Yes, please share it before I go into the next part because the next part is very juicy.
Okay, so again, this is my very sophisticated $10 Canadian wine, so probably like $7 American. But it's called Just Nuisance, and it's my favorite wine ever because it's got a dog on the label. And it's a South African wine.
Melina's obsessed with dogs, you guys. She has a dog. She likes adopting dogs in need. Very, very wholesome.
Yeah, we foster dogs. We've adopted a little guy, and it's just a lot of dogs on the brain here.
But anyway, sorry, keep going with your wine.
But nonetheless, there was a dog called Nuisance in South Africa, and he was the first naval attendant dog. So, like, this dog was actually part of the Navy, and they had to get him like a little passport and a
Wait,
sailor's
how was
passport.
he part of the Navy?
He was part of the Navy. He was the Navy dog. The
Hmm.
first Navy dog, and his name was Nuisance, but he
That's so
needed a first
cute.
name and a last name on his little sailor passport, so they called it Just Nuisance because his name was Just Nuisance. No,
That's cute. No, that's actually very cute. I'm sorry. That's adorable. I see why it's your favorite wine. Does it taste good or do you just like it for the story?
I like the taste and the story.
Okay. Okay, taste and the story. Well, that's Melina's favorite wine. And now let's get back to the famous night. So,
Oh no.
my aunt was drinking a lot of wine, and Melina was also drinking some wine.
Yeah, may I interject to just say that
please,
I
please.
wasn't used to someone refilling my glass of wine. And this is like a very big French custom, especially in terms of manners. If
Mhm.
you're the one serving wine at the table, when someone's glass is getting to empty, you refill it, even if it's not empty yet.
Mhm.
So I didn't actually realize how much wine I was drinking. I just thought my cup wasn't emptying, and I was like,
It's like the wine that just never stops. Exactly. Um, so
Exactly.
yeah, Melina didn't realize how much wine she was drinking. And, my aunt would sometimes say things like, I just don't like the way she looks at me with those evil eyes. And Melina doesn't have evil eyes. Melina is a sweetheart. But my aunt, actually, first of all, let me just say my aunt is also an incredible person who had a really hard childhood. She came from complete poverty in Romania where her parents were completely abusive, managed to get to France, carried the entire family on her back. She's an incredible businesswoman. She just also has very specific opinions about things. So I love my aunt and I'm
Always
grateful for her to this day.
A
And
very, very
self-made.
successful self-made person.
Exactly. She's been through fucking shit and she is a badass and I love her to death. Anyway, back to the dinner. She starts saying,
Oh, one sec. We
Yeah.
did not meet in Oregon. We met in Vancouver. I just had to add that one thing.
Yeah, no, we met in Canada where I grew up at the Romanian Chess Club. We met when we were 6 years old. We've been best friends since when we met. I'm actually pretty sure Melina is my soulmate, and no one I ever
agree.
meet I'll be as close to as I am with Melina. And we talk about this all the time. We're like two peas in a pod. It's actually insane.
A little bit scary, but
A
good.
little bit
like
scary.
finish each other's thoughts type people.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna be friends forever. Anyway, so my aunt starts saying things like that, and at some point I realize Melina's had too much wine. Melina goes into the bookcase, which is actually the cellar. My aunt, I can also tell, is starting to get belligerent. So I'm dealing with the belligerency. For some reason, I was sober. Would have been a lot more fun if I had been drinking more wine as well. But I get into the bathroom and you look at me and you're like, Alex, I'm dying. I'm puking blood. I was like, Melina, I'm pretty sure that's wine. But you were too tipsy to be convinced by my train of thought. So you actually thought that you were puking blood. Now,
I was convinced. I did not think. I was terrified and convinced. I was like, this is how I'm gonna go.
yeah, yeah, you
This
thought
is
this
it.
was the end. You thought this was the end. So I was like, okay, we have a situation here. That's fine. I'm just gonna go and tell my aunt that I need to, take care of Melina. So I go back. My aunt has also had a few too many to drink, and she's like, this girl, her presence in my house, like there's something wrong about it. I was like, oh God, she's also belligerent. So I go back in the bathroom. Melina somehow understands what's going on with my aunt, and she says, I cannot be in the house with this woman anymore. And she goes, and dude, you pack your fucking entire suitcase at like 1 a.m. in Paris.
That was really dramatic in hindsight.
Yeah, no, you think it was a little dramatic?
It was very dramatic.
Yes, it was dramatic. But honestly,
Actually, no, hold on. I did not pack my suitcase. I did not. That's not how it
how
went.
did you get your suitcase out?
You packed for me, and I was actually quite impressed the next morning.
Oh,
because I was like, man, you didn't forget a single thing.
Well, because you were. Look, I'm a little bit of a pushover. I'm like a puppy when it comes to people I care about. And you were my best friend, and you were like, I need to get out of here, pack my stuff. And I was like, no, okay.
Yeah, and you're like, 10 out of 10, we'll pack.
10 out of 10 will pack like a fucking golden retriever. I go in your room, I pack your shit. My aunt is yelling at me. I'm like, this is gonna be fine. And then you get upset. You take your freaking luggage. You go outside of the door, and you're like, I'm waiting here. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Like, I don't know where we're gonna go. But you had the address of my other relative. We're gonna
The
get
address
from
we
her.
didn't think we'd need. We
The
thought they were
yeah.
kidding when they said, here's the backup address.
Exactly. So then I
This
go
was
back.
like day 3, just that.
This was day 3 that you decided you couldn't stay with my aunt, who I warned you about. I said, she always gets in fights with people who come visit. Actually, you guys, Chess Bra, Eric Hansen also tried to stay with my aunt. He also got kicked out. But he probably deserved it more than you did.
We should start a club. People that got kicked out.
Yeah, no, people who got kicked out by my aunt in Paris. Absolutely. Yeah, no, Eric and my aunt did not like each other. Honestly, when Eric came, she was like, wow, Melina was actually pretty great. Eric is the worst person I've ever met. So
Okay, not to skip too far ahead, but I will add that by the end of the trip, your aunt and I were actually on very good terms.
yeah, no, exactly. You guys were on good terms. But anyway, so you were waiting outside. By that point, I think my aunt felt a little bit of guilt, and she was like, just call Melina inside. She can come. She can stay here. It'll be fine. But you, my friend, were a stubborn motherfucker. You were like, I'm not going back in that house. Yeah, you didn't want to go back in the house. And again, I have the personality of a golden retriever when it comes to people I care about. So I was like, okay, I guess we're gonna go stay with my uncle Nelushki. This is gonna be fine.
Find the taxi at 2 in the morning.
Yeah,
Do you remember the taxi driver? He was so invested. He was like, what happened? Tell me the whole story. Let's start at the beginning.
Yeah. Well, first of all, we had to find a taxi because this was pre-Uber. And I don't even think our phones had service. I think you called your dad, who was then really upset at the situation. I was trying not to think about the consequences at the time. And while I was trying to call an Uber for you, you started talking to people who were the neighbors. They were on their balcony, 3 sets of stairs above. You were on the streets in Paris, and you were just ranting to these poor French people who didn't even speak English about what had just happened.
Stood. Well, I mean, in my defense, they asked what was happening, so I was like, hey man, I'll tell you what is happening.
You really did. Finally, though, after you were having that conversation with them, we were able to call an Uber, and we get in the Uber driver. You start telling him your story as well. And finally, after a really long Uber ride where you were still very upset, we get to my uncle Nelushki's house. Now, tell them about his door.
So first of all, This is past dark, and it's an old French building by the Centre de Pompidou. So it's like a very old area of Paris. We're in this alley. We get into the building, and we realize there's about half a light bulb lighting the entire staircase. And by half a light bulb, I mean like half this light bulb's energy is gone, and the other half's just barely hanging on.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't really see. Again, like before the iPhone time, no one's got a flashlight on their cell phone. There's nothing we can do except hope for the best. And to add another layer of difficulty, Nelushki has this panel design on his big wooden door, and it's got like little squares everywhere, and they all push up. And if you push up the right one, you find the key. But again, you can't see anything. It's like 2:30 in the morning at 2:30 in the morning at this point, in a strange country. After telling our life story to like a very nosy cab driver, we're like, where is this key? And of course, it's at the last little panel that's just barely like a little bit too high for us to reach. So we're like, that's not where anybody would put it. That's where somebody put it.
Yep. And not only that, but he had fake doorknobs to put the key in. So not only did he have like 9 squares of guess where the key is, he had fake door handles with keyholes, because apparently, again, this side of my family is very creative and they like hiding everything. Yeah. But we finally got in. And he takes us in, which was honestly really nice for him to take us in at the night. Like every single person who lives in France, he's like, do you guys want some cheese and wine? And I was like, please do not give Melina any more wine. But quite frankly, I'll take the cheese.
It was a good time for cheese.
It was a really good time for cheese. So we talk to him, we eat some cheese, and then he shows us to the bed. And it is in this attic with very little space. You cannot stand up, and it is actually a cot.
Yeah, it's like smaller than a twin-sized bed somehow, but it's also suspended. And when we were to share it, but if either of us fell off, it would be like an actual bad situation. You have to climb a little ladder to get up to it.
Yes, you have to climb a ladder to get into the attic where there's this cot that could barely fit a person. Like we ended up sleeping in that bed, and at some point we had to turn the same direction or there would not be enough space.
Yeah, you kind of like, you had to decide who was the big spoon and the little spoon and when to switch so that no one would die.
Exactly. But you know what? We found a place to sleep for the night. I honestly was just relieved that there was no more arguing going on. And the next morning we wake up and he's like, ha ha ha, it's really funny that you guys slept in the bed. The last time someone slept in the bed, he had this really bad boner problem where it would just never go down, but then it did go down. And we're like, why did it go down, Nelushki? He died. And if you guys sometimes watch my stream and you think, wow, Alex is a little off, I would like to share with you guys, this is my family. And this is my best friend.
Right there with you in the cot of death.
No, I didn't know what to say. I was like, well, that's unfortunate. I mean, poor guy had a boner problem, then he died, and apparently he died in that bed.
It was unrelated. We were told after, like, oh, don't worry, it was unrelated. He had a stroke and died here like a month ago in the bed that you guys just slept in.
Yep.
But also he had a boner disease for, like that's why he slept here, because his wife would get mad at him.
Yeah. So, it was us in the cot, and before that, the poor man with the boner disease who was kicked off by his wife and ended up dying in the bed.
in the cot.
In the cot. Anyway, so my uncle was really creative, and in his apartment, he had 10 different kinds of toilet paper. So, for example, he would label them, and he had one that was sandpaper, and he had a label that said, "Use this if you're feeling adventurous."
There was kosher toilet paper.
Yeah. What other kind of toilet paper was there?
There was one for pets, I remember.
Yes.
I remember the kosher toilet paper always stuck with me. And then there was like instructions on how to shower. Above the shower, it was like, turn on shower, get your little hair wet, soap your hair up, wash off.
Turn on hot and cold water if you have lukewarm. He just had all of the instructions in his house. He was a very artistic and creative man. And
He even had a little stick for grabbing the big pots from the cupboard, because, and I quote here, I am a little man and I have big pots.
I am a little man with big pots, so I must use the stick to get them. Anyway, I was like, well, this family member of mine is totally sane. So I'm gonna leave him with Melina, and I had a phone call from my aunt who was very upset, and she wanted me to go visit her. So I left Melina alone with my uncle, and I went to visit my aunt. And what did you guys do when you were alone?
So, the first 8 hours, I climbed down from my cot early in the morning, and I get asked, "What's your name again?" And I say, "Melina." And he says, "That's kind of hard to remember. I'm going to call you Cassandra." And I was like, "Okay." So it was Cassandra. And then we go, and he's like, "Do you want some breakfast?" And I was like, "Okay." And we sit down for breakfast, and we did not stand back up for another 8 hours because Nelushi had a lot of stories to tell, which is awesome. And I really enjoyed them, and they were really amazing stories, especially he was a theater stage designer for a long time and met a lot of very cool actors and musicians and singers from the golden days of Romanian TV and everything. So it was really cool. They were cool stories, but I didn't expect to be listening to them for that long. It was a little bit.
What about the movie he made you watch in his bedroom?
Yeah, and then after Nelushi gets tired of telling me the stories, he's like, "Alex is still not back yet, and this is another story, but Alex is still not back yet." And so he's like, "Do you want to watch a movie?" And in my head, I'm like, "Not really, but what are you gonna do when you have no phone? You're alone. There's like 2 bedrooms in this house. You gotta be in one or the other." And he turns on a movie about mail order brides, and he's like, "Come in bed and watch it." So I sat on this tiniest piece of the very corner of the bed, and I just like, "I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on." And he's like, "You know, a lot of women end up being mail ordered brides and happy." And I'm like, "No, I don't know." That's not a fact in my pool of knowledge.
But I can't.
I was like, "I don't disagree." And just to add,
Not appropriate.
I couldn't speak perfect French. He didn't speak English. We both spoke fluent Romanian, but sometimes he would speak in French at random, and I was like,
Okay, I'm only laughing because, you know, you had put me through the night before with like the entire debacle, and the fact that you ended up in this situation, because he's actually harmless. So I know it sounds like a sexual harassment story, but it actually isn't. And it's just so funny to imagine Nelushki like forcing like conversation and being like, "Come, let's watch this movie." And Melina must have been so uncomfortable. You know, when I find Andrea's pain hilarious, I find the same with Melina because we're that level of close.
yeah, there's been some moments where it's been obvious that you enjoy the pain.
Yeah, no, it was just so funny. It was just so funny.
But Alex, tell them where you were during this whole period of time.
Well, I was talking to my aunt, and you know, this is maybe what sparked my interest in international relations, because I went over to my aunt like a diplomat, you know, very motivated to fix the hardship between the two of you, because I didn't want to sleep in that cot another night, Melina. I couldn't. There was no space, and the boner story just really motivated something internally that said I cannot sleep in that cot again.
Yeah, so you left me in the cot alone overnight. I slept in the cot by myself. I had no one to hold on to.
I know. I couldn't stop thinking about the guy who died in the bed. So that's
the cot of infinite boners.
Yeah, the cot of infinite boners.
We will dub it that going forward.
Yes, but you know what? After that, I finally convinced you to come move back and stay with
No,
my aunt.
we didn't move back. We broke ice at a random man's funeral. That's where we broke the
Oh
ice.
yeah, we went to a funeral.
That's the first time we saw each other
Oh
after
yeah.
this whole debacle. We
Oh
both had to go to
yeah.
a random man's
Okay, and
funeral.
this is why
And
I'm so
somehow we ended
awkward.
up sitting front row.
Okay, so this really famous French man died.
He was a writer
He was a
or a
writer.
poet. Something
I
artistic and
know
something.
this sounds like it's unrealistic, but this is actually our Paris trip, which is why when I look back and I see how not awkward I am to this day, I feel proud of myself because I went through situations like this. So,
Yeah.
famous man dies. My aunt loved him. She's really emotional. She's crying. She says, we have to go to the funeral at this really famous French cathedral. It's a really big event. It's public. I tell Melina,
There's an
hey, you
opera
should come.
singer and a whole like symphony all set up in there. The coffin, the flowers, the tourists aren't allowed in.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow we get in. Everyone's wearing black. Alexandra's holding a motorcycle helmet for no good reason.
Oh yeah, I was wearing a motorcycle.
Yeah, and you fell asleep too.
Dude, I told you I have a problem. I get so exhausted that if you leave me on a plane or a funeral, I fall asleep. It looks like it's disrespectful, but I would fall asleep in college as well. And actually, the person who ended up being my advisor at Stanford, I would go to the front seat, look at him in the eyes, and fall asleep in 5 minutes. If it's not entertaining, I fall asleep.
Yeah,
Problem I have.
you're the one and only person that I've ever seen go to sleep on your own lap
Yeah, I actually
on
fell
a
asleep
flight.
on my own lap.
I've
I'm
never
like
seen
a
that before.
narcoleptic puppy that just falls asleep on itself.
It's actually impressive. You're like one of those little golden retrievers that's like so small and just needs all the time.
Wait, what? Where am I? Like
Yeah.
I drool on myself. Like I drool, and I would always sleep on your lap because I'd use you as a pillow, and then you'd wake up with like a puddle of my drool on you. My dad
Yeah.
as well. So again, I'm really sorry about that. I can't stay awake sometimes. Um,
I know.
maybe I do have some kind of sleep apnea. Anyway, so I fall asleep at the funeral. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so not to mention that we're at a funeral, but there's kind of like an L-shaped sort of audience setup with the casket and the symphony and the opera singer and everything in the middle. And I don't know how we ended up in the front row or like the two front rows of the non-family members. So we're pretty much like adjacent to where all the family's sitting. We don't know who this person is. Like everyone's wailing and bawling and being sad and listening to opera. And I just see Alex go,
Who died?
you have to listen
But
to
you knew I couldn't help it. You've known me forever, and you know that I can't help it.
This is true. This is true. But I would have thought that like the opera singing 2 feet away from you would have kept you energized, invigorated. No, no.
No,
Alex was
and
out.
everybody who's close to me knows this about me. My parents, you, Andrea. Andrea actually is so loud sometimes that I cannot fall asleep with her. And given how easily I fall asleep, that's actually insane. Oof. Anyway, so yeah, I fell asleep. And how did you end up making up with my aunt again?
I think it just was one of those situations where you had been so diplomatically successful, a little foreign relations budding star, that we never spoke about it again.
I
And that's kind of what
I
happened.
actually spent the entire day buttering her up and talking through her emotions. And actually, it took a good 6 hours for my aunt to admit, like, oh yeah, I mean, I guess we both had a lot of wine. I'm not kidding. It took me 6 hours. I was honestly, when I look back at the person I was and how much I was willing to fight for a cause, I'm actually kind of impressed. But unrelated. So you guys finally ended up making up and you
We did.
finally moved out of the cot back
Yes, we
to my
got to
aunt's
leave the
place.
cot. We got to leave the cot.
Exactly.
It was
What caused the
exciting
rift in
times.
the first place? Honestly, they both drank too much wine, got into an argument, and then Melina wanted to move out. And my aunt was also picking on her. So honestly, I think it was fair from both sides. But anyway, so after that happened, my aunt's married boyfriend, invited us all to go to the courtyards, or like not to the courtyards, to the countryside.
The Loire Valley, the Val de Loire.
The Val de Loire, oui, oui.
The Val de Loire.
Yes. So, you know, we ended up going there. We got in a little car with my aunt and my grandma, my dad's mom.
No, it was the other Mariana. It was that random other Mariana. We found another one.
Wait, was Mika not there also?
No, Mika was there for a little bit, but we found another lady with the same name, and she came with us.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so my aunt had this other friend. I don't think she's friend with her anymore because they got into a fight. But they were both called Mariana.
Yeah, it was confusing too, because literally they had the same name, same kind of age range, things like that, and you're kind of like, no one knows who's speaking to who. It's just kind of like both these two French ladies with strong personalities and Romanian upbringing and the same name.
Yeah, they had the same name. They were both Romanian. Romanians stick together. So we go to the countryside. We visit castles, and you know, it's very historic. And at that point, I don't think we had hung out with anybody under the age of 60 for a good 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And we get to this little bed and breakfast, and you know, it's this town in the middle of nowhere, and we meet a boy who's our age.
Boys. Oh yes, we met one boy.
First we met one boy.
First we met one boy.
Yeah. And he was the son of the person who owned the hotel. How did we meet him, by the way?
He was just there, and I said hello because it was the first time we'd seen someone under 60 the entire trip.
Yeah.
And except that one time when we were told that we'd meet young Thai British boys, and they were actually in their 50s.
Yeah, they were in their 50s, and you know, we were in our late teens, sorry. And you know, we're like, yeah, 50 is probably a little old. I'm pretty desperate at this point, but probably not. Yeah.
So at that point, we were so deprived that we're waiting for your aunt's boyfriend to come and pick us up, and there's just a boy there. And so we're staring at the boy, and the boy stares back, and then finally we go, hello?
Yeah, because I was like, Melina, like, go talk to him. English. Look, another boy our age in the wild. Melina, go, 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 go.
You had to attack. Yeah. And then he said hello back. So we were like, oh,
he didn't actually speak English, so I was translating the French, which is going to be relevant later in the story. Please don't ask me why yet. That was definitely one of the most awkward experiences of my life. But anyway, so I'm speaking French, I'm translating, and this guy basically is like, oh, little girls, let's hang out later. Oui, oui, I bring my friend. And we're like, oh, yes.
Wine. And he was like, I bring bottle of wine and we go to forest.
Yes. And we're like, okay, like, how are you going to find us? He's like, I'll find you. So, you know, later that night, after we hang out with my aunt and her married boyfriend, we end up back in our hotel room. Me and Melina have our own place. And we're waiting for this boy to come bring wine and bring his friend. Now, Melina is very fucking impatient. So what does she do? She comes to the logical assumption that in this Airbnb that probably has 3 rooms, the boy must be in one of the rooms.
No, he said that it was like a 2-floor type of deal at the bed and breakfast, and he said that the lower floor is all for guests and that the top floor is for their family, and that he has a room at the top floor. Because I remember he was all like, this is my hotel, ha 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 ha, it's my hotel.
Yeah.
And so it was a very logical, something stronger than an assumption.
By the way, it was midnight at this point.
This is true. Well, I don't think it was quite midnight.
It was after 10.
It was after 10. I agree. It was after 10. It was after 10, but in the summer.
Yeah. So Melina goes wandering, and she knocks on one of the doors. And who shows up at the door, Melina?
Well, he was a Frenchman in his boxers,
How
and
old was this poor
it was his
Frenchman?
bedroom. So it was the summer, and he had the door open to get some fresh air in. So we pretty much just walked into this random man's bedroom.
He was this poor dude in his 60s who was
No
trying to get
boner,
some
no
sleep.
boner to those asking.
No boner.
He
Anyway,
left the cot.
yeah, no, this guy didn't have a boner, but the poor dude is in his 60s. It's after 10 p.m. He's probably been sleeping since 9 p.m. And he's really upset. He's really upset. He hears a knock, and from the inside, I hear, "Archival tué," which means I will kill whoever knocked. And I was like, oh, fuck. So I'm hiding behind Melina, scared shitless as fucking usual. And he opens, he grumbles very angrily, and Melina's like, "Oh, sorry.
Looking for bathroom. Sorry, we lost.
Yeah, Melina says bathroom. Also, it's in, rural France, so nobody speaks English. He probably had no idea what he says. So he actually slams the door. Je vais vous tuer, oui. Anyway, he slams the door in her face. But Melina is a resilient one. She's a resilient one. So she goes back to the room, waits 10 minutes, and then she finds another door. And I'm like, Melina, don't open it. Melina never listens to me. She opens the door.
Sometimes.
And honestly, almost never. But you open the door, and the same poor man is fucking taking a shit. You open the door as the man is taking a shit, at which point he's really fucking pissed. The only reason he didn't beat our ass was because his pants were around his ankles and he couldn't get up fast enough. And you know what I did? I went under the staircase and I fucking hid because à la vache, ah merde. He starts swearing in French. I almost shit my pants at the same time. I hide under the staircase. He comes, I see his scrawny little old man legs as I'm hiding under the staircase, hoping he's not gonna yell at me. And thankfully, he finds you before he finds me.
Yeah, I chose the worst hiding spot. I hide under or behind a dresser, and he found me quite quickly after he did a perimeter check and came back upstairs. But might I add, I feel like the issue here is that this man did not close or lock doors.
It was not his fault, dude.
Am I wrong?
It was not his fault. Oh, dude, and then you just you apologized in English. You were so calm. I was actually crouched, still hiding under the staircase.
Yeah, I do think I managed stress quite well.
No, you really did. And I honestly, I was not going to take the heat for that. You ran into his bathroom, not me. I was going to stay hidden until he was safely out of the perimeter. And then I was willing to crawl out. And you actually somehow calmed him down. He went back out and you're like, "Alex, where are you?" And then I popped my head from my hiding spot.
Actually, I ran to the bedroom and I'm laughing, crying, everything. And I'm like, "Oh, Alex, that was so close." I look over, there's no one there. And I'm like, "Where could you be?" I look on one side of the hall. I'm like, fuck, she wouldn't have gone back upstairs. So I look under the staircase because I see little glimmering from your eyes. And you're literally crouched under there like Harry Potter.
Melina, I feel fear very strongly, and for some reason I was actually terrified, so I had to hide.
You were. I saw it in your little face afterwards.
Yeah, I was scared. I heard him the first time when he said he was gonna kill us, and I thought, at least we'll have a 50% survival rate. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we got a lot of elles sont fous.
Yeah.
They're crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that actually happened. So, you finally calmed me down, and I came out from under my hiding spot under the stairs. And we went back to our room a little bit defeated that we finally found some cute boys who were, under the age of 60. That was actually very exciting at the time. They were probably 19 or so.
Yeah,
and we're yeah.
2 weeks into our summer vacation, and we spent it with late adult. No, there was the English teacher who I think was in her late 20s or early 30s.
That's true. Everybody else was very old. But anyway, those two boys actually show up. So they show up outside of our window on a motorbike, riding together, hugging each other, as is the French way. They weren't gay, they were just French. And, you know, we start hearing some yells outside of our window.
And what did I say?
I don't remember what you said or
I
what they
said
said.
it's the boys. And do you remember what you said?
What did I say?
No, that's an old man. You're crazy.
Well, dude, I was so traumatized at that point. I just wanted to sleep. I just wanted to sleep. I was terrified. My heart was still beating. The adrenaline was out of my chest. I had finally just calmed my aunt down. Now there was like this other old French man who was gonna kill us. I honestly just wanted to sleep. I just wanted to sleep. But you were right. You were a little bit more adventurous, and you're like, oh, they're outside. I was like, no, they're fucking not, Melina. But you were right. They were outside the window.
The English teacher did not give us pot, trackpad 94. But on that note, we didn't know because we were so nice and innocent and non-smokers. Didn't fully know that people rolled their own tobacco smokes in Paris. And so for a good few days, we just thought that people were rolling joints everywhere. We're like, wow, they're really progressive here.
Exactly. They were just very progressive. Also, these French always freaking smoke, which is a little bit annoying, but that's okay. Anyway, so they invite us out and they're like, let's go on a random hike at, you know, maybe midnight into the wine vineyards. They brought some wine and we're like, oh yeah, sure. This sounds like a great idea. His friend was actually pretty cute and his name sounded like it meant happy because his name was Content, which I thought was content. And we just kept making jokes that this boy was always happy because, you know, our French was pretty basic.
It was Quentin.
Yeah, it was Quentin. It was Quentin, not Content. But I called him Content for the entirety of the night, and I had a great time doing it because my French was not very good. Content, exactly, Walgreens Drake.
Content.
Content. Anyway.
Quality content.
So, you know, we end up in this random vineyard that we hiked to get to with wine, with these two boys. We're playing like Truth or Dare or something. And we quickly realize that one of them is cute, the other is a fucking dick. Of course. They both liked Melina. So, you know, I got, oh yes.
That is a lie. The owner's kid liked you. And I think you were just taller than the other one.
Anyway, the cute, cool one liked you. The obnoxious son of the hotel owner liked me. But this guy was awful. I haven't watched Jersey Shore, but I know there's this concept called the grenade. And I just feel like I'm always the one who takes the grenade. But you know, it's fine. I'm not mad or anything. It's fine. Yeah, anyway. So what were we saying?
Oh, you're about to Truth or Dare and
yeah, we're not gonna talk about what we played in that Truth or Dare game.
Unappealing one versus the more appealing one and heading back home remember when the happy one, Content, was like, he had a brilliant idea and was like, you know, this is such a nice night. Why don't we just stay out here on the grass and sleep here? And that was vetoed right away.
Yeah, his friend was like, no, we're going back to my hotel. Did you know I own the hotel? By the way, I own the hotel. I was like, I got that, dude. Like, you're in rural France. You own the hotel. It's probably like, you know, 1/10 of the price of something in Paris. Like, calm down, man. It's not that exciting. Luckily, I only thought this. I didn't say this because my French was very limited. So I was like, oui, très bien.
C'est notre hotel.
Yeah, nous retourner. So, you know, we all returned back to the hotel. And, you know, I'm stuck with who I'll call the grenade. There's 2 twins beds in the hotel. And Melina has like the cute, happy one. And, you know, the 2 of them start making out in her bed. And the fucking obnoxious one looks at me and he's like, hey, you want to kiss? And I'm like, oh, no, man. I got my period. Ow. It hurts. I don't think I can make out tonight. Anyway, so instead, the 2 of us are literally sitting in a twin bed, awkwardly fucking chatting while Melina is making out with the hot French boy. And I'm like, you know what? I'm fucking proud of Melina. Good job. But Melina, the motherfucker that she is, gets up, looks at me and she says in Romanian, my legs are very hairy. I haven't shaved them. I feel like I should shave them. She doesn't know how to speak French, so she just goes into the bathroom.
Again, in my defense, we'd been in this countryside for so long, and no one let us stop at corner stores or anything. There were no corner stores or anything. We forgot a razor. We forgot all these things. So, I was wearing tights in the middle of summer in the French countryside. Like, that says enough. No one's wearing tights and looking like a panda in the middle of summer by choice. Not by choice.
You left me with the fucking hotel Paris Hilton, like this chubby little French boy, which was fine. I actually thought he was cute before I found his personality.
Where he started speaking, yes.
When he started speaking,
did you know he owned the hotel?
Yeah, he did bring it up every 3 minutes, like, oh, but I own this bed, and I was like, I'm gonna bleed on it if you fucking touch me. But anyway. And then Melina's dates starts freaking out because Melina's in the bathroom for 10 minutes and he goes, les Américains sont des bêtes. Les Américains sont des bêtes. Je pense que je vais me tuer. And then I was like, oh God, why is everybody trying to kill themselves tonight? When he was basically saying Americans are beasts. I was like, first of all, asshole, we're Canadian. But I'm trying to, again, crisis, like settle things down. The guy goes to the balcony. He starts talking in French about how he's gonna jump off because he's so pissed that you left. You asshole are in the bathroom. Who is calming down these two?
Listen, our terrace was above a pool. He would have survived.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, don't worry. If he jumps, he'll survive. And I'm like, let's not take that risk, yeah? Let's not take the risk.
It wasn't our hotel. It's okay.
Melina is still in there shaving her legs. She's shaving her legs. I'm trying to calm down her date. I'm trying to calm down her date and like tune out the fact that this guy.
You give me one of those like one blade razors that people buy in Romania for like 50 cents.
I didn't have anything else.
I know nobody had anything. That was the problem.
I looked at your legs and I was like, dude, it's actually like a forest. I understand why you're in here, but all I have is this one razor. It's a little crusty. There's one blade. It's gonna take you like 15 minutes. I don't know if I can hold down the fort while you shave your legs. I don't know. I'm gonna try, but I don't know if I can hold it down.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm just trying to not come out with like razor blade cuts all over. Just like I've walked through Normandy at that point. Soldier girl.
Yeah. So that was honestly, this is how I got really good at French because I had this whole conversation in speech about why he shouldn't jump. And I kept saying, elle est pas une bête, elle est seulement poilue, elle est très poilue, which means she's very hairy. So I was trying to explain like she's not a beast. Indeed, she is hairy, but hey, she's not going to be hairy when she gets up. And this guy looks at me as if I'm the insane one in all of this. I think I was the only insane one the entire trip.
You were trying.
Dude, I was really
when
trying.
I came out, everyone was calm. Like as soon as the door opened, this all stopped. And when like rewind, come back in through the window, the other one stops talking. Alex is just shell-shocked, like.
Yeah, I felt like I had been through war. I was a veteran by the time you came back in. You come back in, the cute French boy finally calms down. He's like, oh, she's back. This is fine. And then the other guy's like, you want to kiss? And I'm like, no, honestly, man, I still don't. So I finally get his friend to leave, which of course then leaves me in one of the twin beds, you and hot French boy in the other twin bed.
Predicament.
Yeah, and the cool thing about you two is that you didn't speak each other's language. And I thought, hey, I'm finally gonna tap out for the night. I fall asleep anywhere. I'm pretty sure I could sleep through whatever's going on. But you're like, Alex? I'm like, yes. She's like, and you say, I need you to translate. Yeah. So I had learned, quite a bit of vocabulary.
You went to French immersion. Yeah. You were like my fallback on wingman.
Yeah. And I didn't remember that many dirty terms. I was like, tu peux ton titon, euh, et tu as un chien et elle a un chat. Vous pouvez jouer, je sais pas. You know, I was like trying to fucking translate. I don't really know what was going on. And honestly, I was pretty defeated at that point, Melina. I was pretty defeated.
This is true. It's like 2 in the morning by now.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh mon dieu.
It was hard to get the little one to leave.
Yeah, dude, it took me forever to get him out, and I finally got one W, and then I was like, okay, and now I'm gonna translate. Um anyway, you guys end up having a really great night. Me, I at least survived, which is all I was going for by the end of the night. And
No one jumped in the pool.
no one died.
No
I
one died.
survived. I kicked out the grenade. You had the cute boy. Everything was good. I was like, we're not going to get in trouble. No one's going to know. Next morning, we have brunch. My aunt looks me in the eye. She's like, you know, these walls are pretty thin. You guys had a good night, didn't you?
Melinda got that French baguette. Oh no. No, Melinda got no baguettes, but Melinda cuddled.
Yeah, no, you guys were actually very wholesome.
It was a little bit of caught action.
A little caught action, mostly wholesome, but the fact that my aunt heard everything, I was like, oh god, I'm gonna get a call from Papa Botas tomorrow. Like, I'm gonna have the whole talk. I don't really know what's gonna go on. I'm gonna be like, no, Dad, like, he owns the hotel. But
He owns the hotel.
He owns the fucking hotel. I heard that every 5 minutes. My mom said, thanks to Melina, you got to practice your French. Honestly, I did, Mom. My French got very good that summer.
Oh, ciao, Lucy.
Oh, hi, Mom. My mom loves Melina.
I love Mama Botas.
Yeah, no. Dude, that was a really weird trip when I remember back.
Yeah, that was a weird trip.
And
Do you remember Kiwi, the dog?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Alex loves animals, but she has a short rope with them at times. Like, if a dog goes a little bit too crazy, Alex isn't gonna think like, how do I, oh, he's so cute, you know, some dogs be crazy. Alex is just kind of like, make it stop.
Well, because the dog was really obnoxious, and this was
He
my
was.
cousin's former wife. Again, it's France. They're all former lovers. There's just, you know, too many all the time. And she had a dog, and the dog was really crazy, and I tried to be nice to the dog. But honestly, like, this trip really tested my patience. You know?
Yeah, it really taught me how much I can get away with.
Yeah.
But I didn't repeat the mistake. I did not repeat the mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yo, what's up, Christopher? It's good to see you in the chat. But you know, that wasn't even the entirety of this trip. Like, everything in this trip was always just insane. And I remember the last night we wanted to have an adventure, and my aunt had gotten this scooter, and we decided to sneak out and take the scooter. We wanted to go down the Champs-Élysées, excuse me, which was this like really popular street in Paris. And you know, we were riding down it on our last night before a 6 a.m. flight, having the best time of our lives. People are like, oh, you want to race? And we're like, no, but we'll try. But honestly, there was traffic and our scooter was dying. And then I noticed that our scooter starts dying. And I tell you, Melina, we're going to have to pedal. We're going to have to pedal on the downside. And
but there are no pedals. By pedal,
there were
you
no
just
pedals.
Cruise.
There were no pedals. So we ended up, the scooter died on us, and we had to be back in about, you know, an hour and a half max. We were both stressing out, and the only logical conclusion was to stop for a waffle because we were snacking that entire trip. And
A
Melina,
gopher.
you were so excited for the gopher.
It was a great looking gopher.
I know, Melina was so happy. She's like, I love this gopher. And what happened?
I dropped a gopher.
You did. You dropped the one waffle that you were really excited about.
I proclaimed my love to it, and then I proceeded to drop it.
Yeah, you did.
And then we got another one because it was sad.
Yeah, so we did buy another one, which was great.
I don't know if you guys chat, if you know the famous French carousel right by the Sacré-Cœur. It's an Amélie, the movie. It's
quite beautiful.
Quite beautiful, quite iconic. But there is And I Googled this a while ago because I was thinking about this trip. Apparently, it's a very well-known gopher stand. Gopher. Not gopher, not gopher. And it's open like till like 5 or 6 in the morning or something crazy. And your view is kind of this beautiful Parisian landscape, the skyline, the carousel, the Sacré-Cœur. So we weren't as worried about being broken down in the middle of Paris with an electric scooter that nobody could jump for us.
Yeah, we ended up having to push it home, and that was honestly a really long journey. So we ended up pushing this scooter home for about an hour. And when we got in, my aunt laughed and she's like, I didn't charge it because I knew you'd go out. And I was like, I've been in the presence of pure evil this fucking trip, and I'm excited to go back to Canada, land of the free.
But did we, Alex, or what happened on our connecting flight?
Oh, fuck, I forgot about that.
The trip does not end when the trip ends.
Yeah, anyway, so my aunt planted it as a trap. Naturally, I fall for the traps. You guys see the way I blunder my queen all the time. Fell for the trap. My aunt was pretty entertained, but somehow we found it. We got onto our trip. We went to Charles de Gaulle. We were stopping in Philadelphia, and we had a 4-hour layover. So we thought, hey, we have a lot of time. Why not do some shopping? Needless to say, this was the first flight I missed in about 5 years of traveling, and my parents were very strict at the time. For you as well, because we were just shopping and we didn't catch when they were boarding. We were actually there very early, and I went to them and I said, my dad is gonna kill me if you make me pay for this flight. This flight is like half of our rent. Can't do this. They felt so bad for us, so they gave us a new flight for free, but it would have a layover in this state where we had a friend of ours. Yeah. So we missed our flight. We ended up staying overnight with one of our friends in Arizona.
In a different state. Yeah. In Arizona. Yeah.
I don't think anything crazy happened while we were there.
No, we literally just watched movies and got to shower, which was amazing.
That was amazing.
But then it was my first time in Arizona, not yours, but our friend that hosted us told me that you got to keep your eye on the shower drain the entire time you're showering because scorpions can crawl out sometimes. And I'm from Canada, so I'm like, scorpions crawling out of the drain? So the entire time I just was staring at the drain, and it was great because we'd just gotten off this insane flight circuit. So it was like, hurrah, shower. But at the same time, I'm like, is this how I go? I've been through the cot. I've been through this, and now I'm looking at the drain.
I'm gonna die with a scorpion.
When does it end?
Yeah, I mean, we did finally end up back home. That had honestly been a really crazy trip. I'm not gonna lie. And we've had a lot of crazy stories, but this one does kind of take the cake.
That one, I think it was the first one. Even our trip to New York was pretty memorable.
That's true.
There's some funny stories there, and just generally most trips, honestly.
How do we always end up in trouble?
I feel like it's like, should we do this? And the answer is no, but when we're together, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, because I was always like, we really shouldn't do it, but if you want to do it, I will. Will you do it? Because I guess I'll do it.
Yeah.
Which kind of reminds me of my first time that I smoked weed.
Wait, when was that?
I was visiting you in Canada.
Oh, was this when you started smelling colors, or like saying that you feel like the color pink?
Well, my vision actually turned pink. So I was convinced that I was gonna die that day. I was really lucky that we were like 1 minute away from your house. But the first time I ever smoked weed, I was with Melina, and I hadn't really done anything, and I smoked some weed. And then everything turned pink, genuinely pink. I was really dizzy, and I knew in my heart that I was going to die that day.
This is how I go.
Yeah, I thought that's how it was going to go, which is why I asked you if you had chocolate, because I wanted to be comforted at least. And you kept telling me to calm down and that it would be fine. And eventually it was fine. No, I should have believed you. Eventually, I lived through that paranoia.
That was a great time.
That's not how normal marijuana works. Dude, I know. I don't know what happened to me. I don't know what happened to me. That was terrifying. I just wanted chocolate at that point because I thought, hey, the calories aren't going to count when I'm fucking in the grave.
We do have really strong weed here.
You do. You do.
Really strong.
You do.
BC weed is
Yeah,
something else
British
in that class,
Columbia
and
just
I
hits
agree.
different. Honestly, I genuinely thought I was going to die and I was actually terrified. I really, really didn't like weed the first 2 times I did it. It's kind of crazy because I thought I was going to die the first time and then somehow like 2 years later I was like, okay, let's try again. And then that time I also thought I was going to die. Oof. Dude, I always thought I was going to. Why do I always think I'm
Yeah,
going to
I
die?
feel like that's a common theme at this point.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm always like, hey, I've made it through enough. I'm probably, this is not the time I'm going to pass.
Yeah, I'm not packing anybody's suitcases this time. You pack your own suitcase, lady.
Yeah. Do you think I would pack your suitcase if you got in a fight with Mariana again?
I'd pack yours.
Yeah, I'd pack yours. You're right. I would do it again. I would do it all over again.
Me too.
You're my ride or die. I got your back.
I agree. Gophers at 4 a.m.
Gophers at 4 a.m. that you drop, and you know, that's what happens. Actually, I feel like you and I put up with so much of each other's bullshit just because we love each other so much.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true. I don't even see it as bullshit. It's just kind of like, this is my best friend, and whatever she needs, I'm here for it.
Exactly. It's actually really wholesome. I know that I can always depend on you no matter what trouble I get myself in and how shitty it is. I know that I can call you and talk to you, and I know that you have my back.
Yeah, always.
I know. Someone asked, what do you think of Andrea?
You know, that's actually kind of funny because there's a fairly big age gap between us, and that when Alex and I were growing up and when we were having sleepovers every week and like taking all this time to visit each other and everything, like Andrea was too young for us to hang out with. And then by the time that Andrea was kind of older, you guys already lived so far away from me, and Alex and I were both at different universities. And when we would visit each other, we'd visit each other at university rather than at our parents' house. So I didn't see Andrea quite as often anymore.
I can't believe, didn't you stay with me when I was in college for like 10 days?
Yeah, I stayed for you at I stayed with you at Stanford, and you stayed with me at UVic, and we kind of, because we had, remember, we had different university breaks. So like I could come visit you during my spring break, and you could come visit me during your spring break, and it would be like different. And finals wouldn't coincide with those dates either, from what I remember. So we kind of stopped visiting each other at our parents' houses for a little bit and started visiting each other at like our university places for a little bit. And that means I saw Andrea even less. But I love Andrea. She's like a little sister to me.
Yeah, no, I know you see Andrea as a sister because, I mean, you and I basically feel like family because we've known each other for so long. You're like my sister, my age. Whenever I'd visit, you had gifts. You had my favorite dessert in the entire world, 2 boxes of it, and wine, and a little sign.
Hedgehogs!
Like, nobody has ever shown me love like this before. No man is ever going to live up to you.
The Purdy's hedgehogs.
Purdy's hedgehogs are so good. You guys, I'm not stoned. I have had 2 wines. These are empty. This is all. I'm just talking. By the way, you guys, Melina does have a Twitch channel. It's called Who is Melina? Again.
Yeah, Alex just got me. She has been championing this for a while, but I just didn't know if it was the right time, and now I'm finally on the boat. And so I've got a Twitch channel, and if you guys like listening to me, and Alex, then come join me over there.
You guys, she only has 118 followers so far. Can we try to get it to at least 250? Because Melina is literally the most perfect human being I know on this planet.
No, that's you.
And if anybody deserves a little more appreciation, it's Melina. And also, I'm a little bit selfish because I think if Melina starts streaming and we have a new thing to bond over, that would be just so amazing. So
Cassandra has joined the Twitch party. Yeah.
Do we have any funny stories we can bait them to as a reward if they get you to 250 followers?
Oh my god, should we tell them the New York story?
that one wasn't that juicy.
That's true. That's true.
That was just wholesome
Mm.
because you already have a fiance. You're very wholesome. We just made friends. Yeah, Melina has a fiance. She doesn't have my chat likes roasting my love life. You can't do that with Melina because, she found somebody who basically, tied it down very quickly. Congratulations, Melina. Must be nice. But hey, I get to be the maid of honor, which is enough.
Yeah. Yeah. And we
Um,
do agree. Like you and Nikita, my fiance, have a lot in common. It's kind of weird.
yeah, no, we actually do. It's really funny. I really like Nikita. I think he's incredible for you. We're at 217. Somebody asked, quick question. Uh, she's like, do you know? I did tell Melina about the fact that my date and my ex were in the same situation. Do you like either of them, by the way?
It's so hard to say because you kind of started seeing them close towards quarantine, like a little bit before that, not quick enough for me to be able to meet them type of thing. And it's so hard
Yeah,
to
you
say.
haven't met either of them yet.
Yeah, I haven't met either of them in person. I've like seen them, said hello maybe on a call or something a couple times, but it's so hard to judge whether you like a person or not when you haven't met them in person and like actually spent a fair amount of time having a conversation with them.
True.
So I'm
You
sure though, like I believe in Alex's taste and I know that Alex only picks the best kind of people to spend her time around. So
do you think I have good taste in significant others?
yes,
Don't lie to me, Melina.
I think there's potential. I, I think there's potential. I think you have good taste now because you learned a lot of important lessons as you went through the trials and the difficult times, and you know what I'm talking about. So I think you have good taste now.
I have good taste now. Okay, refined taste. I had to have
Fine taste, yes. It aged well.
it aged well. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Came for the roast, not disappoint. Thanks, my furry-footed nerf
Uh,
herder friend. Whoa, that was a mouthful.
yeah, yeah. I do think I have. I feel like I was a relationship person at first, and then I had,
Mhm.
kind of a difficult breakup and a different experience the last time. So I've really slowed down.
Yeah. And I feel like I always get angrier on your behalf than you do because I'm just so protective of you that when people do things that I disagree with that are like very obviously kind of bad things towards you, I get so mad on your behalf and I'm almost like angrier than you are sometimes.
Yeah, but I remember you actually sent my ex this picture of an evil bunny, and you're like, "This reminds me of you."
No, and I asked him like, "Are you a clinical psychopath or no?" And he did
And
not like me very much.
and hey, I mean, he was on the psychopathy spectrum, so actually,
I wasn't wrong.
you weren't wrong.
I wasn't wrong.
You weren't wrong. That's true. That's true. So yeah, I guess we learned. By the way, you guys, this stream has been powered by Cash App. Cash App is one of the best sponsors ever because they let us pick whatever content we want to do. So I mean, honestly, I'm a full-time content creator. We need sponsors to survive. So if you guys want to show them some love and download Cash App, use code TwitchTV for $10 off. That would be really appreciated. It's the easiest way to send your friends money if you're ever hanging out and you need to pay them over. So huge love to Cash App for being one of our best sponsors ever. Seriously, they're incredible.
Big shout out to Cash App. We know how difficult that can be, especially for the longest time. We couldn't figure out how to send each other like money back and forth and things like that. So go Cash App.
Sorry, not $10 off, but you get $10 in credit. So that's where. You guys already know my exes. It was Chess Bra and this Brazilian. Melina, which one was your favorite from my exes?
Remember that one time? And this was like, we were teenagers at this time. I think we were like 16 or something. And Alex had been dating Eric for a really, like a considerable amount of time. They were quite serious, especially for the fact that we were so young. It was just kind of like this, our boyfriend.
True.
I'd never met Eric in person. So I add Eric on Facebook. And Eric's known me for a while. And he refused to add me because he was like, we've never met in person.
Wait, he
So little
refused to
Melina
add
gets
you?
all huffy. Yeah, he refused to add me. Oh my god, I hope he doesn't see this and he's just
I
like,
hope he
that's what this
does.
girl remembers of me all these years
Wow,
later.
Eric. That's actually really sad.
And I'm looking and I'm like, your mom's a mutual friend, and I'm like,
Wait,
but I
you
want to be
have
a
Eric's
friend
moms
too.
on Facebook?
Pardon?
You have Eric's mom on Facebook?
No, Eric had your mom on Facebook.
Oh yeah. My mom actually loves talking to Eric, but Eric was probably donut-walling you. He doesn't really accept friend requests unless someone like donates or something. And Eric would
Well,
always be like, long distance relationships, I can't do long distance. I was like, oh yeah, Melina can do it.
this is true.
That's how I know you're a true one.
We had it was like a Skype friendship for a long time before FaceTime was a thing, before everybody had iPhones and things like that. We literally spent our weekends on Skype, just like pretending we got to hang out.
I know, it's so wholesome. I remember we'd have it was 17. It was the dumbest magazine of all time, but we'd both get it and we'd call each other and we'd read through it.
Yeah, and it felt like we were reading magazines together.
I know, it was actually so wholesome. And speaking of things we used to do together, again, it'd be really cool if you start, excuse me, I'm hiccuping. If you get on Twitch,
Hold your breath and swallow 4 times.
somebody in chat asked what kind of content will Melina be focusing on.
You can't speak. Oh, I meant while you're swallowing, you can't speak. Yeah? Okay, testing. Let's see if the hiccups are gone.
Anyway, so what are you going to be streaming on Twitch?
Well, you know, I love current events and I love talking to myself and discussing the newest books and podcasts that I've read, as well
Melina
as
is an
art.
intellectual. I don't know why I did hang loose. I was trying to do the pinky up.
Me, an academic. I love those memes. Yeah, so honestly, if you guys want to join me and have a chat with me, I'm open to anything that I could wrap my little peanut brain around, and that's actually
You
not
have
an
a
insult.
very big brain, so don't call it.
No, you know, people apparently smaller brains are the ones that are more intelligent.
Oh, really? Because there's more gray matter. It's more condensed.
I don't know. Maybe chat. Do you guys know anything better about what I'm rambling on here? Dolphin says yep.
Are we at 250 followers for Melina? I see 226, 235. You guys, 15 followers away from 250. Show Melina some love.
That is so exciting, you guys. You want to talk to me? What do you guys want to hear about? Chat. What do you think I could be a decent
we need to get you some mods. That's for sure. Did you mod me, by the way? Oh no, not yet. That's okay. Call of Duty. Melina doesn't like gaming, which is actually very similar to me.
Yeah, I'm not I wasn't allowed to game as a kid, and so I never ended up being a gamer as an older human being. And my fiance games a lot, but me, no. That's kind of my like alone time.
Well, honestly, you guys are such a lovely couple. You are so complimentary of each other. It is so wholesome. You also have an apartment and a dog together, and I look and I'm really happy for you, and I think, you know, maybe one day I'll have something like that too.
Well, you know, we always have each other. I think we're a better couple, but don't tell Nikita.
No, that's true. I'm sure he knows.
Still soulmates.
Yeah,
Still soulmates.
Soulmates forever.
Soulmates forever.
No, that is true. React Andy. Yeah, a lot of people on Twitch do this thing where they basically review popular Twitch things. I think if you started to do that, though, you'd be kind of shell-shocked by the Twitch culture, and a lot of it wouldn't make sense to start off with. But true crime is actually very popular right now.
I do love reaction videos, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna pour another glass of Just Nuisance.
Oh, really? I'm done my wine, and if you have another story time you want to do, 264 stories, I will get another wine, and we can keep going.
Woo! Yeah, let's keep going. This is so much fun. I mean, it's so incredible to be able to actually, this is an interesting thing too that we were talking about recently at work, in the sense of, is technology something that makes us better as people, that like makes our relationships better, or is it something that causes problems and that kind of like desensitizes us? And me having my best friend always having been a long distance best friend for the past,
I really want
decade.
you and Nikita to move to Austin.
I
My mom
know,
is
we're
moving here.
trying.
If you move here, I'd be the happiest person in the world. I know it's been our childhood dream. Also, for anybody tuning in, we've known each other since we were 6. So we've been best friends for a really long time. And I used to think that everybody has a best friend like I do, who's basically somebody they've known for their entire life, who they share everything with. But I only recently discovered that's not the case. So Melina actually feels like my sister my age. And I'm
Yeah, we're
trying to
so
convince her
nice.
to move to Austin because I know her company has an office here. And you're finally gonna visit in Austin, which I literally
I'm
cannot
finally
wait.
visiting Austin.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Yeah, I know.
That's
Okay,
a
I'm
good
gonna
email.
grab another drink. Sorry, I'll be right back. And then we can talk about technology connecting people.
Okay, deal. I'll watch the chat.
Yes.
So you guys, it was so nice to meet you today for the first real time. I guess Alex and I have had a couple little streams before, but it was a long, long time ago. Are there any questions for me that you guys would want
I
me to
found a
answer?
white claw.
Anything
I
that
found a white claw. I haven't had a
what?
white claw in so long because I actually stopped drinking for a while, because I have weed. No, I'm just
Food
kidding.
stamps for the win. I am
No, no,
not
no, no, no,
nicer
not
than
food stamps for the
Alex.
week. Food stamps is actually terrible. Don't give them attention.
I am from Vancouver, but I'm also initially from Romania as well. I moved from Romania when I was 6, and that's kind of how we met at this chess club for Romanians and like newly moved to Canada folks.
Oh my gosh, I told you the story when I got ditched in the bathroom, right?
What story when you got ditched in the bathroom?
I didn't tell you?
What do you mean?
When I
When?
was in New York and I had a date and
Oh yeah, when
yeah,
like she crawled out the window or something.
he did. Yeah, it was really awful. Anyway, so you were saying about technology.
That story always reminds me of that Beatles song, She Came In Through the Bathroom Window, except like with you as a dude, and like that's literally what plays in my head every single time.
I'm glad you found it entertaining.
Well, I'm glad you had such an entertaining story with a classic rock song that
Yeah.
comes to mind.
Yeah, no, that was a really good time. I really enjoyed it.
That's actually it's quite impressive. Like if someone can fit themselves through a bathroom window, like
It wasn't a
you gotta
bathroom
give them
window.
the
It
outs.
was the bathroom in my house, and he left through the front door
Mm.
while I was in the bathroom, but it's honestly fine.
Okay, so I misunderstood that story, and the entire time I thought this person crawled out the bathroom window, and I was extremely impressed and sort of like,
I can't believe you heard that
I
and you
want
were
to be
like,
mad at it. I want to be mad at it, but I can't be.
yeah.
But now that I understand the story better, I'm angry. I'm angry.
Oh, Face Chess, thank you for the 32 months. Face Chess has been here since the start of time, so that's amazing.
Damn. Thanks, Face Chess.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I
What
didn't
is the start of time, Alex? Is that like
What is the what?
the start of time? Was it like the dorm room days?
It was actually when I was living in a living room in Palo Alto, working
Ah,
on the
yes.
startup, streaming for fun. Um,
I
I
remember.
can't believe that that's how it started. I can't believe I didn't have doors and I lived in a living room for a year and a half.
Yeah, you did. And I remember sleeping over when I came to visit you at your living room place. Um, and you had your whole streaming set up and like a green screen and all these wires and things. And like instead of a door, you had curtains that just kind of blocked off your living room from the rest of the house. And going to the bathroom was a huge adventure in the middle of the night.
No, it was because it was 4 people when you were visiting in one bathroom. Also, somebody asked, can we get Melina's opinion on the Brazilian boyfriend?
Which Brazilian? She asks innocently.
You know which one, Melina. There wasn't more than one.
Honest opinion?
Mm-hmm.
Blink twice if it's okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a secret to anybody that we didn't get along very well. I didn't like how he treated Alex, and he didn't like me because I didn't like how he treated Alex. And so that's how that went. And I also did send him a picture of a bunny rabbit that I searched evil bunnies on Google, and I found one that looked particularly like a dictator. Like, in Greek mythology when like the gods would be angry or something and they would turn someone into an animal. Well, I loved bunnies at the time, so it was kind of like a backhanded compliment. I was like, here, you could be a bunny, but you have to be an evil dictator bunny.
Honestly, you were really honest about it, and the interesting thing was that you were in a very tough situation where I know you didn't like how things were going between me and my boyfriend at the time. And I remember I told you when we got back together, and you're like, "This is the worst news I've heard," and I was so sad. But you were being really
Yeah, you're
honest.
probably like, damn, Melina, way to be honest.
Yeah, I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, oh my God, we got back together. I'm so happy. And you're like, that's actually the worst news I've heard.
That's what it felt like because, like, imagine loving someone so much and then someone else treats them like crap and you can't do anything about it and you can't even be in like the same kind of space or state or city as them. Like, I literally wanted to tape myself to you and just kind of yell at him all the time and be like, 5 feet away, 5 feet away. But I couldn't even do that because I was so far.
I know. I know. I mean, it's so tough when it's long distance and it's very difficult. But I remember that I always appreciated that you were honest. And the interesting thing was you let me make my own decisions. So even when I decided, hey, I want to try again with this guy, you basically were like you were still there for me. And I actually lost friends when I got back together with my ex, people who didn't want to talk to me anymore because I did that. And you stayed by my side despite the fact that you didn't agree.
Yeah, I mean, always. I think at this point, there are very few actually, other than my parents, there's probably no one that knows me as well as you and that has been like through so much as we have been together and has kind of been able to give me always a non-biased impartial opinion on anything and everything that I'm doing. Whenever I come to you for advice, it's never like sugarcoating. It's not like you automatically take my side because it's me coming to you for advice. It's always very impartial. And I think even, when my fiance and I have had disagreements and things like that, you've always been the one where he's even like super comfortable with me coming to you because he knows that it's never just toxic venting or anything like that.
Never. I always try to be objective about you too because I know that when you get in fights, you're going to have a bad perspective. And I always try to be like, okay, but what actually happened aside from the emotions?
Exactly. And you're so good with that. Like, remember, and I do have, we call them chicken moments, Alex and I do, because we found this screen cap from a movie where there's like literally everything's been blown up and there's fire everywhere and there's this little chicken running across like the plains and it goes, when you're done with something,
Yes,
don't blow it
exactly.
up.
And you always used to blow up shit when it's over. And I had to be like, no, Melina, it might be bad right now, but don't blow it up. Don't blow it up.
Yeah. So Alex is very good at walking me back from the ledge when I get too like emotionally rattled up to fiery Romanian personality. Alex will be like, no, take a couple steps back. You're being the one that's a little bit absurd in the situation. And I think everybody needs that as opposed to someone being like, yeah, you're totally right, especially when you're not. I know there's this whole culture of things online too. Like you see all the Instagram memes that are like, break up with him, things like
Those are
that.
terrible memes.
They're so bad. And it's just like, why not talk?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what I try to do when you guys get in a fight. I'm always here to listen to you and you know that whatever you decide, I have your back. But I also know that the two of you really love each other and you've worked through so many problems that I'd rather help you guys get back to peace. And then, if there's ever something serious, I'll be there for you. But I know how much you guys care and I know what it's like to be heated in the moment.
Yeah, and just to give Chad a better idea, my fiance loves Alex so much that he said she's welcome to his bachelor party.
Yes! Fuck yeah! Let's go!
He's
Dude,
like,
I'm
Alex
gonna
would
be
be
the
one of
most
the
turned.
boys and it would probably be more fun with her.
He's not wrong, by the way.
He's not wrong. Remember
not
that
wrong.
one time you infiltrated a frat dressed up as a frat boy?
Yeah, I mean, they did kick me out in 20 minutes, but Alex
That's
Brotez,
something.
I had Alex Brotez as my name tag. I did dress as a dude. I thought I looked pretty good.
You gave yourself the 5 o'clock shadow too.
Yeah, I did. I did. Look, it was my senior year. I had finished all of my requirements. We had gotten funding for our company. I was single. I gave no fucks. And I was like, hey, I always wanted to rush a fraternity. So I dressed up like a dude and I rushed the most obnoxious fraternity. So at least if they got mad, I could say I was memeing.
I was proud of you. I was honestly proud of you. When you sent me the photo, I was just like, damn.
I
FX artist over here.
yeah, no, I thought it was pretty impressive actually, minus the getting kicked out part, but that was okay.
The Botezes aren't Italian. What you looking at? Not we. Oh my goodness. But I mean, like honorary Botez over here.
Oh, absolutely. My parents call you their third daughter.
Yeah, actually, to preface our story now, very very long after we finished it, before we left on that trip, actually, I was with your parents for a whole day because you were in Toronto playing a chess tournament,
Mm-hmm.
and you wouldn't be back until the next day. So I get to your parents' house, and I spent a whole day with your parents, playing basketball and all these things in like the park that is your backyard, and your dad all of a sudden saw a bunch of kids playing like band at the little, those little like Japanese looking kind of, what are they called when you have the little the things in the middle of a park, and then sometimes an orchestra will play in them, and they look kind of like wooden chapel thingies, gazebos. Thank you very
Gazebos.
much.
Okay.
Thank you. Fancy that. And so there's this like big wooden gazebo in the middle of the park behind your house, and there's all these kids, and your dad somehow spotted them and was like, they're from Alexandra's high school.
My dad always spots everything.
Yeah, he spotted them and he wanted to troll them. So Alex and I are the same age. We're actually 2 weeks apart.
Mm-hmm.
And so your dad takes me and Andrea and your mom and everyone to the gazebo where these kids are playing band, and they all stop because there's people there staring at them, and your dad looks like he's about to say something, and he's just like, oh, you're from insert high school name here. Do you remember her from school? And he's pointing at me. I'm like, I obviously go to school in Canada, and they're all just kind of like panicking and like shock ridden. They're like, oh my god, I don't want to offend this poor girl. But none of us remember them. I think one of them was like, yeah, she's like in grade whatever, right? And your dad's just like, you don't know my daughter.
That reminds me of in high school when I was in ninth grade. I was in AP Human Geography, and we all had to do this final project that we would present. And there was this one kid in my class who decided to do something about all of the Taco Bells in the Portland area and how it correlated with something I don't remember. Papa Botes shows up and he's like, this is going to be boring. I might as well have some fun. I might as well troll them. He shows up to this guy, and the guy's like, oh, you want to hear about the correlation between Taco Bell and blah, blah, blah? My dad's like, a taco, like a bell? Like you put the bell in the taco? And this kid continues to try to explain what Taco Bell is to my dad for 10 minutes. My dad keeps pretending he thinks it's an actual bell, and he doesn't understand why people would put it into the taco. This kid is trying to keep a straight face, but he's worried about his final grade, so he keeps explaining it over and over. And I'm just watching this disaster continue.
A little bit.
Yeah, ninth grade is freshman year, Ace of Trades. Yeah, that was my first year of high school, and that was my dad's entry point.
I always though, like, Papa Botes' Facebook account is what keeps me going when I have a hard day. I just scroll and I'm like, he's so funny. Man, I try not to like everything because I'm like, I don't want to be too aggressive here. You know, it's been like 20 seconds since this has been posted. But shout out to Papa Botes for motivating me during the hard days with the good dad jokes.
That's true. Well, Papa Botes would always find all of the Romanians, and he'd threaten if any of the Romanian girls, the daughters of his friends, would get a boyfriend, he'd always go to the boyfriend and say, if you hurt her, I'll break your legs. Think I'm kidding?
I'll break your knees.
Yeah, I'll break your knees. No, I'll break your knees. Did he ever tell that to Nikita? Hi, Dad.
Yeah, it was like this is actually very random. There was one time when it was Nikita and I, and we were first very fresh couple, and we had had a sleepover together, and like my parents knew and everything, but then we'd spend Saturday night together, and it's Sunday morning, and all of a sudden like Andre Botez is calling me, and I'm like, oh, and then Andre Botez, I'm like, hello, bună dimineața, like, hello, good morning. Yeah. Just not knowing what to expect. And Alex's dad's like, can your dad get me the number of like the Pope for the new church or something like that? It had to do with like some church inside information. And I was like, oh, I'm not home right now. And your dad's like, where are you? And then me in like a sheepish voice, I'm like, oh, I'm with my boyfriend. And he's like, put him on the phone. And then I put him on the phone and he got the whole, be good to Molina or I'll break your knees conversation.
And I mean, he means it. So it's a little bit intimidating. That's actually why my Brazilian ex, hated my dad, because he was like, wow, the first time I met him, like he joked that he was gonna break my knees. Like, how could I ever get along with him? Like that, my dad says that to everyone. You just gotta get used with it. It's part of the
Yeah.
family.
I also feel like your ex lacked a bit of a sense of humor.
He had his own sense of humor.
Yeah, he had a special sense of humor.
Yeah, yeah. Yo, Joe Bruin, it's good to see you. What's up? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, no, you shouldn't be taking that too seriously. Huh.
Yeah. Papa
Yeah.
Botas is very sweet and he is a very supportive type of human. Like he's the type of person that makes most people around him very happy and like lifts everybody's moods and stuff like that. And I think that's a really big takeaway of spending time with Papa Botas is that you're always in a good, happy mood. Like he's always keeping you laughing, stuff like that.
Absolutely. Also, thank you, Cyborg Hex, for the prime. I really appreciate it. Also, so and Queen Yelin, and for those of you who are just coming in, Melina's my best friend. Melina's dad is better. I know my dad loves your dad. But Melina, you actually started playing chess when you were very young as well. And
Yeah, I think no, you started around 4 and I started around 6.
I actually also started around, I'm hiccuping again, 5 to 6.
Yeah, we started around the same time, and Alex was always better than me, but we were always kind of like very
Competing.
close. Yeah, competing because we were in the same age group, living in the same area.
Why did you quit? I already know, but for chat.
You know what? I think it got to the point where I lost my little window. Oh, sorry, I couldn't see the chat anymore, and I was like, oh, this is important to me. I want to read it. Anyway, it got to the point where I was in grade 8, and it was just so much pressure for me on top of school and everything like that. And with Romanian parents, that meant that I had chess lessons 3 times a week. My weekends were chess tournaments. My afternoons were chess. My coaches, things like that. I had 2 coaches at one point, and it was just kind of like that was my life. And I just wanted to be the kind of person that got to hang out with their friends at 5 p.m. on a Wednesday instead of being like, oh, gotta go to my chess coach's house to like whatever. And looking back, I wish I would have hung in there a little bit longer. I was always jealous when Alex would go to the national
and I was always so sad that you weren't there, because then I'd come back and I'd tell you all about it. I was like, I wish you were there.
Yeah, but that was like a highlight for me, those phone calls when you would get back from one of those tournaments and we would spend literally, like, no joke, 3 or 4 hours on a home phone.
Yeah.
Like the old home phones where our moms would kind of be like, I want to call grandpa, but you've been on the phone for 3 hours. And we would tell each other everything. And by we, I mean Alex would tell me everything.
Oh, I told you everything. It was so much
fun. Darn, I wish I didn't quit. But yeah, it was too much pressure for me at the time. And I had a cool experience where the Chinese chess community of my city at the time when I was quitting chess, they asked me if I would consider doing one more big tournament before I left the scene. And then, so in about a year, I was taught to play Chinese chess by some of the leading players here. And then I got shipped off to China to play in the first
I remember you went to China for the World Games Championship to play Chinese chess. And I was like, this is fucking insane. And you'd always train at McDonald's because for some reason, the people who played Chinese chess in Vancouver just wanted to play at McDonald's. So you were like this young girl playing with like 40 years olds at McDonald's playing Chinese chess.
In Canada, we start, or in my city, we start high school in grade 8. So this is literally my first year of high school, and everyone's like, "This is the Chinese chess girl that hangs out at McDonald's with."
Yeah, dude.
It
was just so random that you were so good at Chinese chess.
Well, the idea was that like we were representing Canada, so they wanted to have some kind of diversity in the team, and they wanted a former chess player to like as a challenge, these old grandmasters taught me how to play Chinese chess. So, to be completely honest, I wish I held on to more of it, but now, you know what? Oh my God, that must have been in like 2008. A lot of it's just left my head by now, but back then it was really cool, and I got to go to Hong Kong and Beijing and whatnot. Do you know who the band is who sings Radioactive? Food Stamps.
Don't pay attention to food stamps. He's gonna keep baiting you. Ignore him, seriously.
Damn it, I love that band. I saw Imagine Dragons.
Stop it, food stamps.
Sorry, I love Imagine Dragons. I know people make fun of that band, but I really like them.
I remember I used to make fun of your band names. And also I think I really liked annoying you as a kid. I remember when you got this sweatshirt you really liked from Converse, and I was like, that sounds like pervert. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah. Except, can we tell the story of that night?
Yes. You're gonna make me feel bad.
To put this into context, I think we were like 10.
Yeah, by the way, we were 10 and we got invited to, so all of the Romanians would have these Romanian dance parties in this co-op that we lived, which was basically like really cheap housing, like $500 a month for 3 bedrooms, Canadian.
Yo, can you, I apologize for the interruption, but to this day, I don't understand how co-ops work. And there's one close by here, and like, it's insane property, lovely. Like the property value would normally be.
You have to apply to get in, and you have to do community service to make up for the low rent.
Oh, so do you kind of like, is it like landscaping on the grounds and that kind of stuff?
I don't remember. I just know that my parents had to go to meetings however often. I was too young to understand what was going on.
Damn.
But we lived in one of those when I grew up, and we'd always have Romanian parties, and Melina came to one. And I introduced her to some of my friends. You really loved my friends, right?
Well, we all knew each other from chess, most of us.
Because all the Romanians had to play
Romanian
chess.
kids would go to the same church, and we'd go to the same chess club. And so all of us knew each other. But this one particular time, everyone was kind of all together, and like they're older. There was our generation of kids, and then there was like another tier kind of above us where it was like the older cool kids. And it was like the siblings of the kids from our little tier. And somehow our generation was like weird and funky and just like these odd little balls of children that played hide and seek and grounders and all these things. And then the older tier were these actual like cool kids that we thought were so neat and whatnot. And that night there was like this community party that all the cool kids would be at. And Alex, tell them what you did to my hair.
Did I put grease on it for fun?
There was more.
Okay, well, Melina had really dark, greasy hair.
It was not greasy. You put honey on it.
I didn't put honey on it. I don't remember how that happened. I do not remember how that happened, by the way. Okay, well, you were taking a shower, and I was like, oh, it'd be really funny if she's taking a shower, and all of a sudden she's like, what's this honey doing on my head? And it's just me pouring it. Actually, no, it wasn't honey, it was yogurt.
You threw a yogurt cup at my head.
I didn't throw it. I just thought that yogurt felt like a piece of bird shit, and I thought that if I snuck it through the shower curtain and it landed on your head, you'd be like, who pooped on my head? And I'd be like, haha, it's just yogurt. I don't know why. I found that really funny, but I was 10. I was 10.
This is right before we go to this like block community party. And I say, Alex, you put a whole thing of yogurt on my head. So can I wash my hair now? And she goes, no, we have no time. My mom and dad will be mad. You have to get out. So I get out with a bunch of yogurt on my head. And she takes a towel, goes like this and wipes it off. And she's like, I know how to make it better. Takes honey and puts that into my hair. Like, so I'm just sitting there with like a little bob cut, an already very awkward looking kid to begin with. Like eyebrows are half my face at that point. My outfit is not good.
You're wearing the pervert
hair and you put honey in it. I look like the Joker. I look like Jared Leto's Joker, except without like green hair. It was just sad black honey hair.
Look, I
And everyone made fun of me.
I'm so sorry. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
it was good character building.
I'm sorry. Uh, I don't know why I did this. I thought anyway. So we go to the party. Melina's hair. Melina's hair. Look.
It was not good. It was really not good.
It just looked like you had been dumped into a bag of water. I remember thinking, hey, it's not gonna be that bad. And then, we enter, and within 2 minutes, one of my friends is like, Melina, do you have emo hair? Because your hair was
I
so
got made fun
black,
so
and with
much.
the extra substance, it looked very greasy. And I was like, hey, Melina, it's gonna be fine. Let's just go hang out with our friends. And it's a co-op, so everybody lives a minute away. So we go over there, and I thought it was gonna be good, but then one of my friends, what did he do to you, Melina?
Oh, so we had this one evil little friend who you just kind of like a little troublemaker, but he locked me in the closet, like a physical closet. And then he just proceeded to yell things at me like that your parents are gonna get divorced. You're ugly. He just literally yelled insults at me while
By
I was
the way,
stuck in this closet.
I didn't know this was happening.
Yeah, Alex had no idea.
I
She
would
just
have
left me
came.
alone
I
with
would
this
have
little
came to
terror
save.
child.
I thought he was gonna be fine. Actually, I know he is actually the only person I got into a physical fight with. But at the time, he was really nice to me because he had a crush on me. I remember he kissed my feet once, which made me think like, oh, he's the sweetest person ever.
Good. Ooh.
Yeah.
I have questions about that
Yeah.
now.
Anyway, I was like 10. It's fine.
Was it though?
Yeah, I was like, sure, like kiss my feet, peasant. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. I would never say that. That's a joke. Anyway, but I thought he was very nice until you told me that he locked you into a closet and said your parents were gonna get divorced.
Yeah, among other things. It was just
Yeah.
kind of like whatever he could yell at me, he did. And I feel like because I was a very small, awkward looking child with like honey and yogurt on the hair, he didn't feel bad.
Yeah, no, I actually looking back at that now, that was really messed up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Sasquatch. She's like, I'm with Melina on this one. I haven't.
I didn't know he did that. And then you said you had a headache, so then we had to take you home because you were probably fed up at that point.
No, I got really sick. I actually ended up going home with a fever, and at this time, my grandma is taking care of me because she's visiting from Romania. And my grandma said that all night I just, in my fever dreams, yelled at this little child that had locked me in the closet. We'll call him Herbert. Apparently, in my fever dreams, I was like, go away, Herbert, go away. And my grandma was like, who is Herbert? And I was like, I don't know.
Look, Herbert was very provocative. He's the only person I actually got into fight with. And it was when, we grew up really religious, Romanian religious. And we were at church and Herbert was there and he said, Alexandra, God isn't real. And I said, how dare you say this in God's house? He's like, it's
No
not
one
really
dared
God's
say that
house
back
because
then.
he's not actually a God. So naturally, I got into a fight for Lord Jesus, our Savior. And that was the only fist fight I've ever had.
Someone in the chat just said these stories make it feel like you guys were in a universe where everyone's insane.
Dude, that's Romanians.
That's what it was like.
That's actually what Romanians are like.
Yeah.
Rice gum? This is not rice gum.
I love you two talking with one another. We love talking to one another too.
Wait, Melina, do you know who rice gum is? I think this is a meme.
No. Is it supposed to mean something?
Wait.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm so out of touch with meme language.
Dude, what the fuck? No, this is actually rice gum. Rice gum.
What's rice gum?
Don't worry about what. Yeah, what do you think rice gum sounds like? He probably just saw two girls and decided to gift subs so that he could use it for his next YouTube clickbaits.
I don't know. I'm Googling right now. Is it someone based out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 24 years old?
Look, he's gonna clickbait this into I gifted 2 ladies subs and they didn't even thank me, and then we're gonna see it on LSF. So I think he's moved on. All right. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. Ungrateful. Rice Gum basically makes all of his content on shitting on other people or clickbaiting girls. He's a really big famous YouTuber, and if you look at his YouTubes, that's basically all of what he does. So he can call me irrelevant. I don't really care. But let's keep going.
On that note.
On that note, so
the
what were
dark
we talking
side
about?
of the internet has been exposed.
Yeah, I'm not starting drama. I'm just being honest.
Alex never starts drama. She only ends drama.
I'm like a golden retriever.
She is a golden retriever. We've had this conversation before many times. Like, golden retriever is aspirational.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about this with you, and I was talking about how I always end up with somebody who is
Do you want to give the background of like the feminine versus masculine energy?
okay, you guys. I will thank him for the subs, but I have seen that he was on Twitch provoking people, saying really terrible things and clickbaiting drama. So report her account, dude. Melina, so what happened is whenever Rice Gum's fans get upset, they report people's accounts and they actually get banned. They've gotten banned from things like Instagram. So, you know,
Okay, guys, let's not do that. We're having like a nice best friend chat Sunday night, good vibes. You're happy.
I turn it on sub only because I don't want to deal with this drama. Did it he literally, so this is the kind of guy who this girl was talking about her rape story, and he was like, did it feel good though?
That's awful.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Yeah. So we're gonna go on sub only for a little bit because that's not the kind of attention I want to give.
No. And you know what's interesting too? I think it's skewed when you see that amount of attention because like out of all the lovely people that are watching and chatting for, like 30 seconds, 20 seconds, they get prime attention because there's so many of them spamming. Like, don't do that. Be nice people.
Exactly.
Let's be happy.
Exactly. And
send us hearts so that we know you're voting a fan.
Also, there's so much space on the internet for toxicity and for drama, and I just lose respect, and that's how people get clout, and I'd rather not humor it.
Yay, thank you for the hearts, guys. Look at that.
Exactly.
Positive.
Anyway, so I was talking to Melina, because, okay, I know this is gonna surprise you, chat, but I've been single for a while, and I was listening to an audiobook that is called Get Him to I Do. And
hold on. What context? Alex and I saw Nikki. So Alex has been a subjective fan of Nikki Glaser for a while. She saw her, I believe. I think you saw her at Stanford, right? For the first time. Yeah. And then
no,
we saw
not
her
at Stanford, but in San Francisco with my friends. Yeah.
In SF. Okay, my bad. Same but different.
Yeah.
And so we saw her in New York playing the Comedy Cellar at one point, and this was actually when she was doing press or like kind of like promo work for her new book, Get Him to I Do. And she's got like so much comedy acts around that book and everything too. And it's a very clever thing that even people with partners, I think, would get a really good kick out of. I think it's quite interceptive.
Yeah, she's really entertaining. And I was listening to one of her podcasts where she was talking about how it took her a while to realize that she has masculine energy. And honestly, I have pretty masculine energy. And she was reading this book called Get Him to I Do, which was basically talking about relationships and how usually it helps to have somebody who has feminine energy and somebody who has masculine energy in relationships. And even though guys generally have masculine energy, there are boys who have feminine energy. And in general, it's like, do you want to be respected for your feelings, or do you want to be respected for your thoughts? Do you tend to be the person who wants to be caregiving, or do you want to be the one who's more sensual? And in the past, I've basically tried to be both, where I'm like trying to be really, working hard, but I'm also trying to plan things and be romantic. And then I always end up giving too much of myself, and it's really exhausting. Whereas, maybe I've just been looking for the wrong kind of partner.
And that's how the golden retriever type came into
And that's why
conversation.
you told me I should find somebody who's a golden retriever type and date them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here for the golden retrievers.
Yeah. Anyway, that was something that I learned from the book. I don't know if it's actually going to apply, because who knows? Who knows? Yeah.
I do like the thought of that, though. I was at lunch with my director the other day, who's like a massive powerhouse of a woman, and we both work in a very male dominated industry, in especially her working in such a high position that has to kind of know when to channel that masculine energy and know when.
Also, can we pause for a second, because I think people are misunderstanding masculine energy. Masculine, excuse me, I keep burping. Masculine energy is not used to mean like you're a guy or you're a girl, but masculine energy, the way it's basically defined in this book, is like, are you somebody who's like very career oriented and focused on their thoughts rather than emotions, or are you somebody who's more focused on keeping the relationship intact, and that is what you care more about? So you could be a guy or a girl in either situation, but when it comes to those two examples, I'm very career focused. I tend to be more of the logical robotic type in certain situations, so that's why I have masculine energy.
Yeah, and we've had this discussion before too, Alex and I. Like, it's just the way that it's iterated in the book, but it doesn't necessarily have to be sex-based or gender-based. Gender-based, pardon me, not sex-based, but it's literally just the way that it was labeled in the book, and so
Right.
that's what we're going off of. But it could be anything from, I don't even know what I would think would be synonymous with that, though, because gender roles are so big in society right now that, like, you couldn't be like papaya energy and like honeydew melon energy, and it wouldn't have the same kind of impact.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's true, and I know that the thing is, whenever I don't have the answer to a solution, I try to rationalize my way through it. And I sometimes try to do that with dating as well, but I know it's very irrational, because usually when I get feelings for somebody, I actually probably lose 50 IQ points or something, because I get so dumb, and I get like a little puppy who's just so in awe and so caught up in the person that it doesn't matter.
You're never dumb, though. You're never dumb, and you're so hard on yourself, especially when you like try to see yourself through the eyes of somebody else. But you're this incredible human, and I'm like, why don't you see it like that?
No,
I wish you could see yourself through my eyes.
I appreciate it. I just this is kind of, I make a lot of jokes about why I'm single on Twitch, but a big thing for me is that once I get into a relationship, like if you look at my past relationships, I mean, I was on and off for people with like 3 years for both, like 6 years of my life where I'm just always in relationships, because once I have feelings for somebody, it's almost impossible for me to shake it off, because I get very loyal. So what has happened since I have had unsuccessful relationships in the past is that I basically built up this barrier where I'm really afraid to get close to people or commit to somebody, because I know that once I do, like, this might be the person who I spend another 3 to 6 years with, and I'm at the age where this might be my person.
Yeah. Well, I'm always here to be a Rottweiler. I'll like sniff out the bad ones.
But even when you sniff out the bad ones and you tell
You don't
me,
listen.
I don't listen, because once I'm attached to somebody, I'm like a puppy. Like, I'm not gonna fucking leave.
That's true. That's when we go into like uh-oh territory.
Yep, exactly.
Also, I like how everyone's channeling different fruits into like watermelon energy and eggplant. I think an eggplant's a vegetable.
Yeah, Queen Yellen, I would never cheat on partners, because when I'm with somebody, I'm so obsessed with that person that I would never think, I would never even think about somebody else. I get so obsessive about the person I'm seeing that it's not even a question in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. I think that like, if I had to off the top of my head pick the one person I've met in my life, whether it's someone that I like or dislike or just like an acquaintance who would be the least likely to cheat, it would still be you. That's just like, you're such an honest and caring person, where I think even throughout this conversation, when we've been talking about me going nuts at like 2 in the morning in Paris and being like, pack my bags, we're going. And you being like, fuck, I guess pack her bags, we're going.
You're my fucking best friend. My best friend says pack her bags. I'm gonna fucking pack her bags.
It's a ride or die life. It's a ride or die
Exactly.
thing. And like
Exactly.
there's obviously the caveat of things where you're too loyal to someone when they're not reciprocating the same thing. And I think that was like a big issue that I had with one of your exes, where I told you like, you're giving to this person and this person's giving to himself, and like, who's giving to you?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, like, it's insane. You're pretty much the kindest, nicest, most caring person I've ever met, sometimes to a fault, because I'm like, this person doesn't deserve that from you, just because you're you and you're so amazing and I love you.
That's honestly really nice. I'm gonna get emotional, so don't say that.
I know, I'm getting emotional.
Yeah.
You know, when people say like the relationship with yourself is so important, as Superhero Hill just did, and things like that, I think for us, realistically, like, our first love was each other.
I know I think you were the first non-family member who I felt unconditional love for. And I sometimes try to explain it to my friends and they don't get it. I've had people be like, oh, but like friends always grow apart when they get older. I was like, I don't think you understand. Melina's not my friend. She's my fucking soulmate. She's like family. And I'm not going to lead a fulfilling life if this is not my ride or die. Because when I find somebody like this who I'm really close with, and obviously we've been friends for so long, like there's nothing that's ever going to change that.
Yeah, no, I think it's been that way for. We used to say it as kids, but people say that as kids and then they grow apart, and then there's us like, no, no.
No, and the thing is, when I moved from Canada, I think that's when my depression first kicked in when I was 13 because I lost all of my friends. I went to this terrible middle school. And you were the one friend who stuck with me throughout it all, who would call me, who would visit me. Every other friend I lost and they didn't care because it was long distance, but you were always there for me.
Well, likewise, you know that I didn't have a great time in high school either, and had like bouts of depression and things like that, especially towards my senior years. And that's something that I'm very open with sharing, because I think it's important to talk about those experiences in all of our lives so that those who are going through something similar feel like it normal is the wrong word, but you know that that is something that definitely happens. And Alex was there through it all. There's so many friends that I had, you know, a 10-minute walk away from my house, and I felt closer with Alex, who was in a totally different country, let alone state, than
Yeah.
I was. And without you, I really don't know how we would have gotten. I'll speak for myself. I don't know how I would have gotten through all the rough patches and everything without being able to call you and have those like 3-hour conversations, and just be there with one another, and kind of fill all these gaps and tell one another that, yeah, it's normal, you're going through something hard, and then we're going to get older and things are going to get better. And as soon as we went to university, again, we were super close. And
Like the fact that we stayed close after, like, if you think about it, I moved from Canada when I was 13, right? That
yeah,
that
yeah,
is insane.
yeah.
Like for 12 years of living long distance, we still stayed super connected. We made the effort to talk all the time, to visit each other, to update each other on their life, and even call each other out when we got too busy to update each other.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll say that too. I think that's a big part of long distance relationships. Like when one of us has kind of gotten too absorbed in their not too absorbed in their own life, because everyone deserves to be absorbed in their own
Mm-hmm.
lives and like to focus on themselves and everything. But it's just kind of been like, hey, you're answering me 3 days late. Like, what's going on? Let's go. We're gonna get back to our best friend moments, and like, you're gonna talk to me every day, and that's how this goes.
I know, and
That's how this relationship works.
And Ace of All Trades said, I'd say you guys don't know how lucky you are to have each other, but you obviously do. That's the thing. I used to think that everybody has their best friend who feels like family. But then as I got older, I realized that's not the case. And the fact that I can have a best friend who is my age, who I've known since the age of 6, who I can trust with literally anything is so fucking insane.
Yeah.
I miss you.
I love you.
I know.
I cannot wait to come to Austin.
I mean, the fact that the borders are opening is actually incredible. I know you're gonna come visit for a week.
I know. I'm so excited. I'm so excited, and I can't wait to like squeeze you and hug you and
I
smell you
know.
at night.
I know. I miss you. I miss you. You're gonna be here soon, and it's actually so nice that you can visit and also work because then you can stay longer.
Yeah, it's nice that the company has an office in Austin, but nonetheless, I really do think that especially nowadays, remote work is such a great alternative for people to kind of be able to live their own lives. And
I promise when you come, I'll stop making stupid jokes. The last time I visited Melina, okay, again, Melina's like my family, so same way
okay, don't stop making stupid jokes. Just don't insult my new dog.
So the same way I like to tease Andrea, I like to tease Melina because again, she feels like family. And she loves her dog more than anything in the world. So I was trying to think, how can I annoy my best friend? So I try to think of a harmless joke that's annoying. So I called the thing that she loves the most in her life, the being she loves the most in her life, other than, you know, her fiance and her family,
Other
her
than you.
dog, pedo dog, because I thought it'd be funny to joke that her dog was a pedophile because I was like, oh, dogs can't be pedophiles. They don't even have that kind of thinking. So I kept making that joke.
Yeah, so I've been waiting since I was a little kid to get a dog. This has been the thing I've wanted most, like for my adolescent, prepubescent small child ever since I could remember life. I used to print out rescue dog applications and put them in my dad's briefcase. Anyway, once I got my own home, I finally got my own dog and I lost my shit. I was like, this is my baby, this is the coolest thing ever. And Alex, the person that I love most in like the entire world, gets to meet this little being that I've waited forever to get. And I'm like, Alex, this is Jack, my dog. And she's like, pedo dog? Is he a pedo?
Because I was like,
And the entire
Jack,
tree,
it reminds me of Michael Jackson. So every time your dog would sniff other dogs, I'd ask the owner, I was like, is this a puppy? And whenever they'd say yes, I'd look
yeah, and
Melina
she'd look at me and be like, pedo dog's out and about. I held that in and I was like, man, you know, I wanted her to be on the same page as me, be excited about this little dog that I have that I waited forever. And she just called him a pedo. And then this is one trip. So months go by, we meet again. I go to Alex this time because back before quarantine and COVID was a thing, we used to take turns. Like she would come to me, I would come to her. She would come to me, I would come to her. And so it was my turn to go to her and I go to New York. And I remember we had so many, like, we had a really fun night this one time, and then we had one of those stereotypical kind of like end of a crazy night heart to hearts. And this was the most like wholesome but silly heart to heart ever. And I'm pretty sure there's people listening to us like, what in the world? And we were just like, I love you so much, but you called my dog a pedo dog. Oh my god, I love you too. I wouldn't have called your dog a pedo dog if I knew it would have hurt your feelings.
But like, then you told me that your fiance now also finds that joke funny.
Yeah. Now my fiance calls the dog a pedo dog. Why can't I just have a dog? Why does it have to be a pedo? Oh,
it's just funny because dogs can't be pedos, but I knew it would annoy you, so that's why I came up with it. But when your fiance adopted it too,
everyone's gaining up on me and my poor little pedo dog. Should we bring the pedo dog in?
Yes, show Jack. He's so adorable, actually.
Okay, I'm gonna have to like bugle horn call. Hello, bring the pedo dog in.
Sorry, it's not funny and I will stop making the joke.
Maybe they're on a pedo dog walk. Well, no, see, like, because now it's stuck to me. But before, it was just kind of like, man, how is this your first reaction when I'm introducing you to my dog?
Just imagine till you have a kid, I'm like, what a pedo baby.
Yeah, what if you call my child a pedo kid?
I'm gonna find some. The problem is, in my head, I always tell myself, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. But then, because I keep telling myself not to do it. I can't help it, and I always end up doing it. And then I try to not laugh, and then I just end up like.
No, that is a lie. It always comes out. Alex and I have a very distinct laugh when we're together, and like actual family members will
That's
say,
true.
like Alex, if Mama Botes is still hanging out on the chat, she can validate this information. But my parents and Alex's parents would say that they know when we're awake because this very like air piercing noise would come out, and you'd be like, "Oh,
dude,
I can't
this
do
reminds
it."
me. Okay, I'm gonna tell one other story today. So Melina lives in a neighborhood that has like a really bad.
Wait, can we pause so I can go to the washroom and get the pedo dog?
Go to the bathroom, get you the pedo dog, and then I'm telling this story that is inappropriate to laugh at, but I couldn't stop laughing.
Okay. Also, before I go to the washroom, I'm already feeling very emotional because it's been a while since we've spoken for this long, and by a while I mean it's been a week. But nonetheless, it's been
I know,
so
it's
nice.
because I was gone in Miami and I was like texting you random updates, but then never
it
having a
would
call.
randomly be like, "I'm having so much fun." I'm like, "What are you doing?" And then like the next day, "I'm having so much fun again." What are you doing?
I just wanted you to know.
Like, I'm having an awesome time. Things catch up. I'm at the Logan Paul fight, and I'm like, "But what are you doing?"
Oh man.
Why can't you give me more details?
I know, because then I'd pop back into it, but then I would just text you every time I had a free moment. Also, I didn't sleep for about a week.
I know.
Anyway, go to the bathroom. I actually have to pee also, so.
Okay. 5-minute bathroom break.
Yeah.
And by 5 minutes, I mean 2.
Okay, go to the bathroom. Hello, chat. Yes, I do need to pee, but I do not want to leave you alone. You guys, her Twitch is Who is Melina. Yeah, I'm not kidding. This is my best friend in the entire world, and I'm trying to convince her to get onto Twitch. So if you guys follow her for her first stream, maybe you can help me out. She is honestly an incredible human being who is so wholesome, who is not corrupted at all, which is my only issue with her getting on Twitch, because I don't want her to be corrupted. She basically just cares about having good people and learning in her life. She's not really motivated by other things. She's a pure soul. She likes having deep conversations. And yeah, she deserves the world. Everyone is corrupted. No, that's true. If she learns from you, she won't be. No, I don't wanna ruin any of her pure, amazing personality. She sounds awesome. No, she actually is. I remember whenever I get really emotional, I think about the people who I would take a bullet for other than my family, and she's the only non-family member who I would legitimately take a bullet for. So, yeah. She doesn't seem like she's made for Twitch. She's a really good person. Yeah, that's what I kind of think as well, but she's also a very creative person, and she's really good at content. I know, because we started making content together when we were like 8 years old. We would just film videos for fun, and she's actually very good at content. And we missed making content together, which is why we decided to do this. So, yeah. Alex was also pure. I actually think I was insanely pure before I went into college. I remember going to college and sitting on Econ 101 and hearing about like demand and supply curve and how people measure happiness, and being like, wow, they only measure it in amount of dollars that are being spent in the economy. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like, they should look at another country, like I think it's Brunei, that does like, general happiness levels. And I didn't understand anything in my economics class because they were all based on financial values. And my family really cares about wholesome things. Oh, there's Pedo Dog. Look at him. He's trying to flaunt to like some young babies. God damn it. He's such a cougar. Pedo Dog!
Pedo Dog!
Pedo Dog! He's just so suave. Like, I don't blame him. He's so cute. He's actually very cute. I remember, though, I kept provoking him, and then at some point he didn't like me.
Yeah, and I was telling you, because you, at this time, you had a very well-established, like, stream, and it was something that you were doing full-time. and you were staying at our place, and I told you don't piss off the dog, otherwise it'll start barking during your stream
But
and
you told
bothering
me
you.
not to do it, which
And
means
you pissed off the dog.
yeah, dude, you can't tell me not to do something because you know in my head I'm like, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
You did do it.
And then he got upset at me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Aww.
Yeah.
He
No,
got
dude,
upset.
Nate,
He
I
got
didn't mean to piss him off. The problem is whenever somebody tells me not to do something, I have a really hard time not doing it. Charlie! Thank you for raiding with 11,000 people. Are you freaking kidding me, Charlie?
Holy shit! Peter Dog says woo!
This is my best friend and her dog. Her dog is kind of a pedophile. He always sniffs puppies' butts. But he's a dog, so he can't actually be a pedophile. It's okay. This is my best friend in the entire world. We were just talking about things. Welcome, everybody from Moist Critical. I appreciate you guys so much. Moist Critical, it's good to see you. I'm really sorry I made you eat spicy food, and I'm sorry that you ended up crying. Spicy food is not meant to consume for people like you and Andrea. But welcome. Today we're honestly just having a fun storytime chat. Melina, I'm gonna let you say hello because I also have to run to the bathroom. I was just holding down the fort.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us. To anybody that's hanging out with us for
Thank you,
Newsies.
Dancer of the Valley. Thank you so much, Charlie. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys. Oh, Doggo too cute. He's getting some compliments. Chat, what do you guys think this little guy is? Because we adopted him several years ago, 2 years ago now, and this is just still a big question mark mixed breed for us. Anybody here know much about dogs? What do you think this little guy is? That's definitely a dog. Thank you. Chuck, did you know that you're a dog? Did you know? A pom chow. The Sasquatch. My favorite color is dark green. Literally like that color of that plant. That's a lion. Part Papillon. Yeah, we do think he's part Papillon. We're not too sure. He's got the little butterfly Papillon ears, hey? Pomeranian. Oh my god, Pomeranian and Chihuahua. Yeah, maybe. He's actually quite a big little guy. I wish I could lift him up, but he is 20 pounds. Trying to think about that in kilos. Oof. 8 kilos? 8.5 kilos? He is an actual Pokemon, yeah. Whenever we take him out on hikes, a lot of people tell us that he looks like a Pokemon. I think he looks like an Eevee.
I'm back.
I think he looks like an Eevee. 9 kilos. Thank you so much, Enrox. 12:30.
He is
Chihuahua
so cute.
Palm.
Your dog
Yeah,
is actually
I asked
cute.
chat to help me figure out what this little guy is since we don't know.
Oh yeah, because he's a rut. Also, aw, Mom. My mom said for me and Papa, it was so much fun looking at you girls and living the memories. Thank you. Thanks, Mom. That's really sweet. Dolphins, thanks for the 301 bits. Moisture level is approaching critical. That's hilarious. Thank you again so much for the raid.
20 pounds, not 29 pounds.
Also, for those of you joining, this is my best friend. She's just getting started on Twitch. Her Twitch is Who is Melina Mods. If you guys can do a shout out, that would be awesome. She's at 339 followers. Melina, should we have some kind of reward if people get you to 500 followers?
Holy hell, yeah.
Thanks, Apple wins.
What should we do? What would you guys like to see?
How about this? If people get you to 500 followers, I'm going to share a really embarrassing story about you, and you could do the same in return.
Okay, deal.
But don't use real names if that's what you're doing.
No. You don't worry. I love this though. I'm so freaking glad we finally did this.
No, it was honestly really fun. You guys, I'm not stoned, but we have been drinking wine. I'm at my 3rd drink for tonight. I honestly haven't drank on stream 3 drinks, and I cannot remember how long. But honestly, we were chilling. It's a Sunday night. We are storytelling. It is okay. So if you guys want to hear an embarrassing story, she's at 382 followers. She's actually very close. There's enough of you that if you go follow now,
Ace of all trades said it right. We are high on friendship.
We are high on friendship. So what's the doggo's actual name? His name is Pedo Dog.
No, this is Jack. If you guys are familiar with Jack Kerouac, the writer and poet, that's who he's named after, because this little guy was a bum in California, as was Jack Kerouac, but he also happens to be my favorite writer. So that's what this little guy's called after.
Also,
Yeah.
Melina's at 400 followers. It's just 100 people more, and then we're gonna get to embarrassing
Yes.
stories. Melina, what kind of embarrassing story about me are you thinking? Maybe we can give a little bit of a teaser.
Oh no. Hmm. I'm trying to pick my favorite one.
Yeah, I know I do embarrassing things all the time. I remember when we were kids. By the way, your grandma, bless her heart, I have no idea how she put up with us. But one day, Melina and I think we were about 10 years old, and we thought, Melina lives in an apartment, she's on the 10th floor. It's a 2-bedroom apartment. Let's have a water fight in her living room while her parents are gone. So we divide the living room in two. We get all the pots and pans and we fill them up with water with the plan of picking up the pots full of water, throwing them at each other. Now,
No, dude, the plan actually, we filled up every single pot and pan in the house, and the plan was that we each got a spoon and we were gonna have a fight or a water fight with spoons. So
yeah,
we were gonna take the water and throw it at each other with a little spoon. And we know how that would have gone with how competitive Alexandra is, especially.
I
You've
was
got
gonna
like
win the water fight.
yeah, we have an army of pots and pans and like bowls, any kind of dish you could fill with water. We filled with water, measuring cups, everything, and we were each armed with one spoon.
Yep. But your grandma gets in, and in Romanian, she basically says the equivalent of, what the fuck is going on in here? Are you two actual idiots? What were you planning to do here? I, as usual, get very intimidated when I'm being yelled at, and I was like, "Oh, we're just decorating,
We're just decorating.
just testing the water capacity of all of the silverware." But yeah, she basically made us throw away all of the water, and she really put the fear of God into my blood.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
I have to add too that we did think about things like we were like, oh, this is a lot of water. What happens if it gets on the carpeted floor when there's us on like the
No,
third?
it's true. We did think it through.
Floor?
And what did we do in case water was going to hit the floor?
We found a Christmas table runner, and so it was like one of those holiday things that people put on their tables as a spread, and it felt like it was waterproof for us, so we just threw that thing on the ground and we were like, we're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, we were
That was
going to dump the
supposed to hold
water. There was something waterproof on the ground. We thought it was fine. But look, that was better than when we used to be bored and we'd play truth or dare. And I was like, Melina, I dare you throw your underwear on the neighbor's balcony. Melina was on the highest floor, so there was no other house that could have thrown underwear on the balcony. And of course, Melina was like 10 years old, so it was like a kid's extra small underwear and piece of sock. And she'd thrown it on these poor neighbors' balcony. And they would always wake up with like random underwear and socks on their balcony. And
And we were children at this time, so it was like slightly more inappropriate than it would be as adults.
yeah, because
No
like,
one's
why do
going
you have
like
kids
cheating with.
lingerie on your balcony, you fucking pedophile? And I'm not talking about your dog this time.
Shots fired. Oh, the pedo dog.
And then I remember sometimes it'd be somewhere like, hey, Melina, you want to try to like drop eggs from your balcony into the snow and see if we can put something on so they wouldn't break? Dude, why did you put up with me, by the way?
What did you put up with me? I think we've gotten to the point in the story time where there's like a good argument for both sides.
Yeah. I remember one time your building was taking down the chandelier, and
Oh
I
my
was
God.
12 and I looked at them and I was like, that's a nice chandelier.
It was not. It was a very old school, like we, as immigrants at the time, also lived in
Dude,
kind
we
of a
were
low.
poor. It looked like riches to me. It looked like if you had that in your house, you were a, messiah or one of the rich kids.
It wasn't our house. It was like the lobby of the building, and it was just
Melina,
like an
but
old ass chandelier.
you know why? And I looked at them and I said, "Can I have the chandelier?" And they were really confused because I was a 12-year-old asking for their chandelier, and they actually said yes. So I took the giant chandelier. I could barely carry it on my back. I put
Yeah,
it
it
in
was
the
bigger
elevator.
than our apartment at the time.
Yeah. And I brought it to you as a gift. And you look at me as if I'm insane, and you're like, Alex, we can't put this anywhere.
Well, because I would appreciate it, but where are we gonna put this chandelier?
No, it's true. You did live in an apartment, and honestly, the height of the chandelier was probably the height of the apartment.
And the width of the chandelier
But
was
in my
probably the width
defense,
of
I
the
thought that
apartment.
I was going to show up to your door with this chandelier gift and that you'd be like, wow, finally, we are going to live like the rich people. But
But the chandelier couldn't fit in the apartment.
no, I
Plot
was
hole,
truly
plot
wrong.
hole.
How did I carry it? It was honestly pretty heavy. And the fact that they gave it to a 12-year-old was probably the weirdest part. Like, why did the workers be like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, give it to the 12-year-old. She seems
They were
mentally
throwing it in
stable.
the dump. They were replacing it with a new chandelier. And you were like, since you're throwing it away, could I have it? And I think they were so confused that they didn't know what to say. So they were like, I mean, I guess so.
Dude, I guess we were kind of weird kids.
You think?
I mean, you
I think
know,
that's the general consensus here. We were weird kids.
yeah, you know what else it reminds me of? You know, when we were on our trip, so we did tell the story of Paris. At one point, we were so bored and so lonely that we came up with this game of taking photos, but we'd always have a stranger in the photo. And this was back when Facebook was a thing, and we would take photos where it looked like we were kind of hanging out with the strangers that were in the photos, and then
It wasn't impressive strangers either. It would be like a grandma and a grandpa would ask us to take a picture of them, and we'd be like, yeah, we'd take a picture. And then after we were done, we'd be like, can you guys take a picture with us too? And they'd be like, ha ha ha, you want us to take a picture of you? And we'd be like, no, 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 can you take a picture with us?
yeah, and then we would take these photos where it looks like we have friends, but it was just strangers in France. And honestly, sometimes they didn't know that we were taking a photo of them, but we'd caption it like our new friends in Paris, and we put it on Facebook like we had other friends. Aww.
There was an incredibly handsome man, and I was thinking
Oh.
about this. I was thinking about this today when I was walking my pedo dog and prepping for the stream. I forgot the password for my old Facebook account where they live on private mode because we wanted to pull them up for this stream to show you guys. But so at a certain point while we're doing this challenge where we're taking pictures with and of strangers pretending they're our friends, we found this extremely good looking man that we named Antoine.
Oh,
Antoine.
Antoine. He was so attractive from
Oof.
what I remember at that age.
Literally looked like a CW star or like a male model or something.
Honestly, I think we had pretty low standards, but I'm sure
Dude,
he was
no,
attractive.
Antoine was good looking.
He was
if I
good
find
looking?
a picture of Antoine,
You think he was actually good looking, or we just had low standards?
he was good looking.
Okay.
I have like a very clear photographic image of Antoine right
Okay,
now.
yeah.
But there were some bushes by a cafe table, and this
Yeah.
guy came out of. So here's the issue: is that we were in this park, like by the Louvre, in the middle of Paris. So there's
Yeah.
no there's no lakes, there's no ocean, there's the Seine close by, but no one's swimming in that. And this guy's literally like in full on lifeguard, like wetsuit down to here. And I'm
Ooh.
thinking back to it now, and I'm like, this guy straight out came out of a pond, super overdressed. And we were like, damn. And this guy walks out of his little pond in his wetsuit, sits at a cafe on the brink of the
I remember
pond
that.
he was just in. Yeah, because now I'm thinking back and I'm like, why didn't anybody have questions?
Like, why was
this
he wearing a wetsuit?
to come out of a pond. Like, you're not lifeguarding the pond. No one's drowning in there. But anyway, he sits at this cafe and he's just like glorious and model-esque. And so I'm like, Alex, go stand in those bushes. And at this
And
point,
naturally, I was like, oh, hell yeah. I'm going to stand in the bushes. Just make sure you get him in the frame. We're going to pretend like he's my new friend. I'm going to make all of my middle school, high school friends. Sorry, we were in our late teens. High school, college friends jealous. Yeah.
yeah. So at this point, I wanted to be a journalist at the time. So I had this camera that I was taking pictures with all the time. And I take my zoom lens and I make it look like I'm taking a picture of Alex, but I actually take this very like artistic photo of this random guy. And we post it on Facebook and caption it lunch with our new friend Antoine. And it's literally just him having a coffee by himself. In like the full-on wetsuit that he just came out of a pond.
We weren't even in the frame. We just took a photo of it.
A random stranger.
I love how we gave him a name to make it more legit.
You have to make it more legit.
I mean, yeah, I mean, he wasn't gonna know, and I feel like our young friends were like, And the other thing is, it's not like anybody looked at our Facebook photo albums.
No, it'd be like 3 people.
It'd be like 3 people would like it, and I'd be like, wow, Mama Botas, Papa Botas liked it. The third person was you. So no one was believing this lie, but in our head, we're like, we did well.
We did. And it was hilarious too, because there would be certain, it was more of a challenge than it was like, we want random people at home to know that we have friends. It wasn't that. It was like, there'd be a kid taking a tourist photo going like this to like one of the massive obelisks in Paris. And Alex would stand behind him the other way and point at him without him knowing. And me and his dad were like crying, trying to take these photos and things like that. There's this family that was looking at a map, trying to figure out directions. And I waddled in, got really close, tried to look at like it too. And it looked like a big family looking at a map. And then I ran away because it was strange that I was that close to random people.
No, but the thing is that I was a really awkward child, but so were you, and I found my match. And anybody else, I'd be like, hey, like, why don't we find random strangers in Paris and take photos of them for fun, put it on Facebook, look more popular? And you were like, yeah, sounds like a good idea. But anybody else would have told me off.
But see, that's why I think, like, to this day, it's like, we're at the projects in New York at 2 a.m. and it seems like a good idea.
Oh, I was convinced you were going to get me killed, by the way. So Melina came to visit in New York, and she was like, you know, she's actually the reason why I ended up buying lavender from a hobo thinking it was weed.
You told that story without me?
You please tell it, Melina. I can't believe I paid that much for fucking lavender.
No, but then the hobo, okay, so then there's that one hobo, but you know, there's the hobo with the dog, and that hobo actually gave us weed, so it felt like
Dude, it was really tilting. So Melina wanted to find weed. At some point, we're in the projects. It's 2 a.m. Like, we're in this random dude's car. I don't know who this guy is. Like, there's like a
Wait, no, that's when we
chance
actually got weed.
Oh, was that after the hobo?
That was before the hobo.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I swear to God, you're gonna get me killed.
Yeah. But at least we'll be together.
No, that's what I thought as well. I was like, when I'm getting killed, I'm gonna look at you and I'll be like, you did this to me. See you in hell. Hope we make it to heaven. And then we'd give a final sign off. I kept
telling that guy that I'm a very high maintenance person, so that he wouldn't kidnap me. I thought it would help our case.
I actually shared my location with my friends because I thought there was a pretty good chance I didn't make it home. But anyway, so we were in New York. We had gone out. We were, you know, out our mind. And Melina's like, I'm Canadian. We can buy weed here. And she kept asking people on the street for weed. And I was like, Melina, it's illegal here. Please stop asking people. She's like, you're right.
That's not what happened. There was someone, we were walking out and we were at a coat check and someone just started babbling all these random things. And I was like, if anybody knows where to get weed, it's that guy.
Yes, but it was a crazy homeless person, Melina.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, you forgot that detail. Anyway, So Melina talks to like the crazy homeless person. He's like, ah, I'm gonna get you weed, but I need cash. And I was like, fuck, okay. So I go to 7-Eleven, I buy something, I get some cash, we come back, pay this guy, and he gives us a little bag. And his hobo friend comes up to us, he's like, hey girls, you got ripped off. He's been doing it forever. He sold you lavender. Let me give you guys some real weed. And he literally just gives it to us. I'm like, hey man, like, do you want anything? He's like, I just want drugs. You guys have any? I was like, no, sorry guy. Sorry man, we don't have drugs. And Melina's like, oh my god, dog. So then
Yeah,
Melina,
because he had a dog. He had a black Labrador, and I wanted to play with it.
yo, thanks, Mad Charity. I really appreciate it. Anyway, yeah, so Melina starts, you know, petting the hobo's dog. She's really getting along. Like, it looks like she's gonna steal their dog because she's so
I
infatuated.
bonded with that dog. It was very poorly trained.
Mhm.
Like it knew no commands or anything, so I was trying to teach it like sit and things like that for basic obedience.
Mhm.
Let alone like we found a $4 margarita bar. Like
We did,
full
which was
disclosure.
already not a good idea because I needed to be sober to understand what was going to happen for the rest of the night. But anyway, you end up getting weed from this hobo. The hobo's really wholesome. He introduces us to his girlfriend. His girlfriend's a little bit jealous. She's like, why are you talking to these girls? We're like,
And then I said I'm a dog trainer from California or from Canada, and I'm trying to teach him how to like do basic obedience.
yes.
Which made sense because at this point I was conversing with the dog more than with the hobo.
Yes. Also, thank you for the donation, Mad Charity token. Anyway, yeah, you're talking to the dog more than the hobo. Did we even end up smoking that weed or no? I don't think so.
Well, once again, true to form, as like in the Paris story, this was, I think I had a 6 a.m. flight that we had to leave for at like 4.
Yeah.
And this was like 3 in the morning. And when we realized what time it was, we were like, oh, fuck. Melina didn't have time to change her clothes or anything. So I show up on a plane, get the middle seat, and I still smelled like Hobo's dog. And I very strongly smelled like that dog. That dog had such a strong smell that by the time I got back to Canada, several hours later, I think it was probably a day later.
But I actually think that he didn't even give it to us properly, and you were so determined that we ended up in Brooklyn in the projects. And the projects are basically subsidized housing.
No, that was after the House of Yes, when I actually found a viable source of.
Oh yeah, and he said, "Hey, get in our car," and you were like, "Sounds fine." Dude, we're gonna get killed. We can't do this in the future, by the way. I'm actually gonna get killed. You're gonna get killed. We need to be a little bit more careful. And I need to stop hitchhiking. Anyway.
No.
Yeah, no, we
don't hitchhike.
To
anybody concerned, we don't hitchhike. That wasn't hitchhiking because we didn't get where we were wanting to go. We had to take an Uber, remember?
Oh yeah, that's true. But we should. Thanks, Mad Charity token. Anyway, you guys, obviously we didn't actually smoke weed. This is just for content, so don't take it seriously. Cause yeah, we got given lavender, so we were ripped off.
Did you ever end up doing anything with that lavender?
No, I just kept it for the memory. No, I think I threw it away. Honestly, I can't believe he fucking gave us lavender. He made me go get cash out of him.
No, it was me. I paid $40 Canadian, literally in Canadian bills, because we tried to get cash at 7-Eleven and the thing wouldn't work. So I was like, here, man, I know we're in New York, but will you take 40 Canadian? That's like a lot more than $10 American or whatever else he was asking. He was like, all right, I'll take your funny Monopoly money.
Yeah, no, that's true. He took that, gave us a bag of lavender. Yo, thanks, Fat Charity token.
The next person.
Yeah. But that was actually a really fun trip to New York.
No, it was. And we did our trademark move, so...
What's our trademark move?
The 2 people on a bicycle move.
Oh, that's true. Melina doesn't know how to ride a bike, so whenever I get a bike, I just have to bike the both of us. And, you know, there's always a chance one of us is going to fall, but Melina hangs on, and we have one bike, 2 people, and it works out.
Yeah, we've never had an issue.
Yeah.
We always get where we're meaning to go.
Until I thought he was gonna die, but that's okay.
Well, we were a student attraction at Stanford for a whole weekend. We would put a speaker in Alex's hood, and then we would both get on the bike and rap to "It's Tricky," like "It's tricky to rock around." That would be
that's right. One time on Tricky. It's tricky, 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 tricky.
Anyway,
Thanks,
we
Mad
went
Charity.
to
Mad Charity is driving my stream nuts, but he keeps donoing. So thank you, Mad Charity. You're like the biggest donor on this entire stream. So if you want to wreak havoc, you deserve it, man. Thank you for donating at this time. I am vibing. I'm just chilling. We've had a lot of. I mean, that was a really fun trip. We made friends with like some random Germans. Tried to convince them to go to strip clubs. Strip clubs were too far. Hung out on the roof. We're all buddies. Got brunch the next day.
Yeah, they ended up being random Germans where we spent so long with these people, like very platonic, nice conversation, stuff like that. But you know how normally when you meet someone within like the first 15 to 20 minutes, you get to that like what do you do type of point. We didn't get into that till like 4 hours later, and then it was
Yeah, I
just
had
kind of
no
like,
idea what they did. They were just so cool and wholesome that I was like,
yeah, the most wholesome people. And then we get to that point where it's like,
Thanks,
oh, like
Carrie.
I think we should ask each other, like, what do you do? And they're like, oh, I design airplanes and like I'm an astrophysicist and all this
At
stuff.
MIT,
Like,
and we're like,
whoa.
oh, that's cool, man. I play chess on the internet because that's all I did at that time. And then we'd get back in and like go to sleep at 5 a.m., wake up in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was a fun trip. Was that our last trip? No, I came to visit you in Canada.
No, that was our last trip because it was November towards December of 2019, and then I was supposed to fly back out
Sure.
spring 2020, and obviously that didn't happen.
Yeah, I think they're not loud enough. Also, Melina, how many followers do we have on your channel? Did we get you to 300? 500. You guys, she's at 539 followers, 61 followers away from ending with an embarrassing story.
Oh my goodness.
You guys, you should follow Melina. And actually, I have an idea. You guys, I'm going to end the stream here. We are going to raid Melina so that you guys actually check her out and follow her. If you've enjoyed this stream, please check out Cash App. Give them a shout out. We're going to continue this stream on her channel. No, we're not done. We're going to her channel. Melina, can you
Not done.
Melina, can you mod me? I'm gonna text you what to tell me right now, by the way, so that we don't kill your chat.
Oh no.
By the way.
Yeah. You guys will have to excuse me. I'm such a newbie at this.
Okay, I'm telling you, you need to put this command in your chat so that you don't get killed. We're gonna keep going. Thank you so much, Cash App, for sponsoring this stream. You
Big
are
shout out to Cash App.
amazing. Use code TwitchTV for $10. Thank you for letting us do whatever kind of content we want. Let's get Melina to at least 500 followers. I really appreciate it. We're gonna give her a fucking huge raid because I'm trying to convince her to get on Twitch so that we have, you know, more things to talk about. She's so beautiful. She's beautiful inside and out. So do not focus on easy compliments like that. You gotta fucking compliment her soul because this woman is once in a lifetime. Okay, we're gonna give her a raid. We're gonna continue streaming. Hang around if you're having fun. Thank you so much for everybody who has been here. And thank you, Kat. No, but that's okay. You don't want your cry. Honestly, I think Twitch couldn't handle it.
Okay, so I am at me.
You're in your chat and type what I told you. /mod Alexandra. Sorry, Botez Live. I texted you in your chat. /mod space BOTEZLIVE.
Wait, how do I go to my chat? I'm so sorry. I feel like such an idiot.
No, it's okay. Go to twitch.tv /whoismelina.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you on your channel?
Mm-hmm.
You see where it says send a message in your chat?
No.
Okay, it's on the right side. There's a little message bar.
No, but I'm looking.
You know what? I think I'm on your account in incognito. I'm gonna mod myself. I got it.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna give food stamps a ban. He doesn't exist. Okay. Okay, I'm done. I'm moderated. We're good to go.
Are we back?
Yeah, we're here, and I'm a moderator, so behave, chat, behave.
I'm just popping back on to get the chat open.
Okay, I think we're at 567 followers. We hit the 500 goal. Melina, I think it's time to close off with our embarrassing stories.
Okay, should we do the Muchenmerg story? From when I accidentally told your entire school who your biggest crush was?
Why would you do that to me, Melina?
I mean, is that embarrassing enough?
I think that was embarrassing. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. How about chat? What kind of story would you like to hear about Alex and I? Let's see
Okay.
what they say.
So this is like a middle school embarrassment story. Uh, but if you guys have any suggestions, you could put it in chat. Um, does Melina know what was in the bag? I mean, she can tell you my parents' reaction, but she cannot tell you what was in the bag. Uh, so I don't think I'm not gonna tell you what was in the bag.
Mama Liga. Someone said Mama Liga.
I'm gonna think of what embarrassing story I want to share about you.
Worst boyfriend, says the dog.
Hmm. Okay, you start.
Marologist says Romanian story, Romanian story, Romanian story, please.
You pick.
Okay. So once upon a time, Alex and I were little kids. And by little, I mean we were like 11 or 12, 10, 11 or 12. And Alex had the biggest crush on this boy in middle school. And he was quite cool in middle school at the time. He was
His name
quite
was
cool.
Mohammed. Mo for short.
Name drop to begin with. Okay, so his name was Mo. And so Alex's biggest thing was like, don't you dare tell anybody who I like. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Don't you fucking dare.
Don't you fucking dare. It was a big thing at the time to tell people who your crush was and stuff like that, especially as a little kid. It was terrible. It was dramatic. Like it was just kind of like, oh my god, I'm gonna end up married to this person forever, and that's what my life's gonna be like if I tell them that this is my crush is.
Yeah.
So what does little Melina do? Little Melina has a truth or dare sleepover with a couple other kids who were from our little Romanian friend group, but they also went to middle school with Alex. Alex and I went to different middle schools, or I didn't go to middle school. I went to an elementary to high school program, but nonetheless. And I got a little bit swindled in truth or dare in that I ended up
Why did Romanian kids start playing truth or dare at like 5 years old? These Romanian fuckers were worse than truth or dare I've heard in my fucking 20s. Anyway, continue.
We were aggressive. Yeah, like this was the thing. When us little Romanian kids met up, it was truth or dare, and it was just like aggressive truth or dare. It was embarrass yourself on the building cameras or tell us your deepest, darkest secrets, and we'll tell everybody at school the next day. It was like the Russian roulette of Romanians. Mm-hmm. Romanian roulette was truth or dare.
Yes.
Yeah, we were evil little guys, but nonetheless. So me thinking that I'm just playing the game, doing what Alex would have done. Oh no, I see the look in your eyes right now, and you're just like the anger is.
I remember.
Hey, Lonely Girl 2003. Anyway, so I accidentally let the cat out of the bag. That's what's in the bag. It was Alex's childhood crush for a long time. I accidentally spilled the beans.
He didn't like me back.
Yeah, and the Romanians, they're evil, so they let the whole school know, including the boy crush, and it became a really big thing. And I lived in a whole different city at the time, and it got all the way back to me. So it was a big thing. It was a big
I
thing.
was so mad because
you were very mad.
That was like my top secret when I was that age. That was rough. But it wasn't as rough as the embarrassing story I'm going to share about you, which is There was this specific boy. His name started with B. Melina, you know who I'm talking about.
I'm trying to. I actually don't, but I feel
I'm
like
gonna
it's a
text
good
you.
thing that
I'm
I
gonna
don't know
text
off
you.
the
I'm
top
gonna
of my
text you.
head.
I'm gonna text you.
Oh no,
Okay, check your phone.
Brad. It's definitely Brad. Okay. Oh, fork. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, fuck. Anyway,
I said.
and I think he was like, somebody who I had like a huge crush on. Anyway, and like he came to visit, and then we drove over to Canada to visit Melina. And then we were all hanging out one night. And he had a place, and it was the three of us at his place. It was dark, we were all talking, lights were off. And apparently he had his eyes on both of us, and he was trying to elicit, I guess, some kind of menage a trois, which didn't end up happening.
No, because
But
we were both confused, and
yeah, we
that's
were both
not.
confused. We're like, wait, what is happening?
Mm-mm.
And that was somebody I liked so much. And I ended up finding out that, like, oh, Melina, like, you let him put his hand on your leg and you didn't tell me?
Meanwhile, I was just confused.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, is that what happened? You didn't say, hey, my friend has a crush on you. Get your hand off me, you dirty
In
bastard.
my defense, every time I asked if you had a crush on him, you said no, and you were like, no.
I didn't want to admit it. I was like,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
you're my
have a
best
crush.
friend, and you used to admit everything to me. So I'm like, if
Mhm.
she is saying no, then
He
maybe she.
fucking tried with both of us, the asshole.
The asshole.
At the same time. It was dark. I didn't know what was going on. And honestly, we're like, oh, what's going on? Time to go home. So we left. But the fact that he even tried to this day still bothers me a little bit.
It does, yeah, to me too. And also, but when we cut things off, it was because he was very kind of politically like right leaning, and it got a little bit uncomfortable in recent years.
Oh yeah, you guys were talking like 2 years ago, and he was like super alt right, and you didn't like that.
Oh yeah, no, and I was right out of that. And then I remember you were like, you unfriended him after all these
No,
years.
guys, he's banned from my chat. He can't be watching. Don't worry.
Yeah, and again, it's no one that we're worried about or anything like that. It's someone
I
that
honestly think he's still one of my good friends to this day. Like I said, I move on very easily.
you do. You're a very forgiving person.
Mhm. I mean, honestly, I just have a hard time feeling anger towards other people, so it's gone very quickly.
That's good though.
Yeah. I mean, good and bad.
I felt a lot of extreme anger where like, like you see red in front of your eyes and you're so like literally blinded by it. Like, when I've had my chicken moments. And so I think that's a very positive skill to have. It's a very stoic, very, very
We're all gonna die. None of this matters. Nobody actually cares. Nothing is significant. Why hold on to anger? It just, adds a little blemish on your soul. And even
that's
if people
true.
don't know how to apologize or how to take responsibility, I'd much rather go to bed at night not holding a grudge.
That's true. It's like the Stoics used to say anger is a mistake.
Exactly. Exactly. Um, why won't you unblock me on Twitter then? I mean, there's one thing with not being upset at people, and there's another with not taking negativity. And honestly, sometimes being a public persona is already pretty difficult, and you get negative comments, and people don't really think that public personalities care. But sometimes you're having a bad day, and seeing negative comments or things like that actually ends up getting to your head. And I think that your environment shapes you more than your actual willpower, because you give up on willpower at some point. So, what you try to do is create as healthy an environment as possible. And that includes blocking out people who are toxic.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
to Slurpee seeking, we didn't really teach him a lesson at the time, but I kind of wish we would have. And I think we were too young at that time, and living in a bit of a different time where people weren't so receptive of women standing up for themselves, which is something that I really respect about movements nowadays, where we're creating more of a space for women to voice their concerns and actually be taken seriously.
Right. I
Especially
mean,
when we were younger, if we would have come out and said that kind of stuff, people would have just kind of like brushed it away.
yeah, they'd been like, you sluts.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
It
we
would
didn't do
absolutely.
anything.
Mm-hmm.
Uh no, I mean, but that's a lot of things that happened earlier on. Especially with how it would be interpreted this in day and age. And honestly, I don't even I mean that it's not that situation that I'm thinking about in particular, but there's I think a lot of things in our childhood that was kind of fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
That if would have happened this day and age, it would have been very different.
Mm-hmm.
Back then people just didn't care.
Yeah, and it's weird to hear too when people say like everybody's offended about everything nowadays, when there is a space where yes, people are a little bit more sensitive to certain things than they were in the past, but nonetheless, there's a big space when people are finally paying attention to issues that have bothered minorities, including women and things like that, where it's like yes, people are finally voicing their concerns and people are finally listening to them, and it's not that people are being oversensitive, it's the fact that people who had credible issues were being not listened to previously.
Yeah, before it was easier to not listen and it was more accepted in society to not have to and just call those people sensitive or call people feminists, where nowadays people are like, oh, if you're not a feminist, are you a sexist? And all of a sudden those kinds of talks actually have people stopping to think a little bit.
Yeah, and it's nice, like especially I think the experience of an adolescent girl kind of goes on to being something that's very formative for a lot of people. And if we could make that a positive for girls going forward, then that would be a really big move in society and in what kind of strong women accept going forward and things like that. And honestly, there's like a ton of literature on the exploitative means of young adolescent girls and stuff like that. And if we teach people that it's okay to be like, yes, I am offended by this and it bothers me for a fair and good reason, then that's not something that should get dismissed as like everybody's so sensitive nowadays.
Right. It's that's just kind of feeling like a cop out.
It is a cop out. It's a way of swatting ideas aside because you want to be bigger than them and you want to like live in this world where it's just like, oh, everyone's so offended nowadays and da da da, because history is moving to a certain point where people are actually being able to stand and have a platform at more equal levels than we were previously. Um, and I think that it's the most privileged people that are finding issues with these things.
Right.
People that are
Honestly, sorry, continue and then I'll add my point.
no, you go ahead.
I mean, this actually reminds me a lot about how I hate being asked what is it like to be a female in a male dominated industry. Because, you know, like first there was tech, then there was chess, then there was streaming. So I feel like I always find myself here. And whenever media reaches out, that's one of their favorite topics. And I kind of hate feeling the responsibility that I know every single time I'm going to be asked this. And the reason why I hate it is because I think of how other people are going to perceive it, like, oh, I'm just the fucking token girl, and the only reason I get any attention is that so that people can have me on their portfolio and look like, oh my god, I'm diverse, even though that I know most people watching this have this in the back of their head. And every time I do any kind of interview, I'm going to be asked it and have to explain it again. And I'm kind of tired of it. I just want to be looked at as a fucking human instead of explaining my point of view as a minority in this field. But then I talk to girls who play chess or girls who stream who have had these similar struggles and who say things like, oh, if I didn't see the way you talked about that, it wouldn't have given me the strength to do it myself. And I just get reminded that I'm only here because of the progress that, females have done in the generations before me. And for the younger generations, it doesn't matter if I don't like talking about the subject. It's very important for them to hear and it's very important to pave the way. And even though I don't like doing it and I don't like being, diluted to this kind of poster child as a woman in male dominated fields, it actually has a very important purpose.
It has a very important purpose. I agree. And then as a woman in a different male dominated industry, I work in the tech and construction industry, tech construction kind of crossover industry.
Mhm.
And a big thing we talk about in my space is what's the difference between being a woman that's empowered enough to sit at the table with a bunch of men and kind of be able to fluctuate and speak on the same kind of basis, and being told that you can't sit at the table. So
Yeah.
it's like I can sit at the table and be a woman and have a discussion, or you prep me. There's to rephrase myself, there's a different argument happening in my end, where there are women in another like very male dominated space that are saying that if we don't prep women well enough to be able to sit at the table with men and still like kind of acquire their own space and their own energy, then that's a fault as well. So we can't be too soft on people in the sense that they can't sit at the same table as men, but we should be inclusive enough that you can sit at the same table as a man and be regarded as a person, and not, like, damn, like that girl looks really good today, so I'm gonna listen to her, but I'm half gonna look at her and like this and that type of thing. Or
Yeah.
I'm going to listen to her but disregard her opinion because she's not experienced things as a man, like da da da.
That actually reminds me of something that I realized lately, which is, I have some friends in the chess field who actually don't have any close girlfriends. And it's kind of insane because these people basically only view girls as, sexual objects, and they're only ever interacting with girls when they're trying to get with girls, but they do not have any close female figures in their life. And I think when that happens, you kind of really get used to it, especially when you're in male dominated field. You're like, oh, it's like really normal that like all of my tech or all of my chess friends only have male friends and they literally have no close female friends.
Mhm.
But I've only normalized that because it's the environment that I grew up in. And a lot of it you just start to accept. For example, in your case, I know like you have a lot of people who are making the most money in your company. And that's because like they go out drinking, they go to strip clubs. That's where deals get closed. Whereas you have a fiance who like doesn't like it when you come home tipsy or end up like making
Yeah.
deals at a strip club because it's a little bit weird. But if you don't do that, then you just end up being paid less.
Yeah, it's difficult too because for example, I work in marketing, and I work in marketing for a company that's very male dominant. So it's kind of the way that you arrange your relationships has to be a little bit more strategic when you have a partner, especially as a woman with a partner. And I think that goes. My company's been extremely kind of a growth point for me because I've been led by a woman who's very protective of us, who's very intelligent and just incredibly talented and a powerhouse of a woman, as I've said before. And she's kind of created this whole new path for women where we are treated as equals, and not only as equals, but as equals that you don't want to hit on. You know what I mean? Like as equals that are respected and are kind of taken as part of the team. But without this leader, yeah, that's what I would have felt like. And it's quite a messed up thing because there's a very like business bro culture. And as a woman kind of trying to climb up in different situations in the business world, you do find yourself in a point of where you're kind of like, well, do I have to become one of these kind of business bros? Because I can't, like, I really can't. I'm a girl. And, it's kind of like, I'm a woman, pardon me, but I've still got girl stuck in my head. But, when you say that people can't, like, men and women can't be friends and things like that,
And
to
honestly, most men believe that men and women cannot be friends unless they're gay or in a relationship.
exactly. Whereas most women will believe that most men and women can be friends because they go into it with this innocent point of
But
view.
it's just if there's not any kind of attraction, it's almost like there's no value to females. And I've seen this perspective from way too many people.
Yeah, no, and that kind of creates a dangerous playing ground for anybody that is going from this kind of after hours point in a career when you are trying to build your career and you are trying to build your connections and just kind of have fun and become more knowledgeable of the back end of things, but you don't want it to become this kind of like going out situation. It's literally just like, I would love to pick your brain type of thing, but then you're worried as a woman, like, am I being perceived as flirting right now? Like, are you flirting with me? Like, I don't really
Yeah.
understand what's going on at a certain point because the lines are so blurred. Whereas men get to enjoy that kind of blurred lines thing, no problem, because it's just it's more and more career building, more in this, more that, more having fun, and you're never really worried about, oh, this person's hitting on me.
Right, which is something that I faced a lot when I was first working entrepreneurship, and people would take meetings with me, and especially when it would end up being one on one, because like on one end we were trying to work on something, we had venture capitalists, we were actually growing pretty well, and then I'd go into meetings, and then like I'd figure out that the only reason they took it is because they're trying to flirt with me, like and in the middle of the meetings like they try to take photos and like start asking like if I'd be interested on a date. And it's like, this has nothing to do with the reason why you even took a meeting like this, but it made me almost suspicious to the point where I would get any kind of help. I would think, oh, I'm not actually qualified. I don't deserve to be here. The only reason people are taking a meeting was because they probably want to flirt with me at some point because it had happened so many times in the past. So it basically gave me like imposter syndrome in absolutely anything that I do and just belittle any kind of accomplishment that I have.
Yeah, and that's so frustrating too from your point of view when you have so many great ideas and you have such a great performance record and everything and amazing engagement and so forth that you've built by yourself, not because of being a woman or anything, but just because of being an engaging, intelligent
And I'd
person.
even get accused like, "Hey, why did you take the meeting if you're not into me?" And I was like, "You literally said it was because you're
It's a
interested in this."
professional work meeting. What are you supposed
And
to
I would
expect?
actually get gaslit. I'd be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry if it felt like I was coming on to you by taking a fucking meeting."
Yeah. But I feel like too sometimes people in that kind of position are they would have like a lower engagement rate socially than they do professionally. Like if they were less successful, they would probably have less connections, less of a chance to engage with someone that they find as attractive as you are and so forth. So they try to use that and then they get angry when they don't get the ROI, like the
Yeah, the ROI of, "Hey, this girl's here to flirt with
Mhm.
me," and then just accuse you like, "Oh, it's honestly your fault for, like, being so friendly towards me." It
Yeah.
almost gets to the point where I feel like I have to be careful with my actual personality, which tends to be friendly in person because I don't want
Mhm.
people to read it in the wrong way.
Yeah, that's a really tough thing. And again, like seeing an ROI on a personal venture in like trying to reach out to a person and ask for a meeting is absolutely ridiculous because that's not an investment. It's an investment of your time, but it's an investment of your time that in a perfect kind of clean and wholesome world would be like you're investing your time into a person because you believe in that person, right? Like not because you want to get something back from that person.
And, though I'm not gonna lie, it's actually turned me so cynical to the point where I sometimes assume that's why people wanna meet with me, and I don't even know, but I just figured, like, 1, in that situations, if people wouldn't take me seriously, then I still need to be having these meetings, so, like, at some point, like, you just have to kind of accept it and go with it because otherwise you're just gonna lose, and I care usually in a sick, twisted way more about accomplishing the goals than my own morality or my own comfort.
Oh, that's so tough because you're such a beautiful and talented person. And I think people see that and they kind of see it as like a point to exploit if they can. And to those asking, ROI is return on investment. It's a business slash financial, I would say more business term. It's, like if you invest a certain amount of something, the ROI is the return that you get based on that investment. So for example, if you invest your time in talking to a woman, God forbid, this is an awful thing. Like I literally feel sick trying to say it, but the nasty bad ROI that would be like if you're investing your time talking to a woman, you would expect to like get something back type of thing. But
Mhm.
nonetheless, like interactions are not transactional, they're transitional is my belief. I think that if you have a true and honest interaction with somebody, then it gives you more to what you can do to become a better person or a more interesting person, or it turns you on to what you find interesting as a person and so on, as social as opposed to transactional where you actually get something back. um, and I think the most beautiful thing that you could do when you approach a different person again is to go for an interactional that is or an interaction that is transitional and not transactional and transitional on a personal level. So you meet someone, they change the way that you look at things or they don't, or they just make you happy. But it's not something where you're expecting something back in like a transaction type of scenario.
Yeah. And honestly, this was something that bothered me recently. So I was doing commentary on this crypto tournament and I was teaching, a lot of uh thought leaders in the space and I was doing commentary. And some of the comments that I got over the last 2 days were things like first of all, the tournament is hosted by chess.com and they asked me to commentate because, I had this interest in cryptocurrency and they saw my stream with Vitalik and that's why they invited me. But the comments I got were things like, this tournament makes no sense. It must be just because Alexandra is trying to land a rich crypto guy, or things like, oh, and this was a lot of themes that I get, or people would say things like Alexandra would throw her family under the bus if it was for a business deal. And people just start to criticize things like this. And I like, if I was a guy who was teaching these things, they'd be like, mogul moves, claps, or like he's really smart.
Mhm.
But when I do it and I'm getting asked and it's a professional event, I still have to do my job and see shit like this in the comments.
It's insane. And like as someone on the sidelines that's been there and that knows you and knows your family and knows everything that you've done both for yourself and for your family and the things that you haven't done because of yourself and your family, it's insane. Like I can't imagine someone saying that to you if they knew you on a personal basis, and I can't imagine someone saying that to anybody that they knew on a personal basis. Like if you meet somebody in real life, the odds of you saying that to somebody are very low, very low. A,
Yeah.
their face, and B, after you actually meet them and kind of understand their backstory and things like that. And I think it's very easy to dismiss people and it's very easy to dismiss women especially
It
because it's
is. It
gonna be
is
like
so
she's just
fucking easy to dismiss women and then make a joke about it.
so easy. But then what people don't realize is that when you're dismissing someone that quickly, then you're really not taking into account all the work that they put in. Like I know that to get your stream up and running back in the day, it was like
Yeah, I
years
mean,
ago
even
when
the
you
like
had
top
like
chess players say jokes like the only reason Alex has viewers is because she's a cute female. And then and then some people be like, she's not even a cute female. So like they attack it from literally every end. And it's
yeah,
so
that's
absurd because I
so
see
aggressive.
other streamers, like for example, there's this really famous Polish streamer who is about similar rating. He's doing really well. He's really popular. And you don't get the same kind of feedback for things like that, but it just feels like anything is really going to get diminished. And I don't care what people say, but I do care when it
When your own
plays
work
on
is
an
being put down.
insecurity that I have. Exactly. Because once you've been told your entire life that you're only getting things because you're a girl, even though you feel like you've had to work honestly harder than if you were a male in certain situations, you start thinking like, oh, I guess like yeah, nothing else matters except for this fact, because that's what the biggest number one criticism has been since I've started.
Yeah, I agree. And that's so unfair, especially as someone like who has actually seen you take the stream up from nothing to obviously an amazing self-made success. It's just there's so many times when I've been like, hey Alex, like, are you okay? And she's been like, well, I've been working 30 hours straight. And it's been like, hey Alex, can you talk on the phone for an hour? And she's like, no, because I've got all this stuff to do. And it's not a fun busy, like it's not fun to
Yeah.
be that busy. It's not a glamorous kind of like I'm going from LAX to this place and like I'm not really doing anything except getting drinks handed to me and going to hang out at a spa. It's really not that. It's a lot of self-building. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of figuring out how things work, doing it wrong, doing it right afterwards, and saying that it's really like you turn on a camera and people look at your face and that's why they're there for you is such a belittling statement when even let's be honest, this stream when we were trying to figure things out, I could do nothing because I'm so new and I don't know anything about the back end. But it took us a good hour to get set up and like figure out how to run things, and Alex had to walk me through it and she's ever so patient and explained everything to me slowly, and I did things wrong and I looked at them and I didn't understand what was happening and she explained them to me again and again and again. And it's really like you don't turn on a button and gain a whole community and people that kind of want to actually talk and hang out with you.
Yeah. I know that you don't. And internally, I know it. But at the same time, it's not just been told to me by people online. It's been told to me about people who I really care about who have you know, it's sometimes been the people who I'm closest to will say things like, you shouldn't build any social media presence because the only reason people would ever follow you is because you're a girl in chess, not because you have any merit. And being told that kind of thing about people you care about, especially in your really influential years, is
Mhm.
very jarring, and you know, it really sticks with you. So I always feel like on one end I try to ignore those things and try to prove people wrong by, you know, putting things out there anyway. But at some point when you hear those things over and over, it just it kind of gets back to that subconscious habit where if you hear things enough, it doesn't matter how much willpower you have to fight it, it still impacts you.
Do you really feel like those things were being received from a point of jealousy though, or like not even jealousy, but people kind of feeling like they're not receiving the kind of growth that they would like to be, so they're taking it out on you for receiving that kind of growth and kind of playing it down as, oh, she's a very attractive girl, so that's why they're coming to her and not to me, type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be coming from a place of jealousy. And I also try not to hold it against people. Um, but it doesn't matter where it comes from in terms of somebody's internal feelings. It does matter though when it's somebody whose opinion you value a lot says that to you.
Yeah.
That's when it hurts. When it's somebody who you thought was on your side, somebody you thought was an ally, and then they go and say things like this straight to your face, that ends up being just really heartbreaking because you think, you know, these are some of the people who know me the most, and they still have this opinion of me. So, you know, maybe all of the criticism and things like that I get are true.
Yeah, but you know how people say when someone shows you their true colors, like make sure you're paying attention.
Yeah.
I think that goes on to, and again, not to double quote, but something I read and that's quite widely echoed is kind of, you know, you don't remember a person just by being a person, you remember a person by the way that they made you feel.
Mhm.
And if someone consistently makes you feel bad and negative, how can they really be a good friend towards you or some,
Right.
you know, it's kind of like you should never meet your heroes and that kind of stuff because
Yeah.
the respect and the opinion that you have of someone can be actually higher based on a very unbiased overview of their work and who they are as a person. But the way that someone treats you also is a very, very, very big factor in how they deserve to be treated by you.
Right.
Someone could be the most incredible person. Like I mentioned before that I love Jack Kerouac as a writer. I think if I met Jack Kerouac, I would probably think he was an a-hole and quite rude or vulgar or whatever. And my perception of him then would go on to be, A, this is who you are as an artist and as a person, and as someone who has, you know, for to go back to your example, accomplished things that I look up to. But this is who you are as someone that is treating me in a bad way. And I think it's more important to realize that people should treat you positively if they deserve to be a part of your life, is what I'm trying to get at very badly and very slowly.
And that actually took me a long time to realize. Also, hey Mapril, it's good to see you in the chat. Also, Mapril, thank you for giving me feedback on the podcast and leaving comments on the YouTube. I noticed that and I appreciate it very much. So thank you. Um, it actually took me a
No
really
wonder
long time.
the world. Sorry.
No, you're good. It took me a really long time to realize that because, you know, people might think I joke, but I actually have a really hard time feeling anger towards other people, and I probably cannot stay angry for more than a day or two.
Yeah,
Um,
can
it
confirm.
it it, it just passes, and I'm not angry anymore. So then, usually, if people say things that are not okay, the problem is the anger passes so quickly, and then I don't mind. But when I think about my own thoughts towards myself, it's not the same because I'm very self-critical and I think I do that towards everything because I'm a little bit of a perfectionist. So if I don't hold anger towards people and it's somebody who has a big role in my life and they say something negative, like I'll get over it in 2 days, but then I'll let them continue saying that kind of thing. And then it seeps into my subconscious and then it changes the way I think about myself over time.
Yeah, and I feel like that's why I get so angry on your behalf because part of the reason is like I can't believe someone said this to you, but then part of the reason is like I can't believe you're holding on to what this person said. You know, it's kind of like when they say that holding on to things like that is letting people live on your head without paying rent type of situation.
Rent free, yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, I and the worst thing is that I find that people who let those things go and whatnot are not better off for it, but kind of go on and do their own thing. And then sometimes people who are so bothered by it also go on to do their own thing, but change their trajectory and kind of change their own path based on this feedback that may or may not actually be relevant. And at the end of the day, if you wouldn't change anything about what you're doing, and if you're happy and fulfilled, what the heck's the point? Like, everybody's going to have a different opinion no matter what, and everybody's going to have different tastes no matter what. And someone may think that you're doing something extremely poorly, but at the same time, someone might think you're doing the exact same thing very, very well. So
But again, that is the rational brain versus the emotional brain. And it's really easily to rationalize your way into the right conclusion. But when something is emotional, that logic internally breaks, which is why I keep going to the point of environment is more important than willpower. Because if you live in a house of people who are, let's say, constantly putting you down, it doesn't matter how much you rationalize, eventually it's going to get into you. So like the only way that I've been able to move past this is really try to surround myself only with people who, I think really have their best intentions, because otherwise I just get too attached to the people who I'm close to, and it doesn't matter how much rationalizing I do, I always switch to the emotional thing.
that's fair. And actually, you know that I had my issues with anger first
Mhm.
response to stuff. So I did a lot of research and I learned about emotional intelligence. And I learned that we actually developed uh, our emotional responses prior to developing our logical responses, just
Right.
of the way that like the limbic system versus the amygdala and so on were actually developed from prehistoric days. So even to this day, our emotional brain kind of erupts first. And if you think about when we were cave people and Neanderthals, and even in the hunter-gatherer societies and so forth, um, the way that we made first impressions were it was so much more important to make a critical assumption of whether someone was going to be a threat to you than
Mhm.
whether they're an awesome person. So it's literally like you're sacrificing accuracy for immediacy. You're trying to
Right.
make the quickest impression based on how quickly you can do it. And this literally can be, but the only information and like the only set of tools that you had is your previous experiences and the previous people that you've met and so forth. So the interesting thing is that you hold on to so many things subconsciously without realizing. And it could be like
Right.
someone in first grade that you met was wearing cologne that smelled of a certain way. And then you met someone as an adult in, like whatever, your first serious position, and you don't like this person because they're wearing the same cologne. You don't remember the cologne. It's just that kind of emotional part of your brain going like dirt, 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 like red flag, red flag, red flag. So what I've learned too that's very, very interesting is that this emotional part of your brain, because it was developed first, knows how to leverage the logical part of your brain. So your emotional part of your brain knows how to get the logical part of your brain to be like, it's not because this person's wearing the same cologne as like this person that I met in first grade and didn't like. No, it's because they're poorly educated. It's because they have biased concepts.
You
Da,
try to
da.
rationalize these
You
internal biases.
rationalize an irrational concept because of the way that your brain was developed. And that's kind of the insane thing because it's wrong. It's fully wrong, but it just happens in the order of the way that things happen based on evolution. So you're trying to rationalize an emotional response that's actually wrong. And by wrong, I don't mean like you're wrong. I just mean that the confidence that should be there shouldn't be getting stifled by a response that is very, very emotional.
Right. Basically, it's built on wrong fundamentals. And this actually
Mhm.
reminds me of something I learned recently about how much your childhood and your need to impress your parents actually carries on later to adulthood, and that how you can have, specific insecurities because of that. And you really have to work on them later in life and kind of untangle them because you probably don't even know why you feel a specific way. And this
Mhm.
is very much what it reminds me of. And honestly, a big thing that I've been working on over the last, let's say, 3, 4 months or so is trying to reprogram my brain away from a lot of negative fundamentals that I think I built pretty early on in life.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think that's something that I do every day too, you know. I've had several issues in my adolescence and growing up and things that I try to battle every day, including the imposter complex that I think is so great among women and with research in context is it is a concept that affects women to a greater scale than it does men,
Mhm.
because women don't think that they're programmed, or pardon me, women don't think that they are at a certain level even when they are.
Mhm.
And we don't really understand, I think, that there's so much going on in the back of our heads, even when we're not actively having these conversations with ourselves. There's so much of a subconscious process going on and going on and going on. And it mindfulness, I think, is a big thing that is quite helpful, but it's also not the same tool as realizing that you're having these negative conversations with yourself and you're putting yourself down so often without even realizing that you're doing it,
Mhm.
and being quiet and kind of being non-perceptive or acknowledging certain thoughts is not the same as creating a different train of thought that is positive and that tells
Right.
you
But it's
that
hard to
it's
create new trains of thoughts. You can't just look at yourself in the mirror and
it's
have
so
self affirmations about how you're going to think positively. I mean, look, I know I've tried, like, as people, I think I started getting pretty bad depression when I was 13, and I've been diagnosed with chronic depression. I've been on medication, I've been in therapy. And I always try, like, oh, it's okay, Alex. Like, you could rewire your brain, you could do this and that, but you fucking can't. It's
mm-mm.
so difficult. You can make progress. And what I try to do instead is fix my fundamentals, make sure I'm getting enough sleep, make sure I'm exercising, make sure I'm feeling fulfilled in work and with relationships. But it is so hard to change your daily thoughts and the repetitive things that are inside your head because an interesting thing I recently learned is, I mean, the reason why your brain even develops habits is because otherwise it would take too long and you wouldn't be able to have your core functions. So once you start doing something over and over again, your brain just takes that on autopilot, which makes a lot of sense because you don't want to have to be thinking hard about basic things like walking. But then once you've done bad habits for so long, it feels almost impossible to break them.
Yeah, but I think that it's not necessarily um banning the thought, but it is having the ability to kind of intercept it. And every time you have that thought, kind of be like, mm-mm, mm-mm. Like this is
Stop. Get this
enough,
is wrong. Like
go
being
away.
self-aware of your own negative thoughts enough to
Yeah,
remind your subconscious brain that that's not true.
exactly. And knowing too, as someone who is an intellectual such as yourself and who
Okay, it's very kind of you to call me that, but let's
well, no, but like I'm not gonna be able to be like, if you peel up a hubba bubba gum and the gum wrapper says chill, you're not gonna be like, oh, the gum wrapper said I should chill.
Yeah, yeah, that's
You're
fair.
gonna look for when you have an issue too, and knowing you as well as I do, thank goodness that I do. I know that when you do have an issue or a problem, you tend to research it and look into the root of the problem and how to fix it from that kind of point of view, as opposed to just being like, this is a problem and like, I
Mhm.
don't know, or not even understanding that it's a problem and moving on and just being angry or upset or whatever and not caring what the actual root of the problem is.
Right.
But sometimes even just intercepting the thought is enough. If you intercept the thought of enough, that becomes a habit of its own. So if you realize that a constant negative thought that you have about yourself, for example, like let's say you had purple hair and people were telling you that purple hair looks bad. And
Mhm.
this is just something that's very like off the beaten track, but
Yeah.
nonetheless, let's say you had purple hair, you love your purple hair, people tell you that your purple hair looks bad. And you in the middle of every time you're thinking, ugh, does my purple hair look bad? You remind yourself, like right in the middle of that thought, kind of like a knife slicing cheese. You go, but my purple hair makes me happy, and that's more important.
Yeah.
Who does my happiness affect more? Does my happiness affect these strangers more, or does it affect me more? And it affects you more.
So you basically try to counteract the subconscious thoughts with logic.
Yeah, and if you do it often enough, then it becomes a habit of its own, and that idea becomes ingrained in a more
Yes.
powerful way.
You have to first get to the stage where you know that's what you're doing, which is again why I've spent so much time reprogramming and like paying way too much
Mhm.
attention to my own thoughts and trying to actively counteract the negative ones.
Yeah, and that's why too, I think it's really important to pay attention to your thoughts. And if you do have negative thoughts, figure out what they are.
Mhm.
Write them down on a piece of paper. Make them, like make them materialize and kind of have them there, and then you can start to break them down.
Yeah. No, I think that makes a lot of sense. And it's always important to have the reminder. And honestly, when I get too wrapped out in negativity and I can't fix it, you know what I do? I send you a message and
Yeah.
you're always there to be my external voice when it's just too much for me to handle.
Yeah, and likewise, you're always there for me when I'm having my chicken moments. To those of you who have been hanging around long enough to know what chicken moments are.
Yeah. Yeah, the chicken where Melina explodes shit and runs away. She's like, "Well, it didn't work. I'm just gonna blow it up." Dr. Bob Ross, first of all, thank you for being here, and also I saw you on the podcast supporting us, so thank you. And I'll take this as the last question because it is 1:10 a.m. And he said, "Do you think the isolation from COVID had an impact on your mental health?" Honestly, I have struggled with depression for a really long time, with COVID or without. I remember at some point in my life, I realized that it was the biggest problem that I had to deal with, and not just me, but also, people in my family who it impacts. So ironically, COVID was bad, but this was something that I've been dealing with for a very long time before. And ironically, I actually think my depression got better during COVID because I started realizing like I've seen the way it's impacted other family members and how serious it is and how it's a long time thing. If I don't start working on it now, everything else is going to suffer. So it's actually gotten better, which is something I'm really, really proud about.
And I'm proud of you too.
I know. I appreciate it. Melina, this has been amazing. I mean, I cannot wait to see you in August. Look, I fucking hate country, but I'm gonna go with you to the concert because I love you and we're gonna have an incredible time.
It's Willie
Uh
Nelson. It's Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson. Yeah, I know he's really famous.
It's Willie Nelson and Chris Stapleton. I'm a massive country fan. I will say I grew up in a really small town in the country, Armenia, and so I am a massive fan of country music because
I'm gonna pretend I like it. It's gonna be amazing. I'm just gonna keep yelling I love country until I believe it. I love country. I don't know how to say it. Also, you guys, if you're watching, hit the follow button for Melina so you get notified next time she goes live. I think Melina is really a blessing and one of those people who thinks very deeply about things, cares a lot about humanity, is honestly not corrupt in any way. And it's one of those people who there's a lot of content creators who you can follow online. But there's not a lot of them who I think can have a better impact on your life, but Melina is one of them. And you don't always have the opportunity to surround yourself by people who are actually going to have a positive impact. So sometimes you have to find them online. That's something I do a lot as well. I listen to podcasts, but Melina is one of those people. So I honestly think if you follow her on Twitch, she's going to make the quality of your life better, which is not something I say lightly. And I don't think I've ever said that about following anyone on Twitch. So hit the
I'm
follow button. And
blushing.
you should be. Also, if you guys are interested in learning more about cryptocurrency, just quick shout out, launched a podcast about Ethereum. I'm not monetizing it. It's actually a passion project.
It
The
is a
first
passion
episode,
project.
the first episode is really basic, just in case like you've heard about Ethereum, you've heard about Bitcoin, you've heard about cryptocurrency in the news, and you're like, what the fuck are people talking about? This podcast is going to explain things for you. And it's honestly just going to be educational. And any comment you leave on the YouTube, I will reply to it because I'm reading everything. I'm taking feedback very seriously. I'm using this to learn more myself. And I'm working with one of my friends of almost 10 years who's been an Ethereum developer for the last 5 years, and he's my co host.
and it really is incredible. I am fortunate enough to have gotten a little sneak peek at it. And if you guys have any doubts as to whether this is the passion project, let me tell you that she literally sent it to me and was just like, oh my goodness, like, do you like it? How is it? And I listened to the first run of it, like with no editing and people just kind of like talking. Oh my goodness, you guys have to listen to it. I'm a very seasoned podcast listener, if I may toot my own horn for listening to things. And I enjoyed it so much.
And I have already gotten feedback. I actually recorded the first episode 3 times and planned it for like for at least a month now. Um and it is the first episode. I think there is some things I could have gone deeper on, but I was really trying to not get overwhelming and just basically use it as a teaser for why people should care about Ethereum and cryptocurrencies. Because I think if you look at a lot of times when there's been interesting technological advancements since maybe, let's say, like the 1990s from the first internet boom, the only people who really get exposed to it are the people who have access. And that's really unfortunate. And the reason why I wanted to do this podcast is because I have access to one of my friends who's fucking brilliant at explaining things. And I've been learning from him once every, 2 weeks or so. And most people don't have someone like this who they can just ask questions to, who they can learn from, who they can have access to. And I wish that more people did, in a way that's actually entertaining and not belittling and not filled with technical jargon. And that's the only reason why we even launched this podcast.
Yeah, I love the title. Like, it's bite-sized Ethereum, and it really is bite-sized, everybody friendly information. It's so easy to pick up on. It's so intuitive and instructive, and it's just kind of, whether you are familiar with the crypto space or not, I think it's a really, really intelligent space to be in, and a very informative podcast. And whether or not you want to invest or not, I think it's an insane thing to understand.
And the thing is, we're not even talking about investing, because
No, not
I
at
don't want to
all.
talk about the price. I actually think the price is less interesting than what's actually going on with this technology. And I'm worried because so many people in the cryptocurrency space are always basically, just trying to talk about that. And that's not the point. The point is, like, remember when the internet came out, nobody understood what was going on. It was so revolutionary. This is something that so many people in tech are talking about as internet 2.0, in terms of how changing it could be, how much of a paradigm shift. But a lot of people don't understand it. And it's so fascinating that I wanted to share it with everybody.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think it's, even me, like, I was the concept, the full concept of what the heck I was investing in was so obscure to me at the point. And whether or not I was investing in it, it's just such an interesting thing for the way that the markets will go in the future, and the way that societies, from certain leaders, for example, accepting Bitcoin as a national currency, as we've seen in the news recently, to other leaders that we've also seen in the news, Elizabeth Warren, denouncing it. It's a very interesting concept on the world stage, and I think it's almost kind of its own political actor.
Yeah, and I'll tell you also why I think Ethereum is interesting, because somebody in chat said, like, why wouldn't you look at it if it's just something to invest? I think if Ethereum ends up getting widespread adoption, it's going to solve the trust problem on the internet, in terms of, imagine if you could trust people on the internet, and imagine what that would look like in terms of changing your jobs, being able to work from anywhere because you could take different bounties. Also, imagine cutting out the middleman in terms of transaction fees, just companies in the middle taking a huge cut. I think it actually has potential to change the way we think about the internet if it does end up working. And that to me is fascinating enough that I want to learn more about. Ethereum is like the most wide used blockchain right now. I have no idea what's going to happen to the price, and I have no interest in commenting on that. But I do think it's something that's so fascinating to follow from what is going on now. And even when you hear about it in the news, especially with somebody whose job is just to, be an Ethereum developer and read about Ethereum all the time, and have that kind of expert access.
It's always interesting too, if you think about any system that is other than the central system, like the way that we have even central governments or central financial systems creating an other. It's kind of interesting, because if you ever create an other, you try to solve certain pain points that the central, or like the most common system has. So it's interesting to look at something like Ethereum or Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, because to try to rival the common kind of central regular aspect of the markets, you have to try to figure out what the pain points are and what you can offer as like, we could do this better than this. And I think that's just like an incredible intellectual discussion about just even to the point of the central markets. Like if there's such a great force analyzing these pain points, then what can we take away from that?
Exactly. And I think that's no, you explained it very well. So if you guys do want to learn more about it, it's going to be on Apple Podcasts this week. Apple, similar to when you upload apps in the App Store, it takes a little bit longer, but it is on Spotify, it is on YouTube, it is also an MP3. It's going to be on Apple soon. And again, I'm actually reading all of the feedback because I want to do as good of a job as possible on this and making them educational. So if you read any comments, I will listen. Like I've gotten feedback from my best friends with from Melina, from Ruben, from Lucy, from people who I'm very close to with things to make it better in the future. And I'm honestly taking this very seriously. This is the first piece of content that I've edited myself in over a year. I'm doing this even though me and my co-hosts agree that we don't want any sponsors because we don't want something that could be looked as a financial instrument, being felt like it's being sullied by, sponsorship. So I mean, this is how near and dear it is to my heart. So I would really appreciate if you guys do listen, especially if you have no background, you want to learn more about it and you leave some feedback.
It is honestly best friend filter. It's definitely a passionate project, and definitely something that's very honest and unbiased. And it's not a project that's trying to sway anybody in any different kind of way. It's very much an informative podcast, and it's very non-biased. I think it explores things from every single angle, and it has absolutely nothing to do with profit or investing, or there's no financial kind of tips there. It's just a background to the knowledge, and it's very interesting in that way as well.
Yeah, exactly. So last time it is linked. The first one is only 20 minutes because the first episode, first of all, is very high level and there's a lot of things that we could have gone deeper into, but it was just intended to be a teaser for people who don't even know if they're interested in it and want to get into it. In the future, we can discuss subjects at more depth, like talking about proof of work and proof of stake, talking about, government regulations, things like that. We can dedicate, so much time to that. But the first one was just like, this is why it's interesting and this is why you should care. That is what we were trying to get across.
And it's interesting too from the point of view of people that don't actually understand everything that happens in the back end, and like why cryptocurrency became as big as it did and how cryptocurrency actually works, especially going to focusing on Ethereum, which obviously functions and is mined differently than other cryptocurrency, is mined differently than Bitcoin, is mined to a different kind of energy expansion than Bitcoin. That's something, like even myself, when crypto was kind of a new thing and I learned that this actually uses energy, I was mind blown because I didn't understand how it worked.
Yeah, I mean it is really fascinating. Um Especially I mean obviously it's been in the news recently with Elon denouncing Bitcoin because of the energy consumption, and a lot of people would point to, oh, Bitcoin uses as much energy as like say the Netherlands, but then you could look at other things like, yeah, but so do appliances that are not plugged in the USA. That being said, I always think we should be more energy green, and I think the way Ethereum's technology is trying to develop towards a much more efficient system that uses a lot less computing power is actually fascinating. Um, I'm still very much a student myself as well. And that's why I really like being able to co host it with somebody who spends his entire time and the last 5 years just learning about this. Because obviously, when you're just headline reading, I feel like you miss a lot of nuances. But being able to ask those questions for me has just been an awesome experience.
Yeah, I think for your viewership as well, getting to listen to things from the point of view of a student and an always and forever student such as yourself, who is so inquisitive and asks the right questions all the time, is a very kind of rich perspective, because you're not listening to someone just blabber on about what they know. It's mostly someone who is so so hungry for knowledge and so hungry for understanding things more, getting to quiz and
Yeah.
speak to people who are actually like experts in the field. And so I think it's a very rich experience. And I
And
recommend your podcast to anybody.
thank you. I mean, I know it's honestly kind of a dumb decision to even do it because it takes so much time. It is not sponsored. It's not making any money. It's in a completely different field. I have to do all of the work myself. There's I already feel usually overwhelmed with the amount of things we have to do in a week. Um, but it still felt worth it, and I'm honestly really excited about that.
And I'm so proud of you for it. Because I
Thank
know
you.
it's something that you believed in and have been interested in for a long time. It's not like, oh, it's at the top of the charts right now in terms of news stories, so this will cover. It's
Yeah, and
actually,
for
I will say too that this was maybe like 2013 or 2014. 2014. I think 2014 was when he first became interested in crypto.
2016 actually. I think it was the winter before my senior year of college.
Darn it. Okay. I was
20,
way too soon.
2016. I wasn't that early.
Okay. Well, nonetheless, 2016. Damn, like I thought you were researching it in 2014 though. Like I thought that's when you kind of started looking into it as opposed to actually
Like
being
maybe, but I didn't really like buy or start focusing all of my time until 2016 when like a lot of my friends started talking about it. And that's when I was like, oh, this is actually really interested. And honestly, uh yeah, I was like one of those people who were like, I just got influenced by my friends who told me like, hey, you should really look into this and learn about it. And that's why I started doing it. And ironically, we raised our first venture round for our startup in 2016, and one of our investors was really into crypto. And she was like, yeah, you guys should do an ICO or something like this. I was like, I feel like we shouldn't hop on the trend just because they're raising a lot of monies because we don't actually have, like a proper case for this. And, there's going to be some ICOs that are successful, but if we be one of them who's just scammy and try to raise money, it's going to look really bad long term. And I remember even making that argument, as like a 21-year-old in college, like saying it doesn't make sense to raise money for nothing, be like, hey, I feel like I've taken the right path a lot of times.
Yeah, I think you've taken the path most times, the right path most times.
I'm gonna be poor, but it's gonna be worth it.
It is worth it. And I do like I've always given you credit for taking the path of most stimulation versus like the easiest path or the most interesting path. And I think you've always researched and kind of, if you're going to take a path, you're going to surround yourself with people that are quite knowledgeable in that field and kind of like sit there and ask them those questions and be like, but why should I kind of follow this path? And so on and so forth. And it's never just kind of, oh, blindly following a path or blindly, following a trend or anything like that. With you, I think if you ever do decide to follow a certain widespread path or a trend, you do kind of become immersed in that community first, get an understanding for what it is, and then you align yourself to it if it's something that you think is right for you. And that's something that I have so much respect for, because knowing you for more of my life than I can remember at this point, like kids start remembering their lives at like 5 years old or whatever, and we've known each other
Right.
for 6. I've never known you to stand by something that you don't actually believe. Like, I
Yeah.
think I have a lot of fears for you, like dating people that are awful and things like that, but sellout is the last thing. Like that's something that I've written off my book. I'm like, that's not gonna happen to Alex. That's not who she
I
is.
mean, I'm sponsored by G Fuel, so I'm a little bit of a sellout. But just in the way that I have to at least survive and make a living. So I appreciate saying that. I don't think in any serious way. Also, just one quick thing, because Dr. Bob Ross made a joke and he's a long-term viewer of our stream. He's like, oh, like you made Andrea lose her life savings in crypto. She likes making that joke, but what I always told Andrea is like put a very small amount, put the amount you're willing to lose, put the amount of your portfolio that is the risky investment, put it 50-50 Bitcoin, Ethereum, and do not touch it for 5 years with the money that you're going to do. Also put it on a moving price average so that you're not trying to predict the market. That is the advice that I gave Andrea. What she ended up doing is, her own onus, but I'm actually pretty responsible when I try to give advice. And on top of that, I said like, and
I can
also,
back that up. I can back that up. Ooh,
yeah,
sorry, I dropped something, but I can fully back that up because Alex, full disclosure, Alex got me and Andrea into crypto around the same time. I think it was literally like a month's difference.
Mhm.
And you said the exact same thing. Invest in crypto, what you can't afford to lose, like stuff that the best way to understand the crypto market is to watch your own money kind of go up and move and so on. So like literally like you could put 20 bucks in crypto and like watch it rise and fall and get a
Yeah,
better.
I mean, what I told you is if you think you'd be interested in, if you have a little bit of a stake, it makes you more likely to actually keep up with what's going
Yeah.
on.
But I will also highlight that the biggest thing that you constantly said to me was never invest in anything that you can't afford to lose.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that not to be the aggressive older, not actually sister, but a little bit sister.
Sister, though, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like that's just throwing you under the bus a little bit because you said the smart thing and then someone did the dumb thing and then they threw you under the bus for it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, actually, ironically, I know on stream I joke a lot with personas, but I'm extremely protective of Andrea. Even things like gap year, I always never ever told her what to do. I'd always try to present the options, try to show the downside on the one that I'm introducing her to. Um, but
Yeah,
I think Andrea is actually very smart for her age, despite getting kind of a Papega reputation, and she works really hard. But I also know that she looks up to me and she is influenced by me. And one of the things that I really appreciate is she's actually starting her own podcast, Melina, and it's called Gap Year. And we came up with it together where she talks to like really inspirational people about the kinds of things they do. And this is one of her first serious pieces of content outside of chess that she's starting to work on. So, you know, I think it does help to be surrounded by people who influence you in a good way.
I think so too. And I think she's always been such an intelligent little kid and like such
Mhm.
an intelligent adult and such an so the reason I said intelligent little kid was because I met her. Like actually,
You've known her since she was a kid, exactly.
no, I've known Andrea since she was in your mom's belly. When me
That's
and Alex
true.
her
You've
mom,
known Andrea since before she was born.
yeah, and then Andrea was born and she was this little baby and she was always like the smartest little thing. Like she was almost too smart
Mhm.
because we would try to kind of like get away because we were so much older, you know what I
She
mean?
was
Like
so annoying. She was always finding us.
she was always finding us.
Yeah.
And she was always, but the way like I think about it back now, and I'm like, she wasn't finding us like in an aggressive kind of like I must play with these people. She was always trying
Well,
to like
she
learn
did a little bit. She
from
always wanted to be involved, but yes.
yeah. But she was always trying to learn stuff, and she was always like a very, very intelligent little kid, like always picking up on things and always wanting more and more and more. And I remember even when Andrea was in high school and we were in college and I would come visit you at your parents' house. And I myself and Andrea kind of bonded because we were very interested in what white people could do to kind of support the civil rights movement and what we could do to like support Black Lives Matter, what we could do in a situation where it was like it was not our space to speak and it was not our space
Right.
to do
But you
anything,
wanted to be an ally.
but we wanted to be an ally and we were trying to understand and like Andrea and I remember we were reading so much Black literature at the time and I was literally like the funniest thing was because me and Andrea were like comparing notes to the books that we were renting from the public libraries. Like we weren't buying them, we weren't being bougie by any source. We were literally like renting as much Black literature as we could from the public libraries and bringing it home and reading it and trying to understand the perspective of this thing that like we couldn't ever put into our own words because we've never even as immigrants even as kids and like as immigrants coming out of the communist system and you know kind of
It's
having
a different experience
it's a different
than being
experience because
African American in the US. It's
exactly
also, traumatizing, but in very, very different ways. And you don't want to, push your own experience on somebody else's narrative. So yeah, I totally understand.
exactly and it was just beautiful to see her reading so much of the literature that I think moved that space along for people that aren't immediately affected in the way that Black Americans or Canadians or Black folks in Europe or whatever would be. We were getting to read the kind of novels that educated folks like us as to how to be better allies, better supporters. The like between the world and me is a really big one that comes to mind, or like the fire inside, and so on. But it was just it was really amazing to connect with her on like a civil rights perspective. And I remember Alex used to call us like social justice warriors.
That's because I like making fun of the people I'm closest to. I like that you did that, but I always look, I'm gonna make fun of you, whatever you do. You could raise $1 billion for charity, and I'll probably be like, hey, you got some good PR out of that. But that's just my personality.
No, that is. And I like that's literally I that's the toughest thing that I still kind of reckon with in terms of being raised in a very Romanian European kind of you
Eastern
say
European,
very
yeah.
blunt, it's whatever, like being authentic is
Mhm.
kind of what's valued in that system.
Right.
Whereas when you move to North America, being complimented complimentary complimentary is valued more than being honest. So you go from being told that like yes, be blunt and kind of you shoot the shit with people and da da da, to being told that yeah you can do that, but you have to be a little bit more complimentary in the way that you do it. You can't straight up tell someone that like haha you're full of shit. You have to be
Yeah.
like haha, like you're so lovely and you look nice today. And that's a funny thing that you said, but you're also full of shit. Like it's kind of like
Yeah, you gotta,
format.
put some perfume on the shit.
You got to put some perfume on the shit.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not used to that. And I think too that growing up in a community when you are my best friend, you are my best friend.
I
But for my
am.
entire life, like in my formative experiences, I'm like, I'm used to talking to a person this way.
Mhm.
And then I go to talk to other people and they're like, I'm offended. And I'm like, but why?
Yes, but why is this actually offensive?
No, I'm like, but I'm confused.
Although I will say this, when you roast somebody who knows that you unconditionally love them, then they don't take things personally.
That is true. That
And
is
that's
very
why it's easier for me to roast people who I know I love them, because then they won't be upset at me, because it's like, oh,
true.
like if I go too far, I will properly apologize, but most of the times the reason why people get, upset at roast is either their own insecurities or they think that something real is actually being said, whereas like, hey, this is my mom, she can roast me, but I know she loves me, and that, she's just saying this out of a place of heart.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Yeah. But on that note, it is 1:30 here. I have to wake up kind of early. I'm playing a poker tournament that I leave to Thursday morning at like 6 a.m.
That is cool.
I'm training poker tomorrow. I'm also visiting a content house in Austin because my org is planning on that. I have like I also chat, since we're on Melina's channel. I started angel investing and I need to decide whether I'm going to make my second angel investment tomorrow because I'm really behind on it. And I just got another really interesting deal that I'm also going to review tomorrow. On top of that, I'm like really behind on reading a ton of things, but I'm super excited. I'm doing a lot of things that I'm very interested in. I just haven't been sleeping very much, so I should get some sleep.
First of all, Ace of all trade zero. Thank you so much for watching our stream this late in the evening. I know that feeling, not staying up very late, and then you stay up late and you're like, ah. But going back to Alex, holy heck, this is an awesome thing that you guys have to tune into, and it's gonna be really exciting.
The poker is going to be streamed. Angel investing is basically an individual who gives money to startups, so it's extremely risky. Most angels actually end up losing money. What I'm particularly interested in angel investing is startups in the creator economy, because I think most people who are investing are not creators themselves, so they don't really understand if a product actually has founder product market fit. But as a creator, you have a different insight, and not on top of that, you have value add, whereas if you're an investor who's also really using their product, you can actually help them. So that's something that I want to work on. And honestly, my goal is to potentially start a fund with creators as LPs, limited partners, who are basically investing in these startups. But that's a longer term goal, and by longer, I'm talking like 3-4 months. And yeah, it's a start. It's a start. So yeah, that's one of the things that I'm really, really excited about. But it is 2 a.m. Melina, thank you for being here. I love you. I miss you. I cannot wait to see you in person.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us. And I'm in Vancouver, so it's only 11:40 here. And what the heck? What's with the Mamaliga? What did you tell the people about the Mamaliga?
I didn't, but sometimes people spam, so then I just give them a little timeout.
But Mamaliga?
Mama liga shimalai da da
Mamaliga
da da
Shimalai,
da 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 da. Oh,
How can you tell when you have two Romanians on
I don't know, man. Oh, by the way, do I have rating abilities on your channel? I don't know if I do.
I don't know.
But
Do you guys want me to stick around for a little bit or go to bed?
so actually, if you want to keep streaming, I could just turn off my camera and you can keep going because I'm streaming you from my computer in my room, but I need to know when you want me to go off.
Oh yeah, fun fact. I can't figure out how to stream from
But
my
I need a shower and things like that. So it's gonna take me like 40 minutes. So if you want to keep going, what I can do is just
Okay, put some on Lashlaka just to get rid there.
that sounds great. You guys stick around.
Well, let's see if the chat let's leave it up to chat. Chat,
No.
would you guys like to be
No,
like
Melina, I'm making the executive decision. I'm gonna let people hang out with you for a little while. Send me a text when you want to end stream. And I'll do it from the computer.
Okay, well let's let chat figure out too. Like, do you guys want me to hang around? Do you guys want me to stay somewhere? There's like one person that's
You
like,
guys should say yes because one-on-one time with Melina is very valuable. And you know, you guys can just say hello, get to know Melina a little bit longer. I am personally gonna take a shower. Because I'm very sleep. Honestly, I was taking a nap before the podcast. I woke up. Melina was asking me questions. I don't know. I always get confusion arousal, and Melina like understands it. So she's like, yeah, text me when you're awake. I was like, oh yeah.
I wish I could like show you guys our text because it's literally like I'm going for a nap and then I was like, text me when you're awake. And then I knew.
No, but you knew that I was
I
gonna
knew,
be out
I
of
knew.
it.
I was just like, are you sure? Do you remember this conversation?
Like honestly, I probably wasn't going to. I remember I was like, I just woke up and I sent you this photo to prove it where I'm just in bed, like with
Yeah,
one eye
like,
open.
photo for proof.
I look like an actual potato, but I just wanted you to know that I had just woken up.
Okay, you guys, I'm gonna take a quick washroom break, and then if you guys would like to keep hanging out with me, I'll keep hanging out with you, and then I'll just I'll answer your questions or speak to anything you guys would like me to speak to, and then I guess I will see you next time.
Yeah, maybe you can talk about yourself and your streaming plans and also get to know some of the chatters.
Yeah, you know what? I am so shout out to my company for letting me work from home. I'm working from home tomorrow and I have worked through this weekend to prep for it so we can hang out a little bit later into the evening if you guys want to hang out and chat with me.
Can I put like a dog as the person who you're co-commentating with?
Oh heck yeah, please do.
Let me just find a photo of Jack and I'm just gonna put him to replace me so that you can keep going.
Yeah, so you guys hang around, and I will keep chatting with you. I'm literally just going to take a 1 minute bathroom break. Alex, can you cover me for my bathroom?
Yeah. I got you, and I'm gonna change. I can't. Oh God. Sorry. That's just. I'm legit sleepy, but also for everybody who's stuck around this long, I know it's really late. I know this was kind of all over the place. Pedo dog. Yeah, I'm actually gonna put pedo dog on the screen. I'm gonna call it pedo dog. I honestly, I know other people. Yeah, remember to mute on your end. Yeah, I will. I know people might not find the joke funny, but honestly, seeing Melina's reaction when like I came up with pedo dog was so funny because she was so upset. Maybe I shouldn't find it funny when like my best friend is tilted, but like I knew she wasn't actually tilted. She was just mildly tilted. It was a really good time. Um, okay, here we go. We're gonna have pedo dog in. Uh, here he is. He's so cute. Look at him. Look at him. He's a little doggo. Yeah, hello. I'm little pedo dog. You look really nice because you're under 1 years old. Pedo dog. No. Sorry, I'm done. That's not very nice of me to say. Uh, wow. Food stamps. A nice message. Ace of Trades, Bob Ross, Walgreen Drake. Thank you guys for hanging out for so long. Best friends watching each other be mildly infuriated is just how it is. No, it actually is. It actually is. It's really entertaining. Um, I'm actually super excited for tomorrow. So the the biggest one is Envy is considering a content house in Austin. I used to really want a content house. I think I talked about it to my close friends for like the last year and a half. And the reason for that is, being a content creator is really lonely. It'd be nice to have people living nearby. And that might actually happen in Austin, which is super exciting. And we're going to go figure it out tomorrow. Good luck in the poker tournament. The poker tournament is going to be heads up. I'm going to be studying starting tomorrow. I'll talk about it more as well. Content vacation house. Yeah, vacation. We don't always have to live there. All right, Mo. I'm leaving you with the co-host.
That's not Jack. That's not Jack.
Melina, why would you have him on your Instagram if it's not Jack?
Those are the random dogs that we were feeding in Romania.
God damn it. Okay, I'll find a photo of Jack.
Okay.
You don't have that many of him on your Instagram. Okay, Melina, also you're gonna have to text me when you want to stop streaming.
Oh, I don't just close the laptop?
No, you have to tell me and I have to say stop stream because you're streaming from my computer.
I should figure out how to do this. But what if you fall asleep?
Well, you have about 40 minutes.
Okay, chat, we're gonna make the most of this 40 minutes.
Don't worry, because when I give a timeline, then things usually go better,
Okay. Chat, you guys want to hang out with me for the next 40 minutes?
I'm sure they do. 1 second. I'm gonna change this. Okay, I'm gonna put a photo of your actual dog. Properties, browse. Where's the real dog? Oh, here's your dog. Okay, here's your co-host because I don't want to change the YouTube the video around. Okay. Also,
well,
don't take people seriously who say no. People say no as a meme in Twitch.
Oh, no worries. If you guys want to hang out with me, hang out with me. I'll be here for the next little while just to hang out one-on-one.
It's gonna look like you're talking with your dog, which is really funny.
Well, he looks very stoic and like introspective in that picture, so I'm kind of into it. He looks like he's thinking about it, like it's a very Dr. Phil face. My little guy's actually asleep right now because it's midnight. It's 15 minutes to midnight. So
that's true.
Oh my goodness.
I love you. I'm gonna talk to you soon. I need to get some sleep or I'm gonna be dead tomorrow.
Okay, I love you. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I love you too. Bye, Will. Have a good stream. Enjoy it. You guys be nice to Melina. Otherwise, I will find you. I'll find your family. I'll find your history. I will publicize it. I will ban you. I will convince all other channels you watch to ban you. And you're going to be really intimidating. My dad is going to break your knees. It's going to be totally fine. Okay. Have a good time, everyone. Love you all. Thank you for tuning in. All right. Wawawiwa. Bye.
Bye. Wawawiwa. I love you so much.
Love you.
Hey, you guys, it's just you guys and me. So like Alex said, I think we've got around like 40 minutes or so until she falls asleep. And so, how are y'all doing? Why don't you guys throw me in the chat? Tell me where you guys are from. Because I'm from Vancouver, BC, and I'd love to know where you guys are from. Just to like, where are you guys from? Ohio, St. Cronk, Ohio. Dr. Bob is from the East Coast. Asamal is from Florida, Chicago, Boston, Texas, North Carolina, the Netherlands. Hey, Dog Lassie's from Vancouver. Hello, I'm from Vancouver too. New York, Germany. Hey, Zico76. My best friend Lena. My best friend, not including Alexandra, because Alexandra's like my sister in my family, but one of my best friends, Lena, who Alex really likes as well, is from Bonn, Germany. And she is the bombest German that I know. She's amazing. And so shout out to Germany, any German viewers right now. Big shout out to you guys. Big Red 924, Kansas City. Hello, Kansas. Tell us a joke, please. Okay, St. Cronk. Are you guys ready? Why was the mushroom such a hit at the party? I'm waiting for the answer. That's my joke. Why was the mushroom such a hit at the party? Why? Because he was a fun guy. He was a fun guy. Yeah, that was a bad joke. You guys are just playing up my dad joke and like instincts right now. It's hard. It's hard. Oh, Dice Mitch 1990. Don't boo me. It's my first time on the stage. Getting better quality jokes here than Alex, says TV Sundays. Thank you. I will take that. Charles B says, Melina, quick question. What is your profession? I am actually in marketing. I am in corporate marketing, and that is my profession. Who is Melina? Expose Alex time. What did the grape say when it was stepped on? Oh no, is it something to do with wine? Is it like wine time? Oh no, oh wine. Oh wine. I have a question. As a Romanian, why is everybody spamming Momoliga? And I don't know if Alex ever really went into like deep kind of details of what Momoliga is, but being a Romanian, I am like the one Romanian that I do not like Momoliga. I dislike it with a passion. And there is this one type of Romanian dish where they put eggs, like hard boiled or like fried eggs or whatever, and then cheese, like cottage cheese, and then a different type of cheese over under the mamaliga, which is like polenta. Polenta is, I think, like the English term for it. And it just becomes this weird like shepherd's pie with mamaliga on top. And I'm not into it. I really dislike mamaliga. I'm not one Romanian that really dislikes mamaliga. I'm sorry, guys, not authentic enough. um, so I have so many questions. Like, why is everybody spamming mamaliga? Also, you guys, can you help me with like actual impact? Because for years and years and years, Alex has like asked me if we could do like streaming together and things like that. And I've kind of been very, very nervous because I don't know if you guys can tell. I don't think you guys can tell, but I'm very shy actually. So I was very shy to get on stream and like hang out with everybody and stuff like that. And I want to make sure that my audio is good. So I've got this little mic guy here by me, but he's on like a rolling kind of table. And if you guys can let me know if my audio is just horrible, that would be amazing, so that I can figure out if I'm sounding good to you. Woo! Okay, okay. I've seen enough people be like, your audio is good, and I'm like, thank God. It was very silly. This is the first microphone that I've ever purchased, because why would a normal person have a microphone, you know? But I hope that you guys can hear me quite well. Okay, thank you guys so much. It's okay, but it's not the best. I love that. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. Like, I think that's what Romanian parents would normally say. It's okay, but it's not the best. Your audio is perfect. Oh my goodness, Myrologist, you're so very kind. So very kind. Thank you so much. Big Red 924, have you ever watched streams before? I actually have. I spend a lot of time trolling Twitch, but not trolling. I'm so sorry. Trolling was the wrong word. I lurking. I spend a lot of time lurking Twitch and like watching a different view of streams. I like the political streams as well as the art streams. I love it when people do like art on stream. I think that's so incredibly brave, as well as someone that's kind of I paint and I also draw, but not to a professional extent by any means. And so just watching Twitch streamers paint on stream is such an incredible thing for me, because I'm like, my goodness, this is so intimate and so vulnerable for those people to be able to kind of allow people into their process to that extent without fear, especially because for me, not that that mistakes are a fear, but I get to remedy that fear very quickly with nobody watching. And then when I watch artists kind of stream their entire process, I'm like, my goodness, you don't get to remedy that fear. And it's a very on, like you're on all the time and you're constantly broadcasting every opportunity for a mistake, for like kind of changing your mind with an art piece. And I think someone asked earlier what your biggest fear of streaming was, and that is it. But I guess I'm not streaming myself painting yet, and I don't think I will be doing that for a long while, because painting is very hard, period, and having someone watching you do it is very very scary. uh Okay. Jacob Fry 411, what is your thing? My thing, I think, is painting, as I have been just saying that I will not do that on cam soon, but it is. My kind of release in terms of art and things like that is painting. I like getting a little bit, having to figure out how to make a mess into something beautiful. What kind of art do you paint? Says Dice Mage 1990. I started with realism. I started with portraits and just very, very plain kind of building blocks of art that you teach yourself. And then I moved on to doing things that were a little bit more impressionist backgrounds with realist foreground. So the person, the human figure would be realist, but the background would be impressionist. And that's because in terms of art, I do love the impressionists most, but I have a lot of respect for realism, and I think realism is a good place to start. You know, it's like Picasso said, it took a long time for him to learn how to paint like a child again, because it's very easy to get caught up in painting uh, as realism, as that being your kind of metric for success. And once you attain that kind of level, which is not something I've done by any means, I think it's at that point that you get to walk back and walk into a different kind of creativity. For example, Gustav Klimt, I think, is a very good example in terms of artists for that. If you look at the canon of work for Gustav Klimt, he's got incredible realism, and then you also see a lot of impressionist or a lot of abstract work that exists as well, and that's incredible for me. So there's that, and art history stream. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to get very boring here, and I'm so thankful you guys are hanging out with me. Walgreens Drake. It's not an art history stream. That's not what I'm trying to go for. And Marlogist Dali was also someone who was very highly trained in classical art and realist art. Dali is such an incredible artist, and I think that's the perfect example as well for someone that took classical training into a very imaginative type of place, and made it somewhat like so much more than what it was. And I think that's the most beautiful thing about Dali too, you know, like the very stereotypical image of the melting clock. If you think about the clock that he did, it was this beautiful realist clock, and then it melts, and it's got so much so much symbolism built behind it, but it's also a very beautiful symbol that it builds on from poetic allusions, and the way that we built the poetry of time and what time can mean to a person, and so on and so forth. And back to Faso, I do have some paintings kicking around, but there's like they're they're dead bolted onto my walls in the other bedrooms, and everyone's gone to sleep but me, so I'm not gonna bother them too much, but Dice Mage 1990. I do have a particular piece that I am proud of, and it was a Christmas present that I did for my partner at the time. And I don't know if you guys are fans of The Walking Dead. This is kind of a silly topic, and I was never a fan of The Walking Dead myself until I started watching it with my partner, who was really obsessed with it. But I did a portrait of Negan. Negan being Jeffrey Dean Morgan's character in The Walking Dead. And I think that's probably the painting that I am happiest with at that point. At this point, I'm gonna try to find a picture so I can show you guys on my phone, because I don't want to wake up my partner, who's actually sleeping in the in the room that the painting is in. But it was really hard, and I think the hardest thing as someone that actually paints is knowing when to cut yourself off and to be like, hey, I'm done here, this painting is done. Because as an artist, you always want to improve it more, and you always look at it and you think it's not done, it's not good enough, it's not at the level that I would like it to be at. And I have had so many little paintings that never were meant to end up on anybody's wall or anything like that, but that I've ruined for just looking at them for too long and being like, I can fix this, it needs this, and so on and so forth. And I've ruined them. I've totally ruined them. And to St. Kronk for asking you what my thoughts are on Vincent van Gogh. We recently in my city had a expo where it was a digital exposition of Vincent van Gogh works, and it was several kind of walls, and I think there was about 100 projectors of so just creating a digital framework of Van Gogh's pieces. And in comparison to actually seeing Van Gogh's paintings throughout the years since I was a kid, and since I was lucky enough to kind of see things in Europe and in Canada, and in places where Van Gogh expositions were taken on the road when they were traveling, I have a lot of respect for Van Gogh as an artist, and as an artist that wasn't a profitable artist for a long time. He died without knowing that his works were ever valued at anything insane. And I think that means a lot. If you think about Raphael's School of Athens painting, this is going back ages, but imagine Michelangelo, who was painted at the foreground of the School of Athens painting by Raphael. And at the time, he did not understand that he was going to be the kind of centennial artist that would live on ages and ages and ages. Like to this day, we talk about Michelangelo, and it's kind of synonymous with a great, amazing artist, like, oh, what are you, the new Michelangelo? And at the time, he was someone that was struggling to figure out how he was going to pay for the next block of marble, or the next set of tools to chisel the angel out of the marble with, and so on. And I think that to bring back my thoughts on Van Gogh is that I wish we could have seen what he would have done and what he would have been able to accomplish if we had given him the same amount of support and respect in his life that we did posthumous, like after he died and he became this big respected artist. I am very curious to see what the motivation would have been like if people would have been able to be fans of him and to support him as supporters and fans in the way that we did when he was dead, as he was when he was alive. Like, would that cause him to create even more beautiful masterpieces? The thing that I find interesting too is that the Starry Night, which is often considered the most famous Van Gogh painting and his biggest masterpiece, by some people. It was painted in the same year that he died. So the same year that his depression was so big that it kind of eclipsed the light of his life. And so I wonder, if that masterpiece, the Starry Night, is painted the year that Van Gogh finally is eclipsed by his mental health issues, what could have happened if we had supported him past that point? No? And me just like nodding nervously here, like, chat, tell me I'm not off base. What do you guys think? What do you guys imagine would have been like the next Van Gogh painting, if not the Starry Night? Everyone's just like, I have questions. Jacob Fry 411. I love that emoji. It's just like, I don't know, but I have questions. I do agree, Jacob, that success can be a demotivator as well. I do agree with that a lot. I think it could go both ways, really. And I think like Alex was speaking from the point of her experience a little bit earlier, in that, yes, success could be a demotivator, but it kind of chooses. You kind of choose which voices you listen to. Like, don't you think that most people that are very passionate and have a drive to become something that is a paragon of whatever their passionate is, why do we listen less to people that kind of hold us up and that give us compliments and tell us that we're doing well, and listen more to people that are very, very dismissive or very critical? Like, why do we listen to our critics more than we listen to our supporters? St. Croc makes a good point. I think it's teetering between success and bliss, or pain and beauty and suffering. That is very beautiful, and a very agony and ecstasy way of putting things in a literature derived kind of feedback. Negative feedback does stand in your mind more, Dr. Bob. You're very correct. Do you think that's because we tend to be more receptive of the negative things that people say to us versus the positive? We don't like to be hurt. That's true, Josh Taco. That's very true. Maybe the reason that we hold on to negative feedback is because it's something that we're not used to and that we don't like. And so you're holding on to that more. It's kind of how people say that you have like arguments with yourself in the shower after you have an argument with someone. And, like 2-3 weeks later, whatever, you're still having this argument in the shower. And you're like, I finally won the argument. But why are you holding on to this argument for so long? And it's maybe because we are more programmed to want to win an argument than we are to tell ourselves that we are doing good and that we're on the right path and that we're happy. Dice Mage, it's so hard to gauge effects of success on someone who died a long time ago. That is very true. That is very, very true. And that I think that's something that we kind of like grapple and struggle with too, as students of the past in many mediums, where you're kind of assessing the current situation of whatever you're studying based on the past. Even today I was listening to a very, very long podcast on the effects that the Divine Comedy of Dante Alighieri still has on life today. And Dante obviously lived ages and ages and ages ago. And it's incredible to think that to this day, scholars of poetry or of English and or of the antiquities are still kind of creating a framework of ideas and thought based on this very, 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 very dated idea. But that idea to this day, if you were to kind of grab someone and I would argue this, that if you were to grab someone and read Dante's Divine Comedy from the Inferno to the Paradiso, not just the Inferno, you know, like not removed in of itself. I think all three of the sections of the poems hold so much weight when they're read all together, as opposed to like separating the Inferno from the other two poems. Um, I think it still ties into modern society, and I think that's really what a timeless work of art means, right? And at that point, you're not really weighing yourself against standards that are outdated, whereas you are recognizing that certain concepts are timeless. And I think there is, oh, thank you, Obituary Rules. Paradiso. Sí, Paradiso. um, yeah, I think that my biggest thing is that there's a difference between something that is timeless and a difference between something that is outdated. And that is kind of our job too, as people that follow certain information, to deliberate, right? Like you can't take any information just as being correct because you read it or because you saw it, right? You have to think about it from your own perspective, um, from your own time period, from your own situation as a person in your own kind of demographic, and so on. If it doesn't apply to you, then it doesn't apply to you. But the fact that something has applied to people for so long that it becomes timeless is kind of is very moving in the way that a lot of art becomes timeless when it constantly moves us, regardless of whether it spoke to our society or to a different society. Uh, and I think that's the most incredible thing. When we speak to people at a certain time in history, and it connects to people from like ages and ages and ages forward. Um, and that to me moves me as someone that's very, very interested in like art and the humanities. And St. Kronk says, can nature be art, or must art be a product of man? This is actually extremely interesting, because I remember when I was at university and I was studying modern art, I had a very interesting professor who talked about earth art. So there's like a spiral Getty, I believe it's called. If someone will Google that for me and shoot a link in the chat, I will love you forever. I think it's spiral Getty. And it's just generally like a spiral, kind of like a seashell looking design that someone made out of rocks and like seashells and things on a beach ocean shore, and it became regarded as earth art. An earthworks, spiral jetty. Yes, thank you so much, Bourbanator. I I wish that I knew how to share my screen. I will learn, you guys, and I will be a much more entertaining speaker for y'all. But if you guys could link to the spiral jetty, that would be amazing, because that's what I'm talking about. And this is kind of at that time when New York was becoming a big hub for art and things like that. And earth art became a big, massive idea as well, because people were just kind of like, where are the boundaries of art? Where are the boundaries of art? If we could make this beautiful spiral kind of work of art where the rocks are obviously nature made, and the way that water moves is nature made, but a human kind of reshapes them and then creates something that is long lasting but is not owned by anything. And I think that's the big thing at the moment, because gallery, this is like the pinnacle of gallery time, right? Like New York is taking off because New York became such a hub of art, because a lot of the refugees from the Second World War, a lot of the wealthy Jewish families and so forth moved to New York, because there was this coastal town where a lot of the ships that were sailing out from Europe kind of like docked, you know, close to there, and then they set up all these amazing art galleries. And fuck, like I will forever in my life as an art fan, I am insanely thankful for the Jewish population for restarting this kind of art hub on the east coast of America, and bringing it to New York from Europe, from where they were obviously exiled for horrible reasons. And so New York becomes this big hub for art, and the art gallery life becomes this big thing. And so as a contrast to that, obviously people are questioning whether the people profiting from it are doing so fairly. And so earthworks becomes this other huge idea. Like, what about art that is made in earth, like spiral jetty? Well, no one's having this ownership of it. No one's profiting from it. You can go out and you can see spiral jetty, but it's not like the art gallery of spiral jetty that owns it, and you know, like they can take $10 and that's how you view it, type of thing. There's less of a like a an income perspective from it, and I think that's a really big thing about art too. When art became a commodity and it was traded kind of like stock, where if something was bought for a certain amount, then that was the kind of amount that was given to it. And it just became this crazy jumbled bumble of things. And commoditizing art, I think, is a very slippery slope that we've seen as a slippery slope. Jacob Fry 411, yes, I do think a lot of art is very overrated, and I think a lot of art is very underrated. I push buttons too. Oh my goodness, yes, I do know about NFT art or digital art, and I have so many mixed feelings about it, because I feel like owning the data footprint to an art piece isn't quite like owning it. I don't want to say anything that's kind of too controversial because it's so late at night and I'm like, oh no, I'm not in the mood to fight, but I really don't understand it. I think part of art is like, it's not just owning the data behind the art, you know, it's actually like being able to touch or see where the paint is, you know, like above the canvas and things like that. And just like the metadata is not enough for me. I don't know. What do you guys think? What are your guys like? I would love to hear what your opinions are on NFTs. Please fill me in, because again, like I'm a little Canadian living in Vancouver, having this like hippie life. Please tell me what you guys think. Okay, ready? If you guys throw it all in the chat, I will read what you guys say in the next 10 seconds. Tell me what your opinions on NFTs are. NFTs feel insane to me. Bourbanator, I agree. I agree. Dr. Bob Ross says, I think it's weird that a ping can sell for $1 million. Did you guys see that, like the Charlie Bit Me video, how much that sold for? And that's a video that's been around like on the net for ages. The one interesting thing that I have noticed was like, have you guys ever heard, I'm assuming you have, of Emily Ratajkowski? I think I'm saying that correctly, maybe. Have you guys heard of, yeah. So, thank you, Dr. Bob Ross. St. Kronk, she is a babe. She is a very, very gorgeous human being. And yes, Dice made 1990, the model. So, Emily, the J is silent. Thank you, Lisha. So, is it, okay, so Emily Ratajkowski? Anywho, so she felt like a lot of her images were taken away from her, especially struggling as a young model with older photographers. You know, taking kind of images of her that she was uncomfortable getting to, and then profiting off of them. And I have read several pieces of hers, and it's quite interesting, you guys. if you Google it, you can read. She's done quite a lot of. I think she's done 2 very in-depth essays on her experience, where certain pictures of her were uh, taken and made into something that she really didn't want them to be, and it was a bad experience for her, and so on. And for her, getting the NFTs of these images kind of feels like a way of taking the power back from the people that took it from her to begin with. So in that kind of context, I think it's an incredible thing. But I've obviously never been famous enough to like have a crazy photographer put my photo on a big kind of Manhattan, New York gallery wall, and then for me to be like, oh no, that's me. I don't know how to take the power back. But in the very glossed kind of perspective of someone living through that experience, I understand that it's pretty interesting to be able to take ownership and to be able to kind of regain power. I don't know St. Kronk about the legalities of NFTs. I think, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think you have to be an owner of the content to be able to shoot it out, right? Yeah, really, I do food stamps. I think you're quite correct in the way that it's comparable to crypto. I don't think it's BS. I don't think crypto is BS, and I don't think NFTs are BS, but I do think they're both things that live in a kind of world that would not be possible if we weren't as connected to the internet as we are now. And again, it's like art. What's the difference between, I had a professor, an art professor, who was in New York when Andy Warhol was at his prime, and Andy Warhol used to just shoot like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of prints from an airplane. And those little teeny tiny, like, I have a coaster here, but I think it's like about this size, a print of an Andy Warhol piece. They would be shot out of an airplane, and those are worth like 10 grand now. What's the difference between that and owning crypto? One is tangible and one is not, sure, but is like the worth of a piece of paper really that much more meaningful than the worth of like data and whatnot, when at the end of the day it's really how much someone buys something for, and then how much that goes up based on what other people do as a result of that. Did I say that in a way that makes sense at all, or did I just kind of like sound a little bit dumb? Big Red 924, I do agree. I don't think a digital collection needs to be preserved. I think at times it can be passed on, or it could just, be whatever it is. And there's always the other side of a collection, right? Because like there's a collection where it's something that you want to pass on to other people. You think you want it to withstand time. You're trying to assume that if you're collecting it, then it'll have value one day. But what about what a collection does for somebody, and that collecting something makes someone happy from an individual kind of standpoint, right? Like comics, exactly, Big Red. Exactly. Collecting comics, for example. That's honestly, that's a perfect example. Collecting those comics could make somebody so happy, and they're so proud of that. And whether or not it's like something that becomes of value later on or not, it's still a very, very like you get the reward, you get the happiness from having this. Yeah, collecting Pokemon cards, imagine. Like, yeah. What do you guys love collecting? I'm a big, this is kind of silly, but I love collecting stamps. I like having very old school stamps from the Olympics and stamps from art gallery openings. I have some that are old as the 1930s, and I'm really proud of those stamps. Coins, so classy. Ooh, Rubik's cubes, currencies and stamps, and comic books. I collect dust in my room. I do too. It's time to clean. Oh my goodness. And Amazon shipping boxes, definitely. Definitely. I feel that so hard. I've got like so many boxes that I just kind of keep in places because I hide them. I try to hide my like shipping addiction from myself even. And I'm like, I don't want to see all the boxes, so I have to put them away somewhere. Okay, you guys, I feel like I'm just staring at my dog at this point. Oh, thanks, Dr. Bob. That's a very good point. Yeah, I won't show any of those little guys on stream. I'm really thankful that you guys have been hanging around with me so long after Alex popped off. Again, like this has felt like such a nice, sweet welcome, and I'm really, really grateful for you guys. And if you will have me, I'm really looking forward to hanging out with some more conversations in the future. Again, only if you'll have me. So, it's an interest derived thing. If you want to talk to me, I'll be hanging around to talk. But since it's midnight tonight, I think I'm going to be heading off. And I had so much fun with you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, I'm Dottie, for, oh my goodness, thank you guys for saying that I've had good energy and this has been a good stream. Thank you. I've had so much fun. So much fun. Please tell Alex you want to see more of me in our streams tomorrow and going forward, and you guys will get more of me. So make sure you bug her. Just be like, we want to see Melina. We want to see Melina. And I'll see you guys on my own channel as well. And thank you so much. I'm so like, you guys have been so positive and just such an insanely like, I'm trying to think of a better word than positive, and I don't want to keep saying it over and over, but you guys have been so positive and so kind, and I am so thankful for this reception. I was worried about being the Meghan Markle of Twitch, the Meghan Markle of Alexandra's Twitch. But you guys have been very nice, and I am so looking forward to hanging out more. And so again, thank you. You guys are awesome. I've loved talking to you, and I will talk to you again some more. Be sure to bug Alex, be like, bring Melina back, okay? Wholesome energy only, that is correct. Thank you guys. Thank you. Bye, have a good night, everybody.